underscore growth.
Not to feel so
Welcome
bad,
to my
is
channel.
that as you dig back
Edelina.
through some of the old
Welcome
30
to my
under 30
channel.
lists, you'll
Chat
start
chat
to
chat
notice
chat
a bit
chat
of a
chat
pattern.
underscore.
A lot of the winners,
Welcome
in
to
fact,
my channel.
often the ones that seemed most impressive at the time,
S.W.Frost
seemed to
1
end
is
up
now
going
live.
to prison, which
Streaming
probably
games plus
wasn't
demos.
That's not good.
Vacation over.
That sounds bad.
their goal. Who knows, maybe they went on to become hugely successful prisoners, amassing a huge
sure.
collection of cigarettes, which are the cryptocurrencies of prison. But sadly,
cryptocurrency 'cause
things
they're
seem
real.
to have really fallen apart for many of the Forbes 30 under 30 over time. So who am I talking about? Well, in recent years, we've seen crypto hobbit Sam Bankman-Fried make the list. He was listed in 2021, along with a bunch of people with junior roles at banks.
Yeah, sure.
It makes you wonder who exactly puts these lists together.
Well, I think that they just try, like, I don't even think this is that big of a Forbes problem, personally. I think that they're just looking for people that are mysterious and interesting.
Hickory.
And you see this
Welcome
guy
to my
who's
channel.
running this big crypto
Lurking
thing,
bro.
and it's like,
Good night,
oh
my
wow,
bro.
this is happening. It's so crazy. Like let's go put him on the list so it looks like we are ahead with the times. Because you got to remember, like, Forbes, they're trying to stay relevant as well.
Have a good
Does
rest.
that make sense? So, like, because of that, guess what? They're going to try to follow trends and do the same thing that everybody else is. I don't think they're necessarily doing it on purpose.
Oh, I guess that explains a lot. When I noticed the pattern of criminals and banking juniors, I was excited to read the profiles of the 30 under 30 criminals. After all, these profiles had been written right before everything had gone wrong. But that's just not how things are done at Forbes. They have a Winston Smith type working there whose job it is to rewrite the old profiles, keeping them up to date.
Sure.
The Sam Bankman-Fried profile has since been updated to include the fact that he lost all of his own money and gambled away his customers' money.
Well, he's still got $4 million. I mean, that's pretty good.
I really feel it would have been much better if they had preserved the
Restream
original piece.
Welcome
There
to
are
my
still
channel.
some artifacts.
Well, if
Looking
they do
for fun
that,
underscore
then they
bot
look bad.
underscore 1.
So that's why they don't
Welcome
do it.
to my channel.
To be found, though. The update work has been sloppy. The current profile says that he can't live without Slack. He did, after all, love the auto-delete message feature.
True.
And it says
Yeah,
that
he
his
used that a
dream
lot.
mentor is Elon Musk. I'm sure they'll update that again in the future, listing his favorite prison food and that his dream mentor is DB Cooper. I don't know, though. I don't want to be all negative about this. Just because Sam's going to prison doesn't mean that he won't achieve success from there. He can still hold on to many of his old goals. Maybe.
Well, he can run for. You can run for president while you're in prison. So, I mean, you never know what's going to happen.
Once he settles in, he'll do everything he can to get all of the prison cigarettes and then give them away to the prisoners in the greatest need. That's sort of a worthy goal, I guess.
I'm sure Sam would
I
do
don't
that.
know. So what other notable 30 under 30 alumni do we have? Well, on the 2012 list, there's a similar list of junior bankers and Martin Shkreli, the pharma bro.
We know about him. This guy, he bought a fucking, like, a unreleased record of, I think it was Wu-Tang Clan. It was, oh man, this guy was great. Holy shit. He streams? Yeah, he's out of jail now. He already went to jail, he did his time, now he's out.
Prison had to be tough for a guy like Shkreli with such a punchable face. If you remember, the court struggled after his arrest to find a jury for his case because they couldn't find 12 people in the entire United States
That didn't
who
hate him.
didn't hate him.
Yeah.
Some prospective jurors just saw a photo of him and said they didn't like the look of him.
Just look, yeah, he's guilty.
Kata.
Just look at him.
Welcome to my channel.
Selling drugs for insane
01
prices.
Ella.
I mean, yeah, that's obviously
Welcome to my
bad,
channel.
but I mean, like, is it really, like, I think Martin Shkreli is like, yeah, it's bad, but why is there a Martin Shkreli? Well, maybe because there's a lot of people who are Martin Shkreli, but we don't know their name.
The 30 under 30 list, though,
That's what I
it's
think.
got quite a pattern. one criminal, and then a
It's one of
bunch of
5,000,
junior
yeah.
bankers who do the coffee run at Credit Suisse. You need to either
He
be
was just
under
an asshole.
investigation for a federal crime, or good at knowing the difference between a flat white and a latte to make this list. As you look at the list of people being praised by Forbes, you wonder if their criteria is to search for people with criminal tendency, and then they keep finding the occasional master criminal each year and a bunch of people who weren't very good at crime and so decided to get day jobs instead. If you've made it onto this list and you are not a junior associate at an accounting firm, odds are you're going to prison in the next 6 months or so.
Well, shit. Damn, it's a good thing I never ended up on this list. Holy shit. That was lucky.
In fact, as soon as the
XQC
people
got-
from
yeah,
Forbes
there you go.
call you up to let you know that you've made the list, you should probably start trying to secure a fake passport, as if you've any sense you'll be going on the run any day now. So who else made the list? Well, in 2022, months before their downfall, Caroline Ellison and Sam Trabucco of FTX made the cut. They had to share a...
In 2021, you got to keep in mind, like, every dude, people were treating crypto like they treat AI now, except for there were no anime waifus that came out of it. There's nothing. But they were just as excited. And I think, honestly, they were probably more excited because you never know what it can do. So it's like, yeah, it could be anything. So, yeah, of course, everybody was, you know, they're trying to, you know, interact with and put these crypto people on the map and talk about them. So it sounds like Forbes isn't a magazine that's being run by people that are of an average age of 71. I think that's just the truth.
spot though, meaning that it was actually the 31 under 30 in 2022. I guess you weren't actually 31 on the list then. Caroline Ellison holds the honor of being the only wood nymph to ever have been included on the 30 under 30 list. I'm told it was a huge deal in the wood nymph community at the time, but apparently they just don't talk about her anymore. They're trying to move on from that.
Yeah, I bet
the
they
rest
are.
of the list was just associates at Bank of America and AIG, you
Incredible.
know, office juniors who hired a PR agent.
Uh-huh.
Now, while Elizabeth Holmes never officially made the 30 under 30 list, she did headline the Forbes Under 30 Summit, so I think she deserves an honorary mention here too. Trevor Milton, the bargain bin Elon Musk, was also on the 2020 Forbes list called 12 Under 40, which listed the youngest billionaires on the Forbes 400.
God.
The blurb reads, Trevor Milton, the 38-year-old college dropout behind zero-emission truck maker Nikola Motors, joins the ranks of America's richest millennials after tripling his net worth in less than a year.
That sounds
If you
good.
don't remember,
Good for him.
Nikola, which was named after Nikola Tesla, because the name Tesla had already been taken, famously made a demo video.
Yeah, it's not, yeah, now that you put it like that, it does seem like they probably should have gone with a different angle. Yeah, it sounds a bit... Yeah, that does... yeah, whenever you put it that way, it does sound stupid, huh?
Of its truck rolling down a hill where the camera was tilted to make it look like the prototype was actually driving under its own power.
Was it not?
I joked at the time that they named the company after the wrong scientist. They should have named it Newton. After all, it was the world's first gravity-powered truck.
So you're telling me that they did a video of a truck rolling down a hill? They faked it. Wow. Wow.
Trevor Milton has since been convicted of fraud and is awaiting sentencing. The newest member of the Forbes Hall of Shame is Charlie Javis, who last week was charged by the Justice Department with falsely and dramatically inflating the number of customers of her company, Frank. in order to get JP Morgan Chase to overpay for it. Charlie founded her company, Frank, to help students apply for college financial aid in 2017 when she was just 24 years old. By 2019, she had been named on the Forbes 30 Under 30 list. She described her company as like Amazon for higher education, a phrase that makes absolutely
no sense, right?
No sense whatsoever.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm like thinking about that. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? It's crazy.
However, it's kind of like saying my company is the Tesla of pencils.
Yeah.
Oh, are they electric full self-writing pencils? No,
they're just good pencils.
They're just pencils.
That's about right.
Javis described herself as relentlessly upbeat in a podcast interview last year.
That's nice.
Saying,
Good for her.
there were definitely times where I painted a rosier picture than things truly were.
Oh, I guess that's going to be used in the case. Huh.
And that, it turns out, was true. In 2021, JP Morgan bought her company for $175 million as part of its Chase retail banking division, with the aim of getting access to younger customers. Problems emerged almost immediately after the deal closed, when JP Morgan noticed that the delivery and open rates for its emails to Frank customers were far, far lower than expected. They launched an investigation and uncovered what U.S. authorities now allege was a months-long scheme to fabricate user data. According to the lawsuit, Frank only had about
negative 175 million. What's so funny to me about this kind of stuff is that people think they're gonna get away with it. Do you really think that they're just gonna give you $175 million for nothing? Not a chance. Some do though. Like 90% of them don't.
300,000 clients and fabricated data to show a much larger customer base. Javis is alleged to have enlisted a data scientist to make up a few million customers, which
good.
I guess can be described as painting a rosier picture than things truly were.
Yeah.
The employee who was asked to create the false records allegedly told her, "I don't want to do anything illegal," to which Javis allegedly responded, "We don't want to end up in orange jumpsuits." Come on now, Charlie, you've got to plan a little.
How do you, like, it's always so crazy to me that these conversations end up getting recorded. Like, don't you think maybe you shouldn't talk about this stuff on the internet?
A little bit better. Look at your CV. You're not a junior associate at an accounting firm. The minute Forbes called you, you should have booked a flight to a country that doesn't have an extradition treaty with the United States.
Yeah, there you go.
It's not hard, Charlie. The signals are very clear. The magazine curse is not a new idea either. A group of finance professors from the University of Richmond in Virginia wrote a paper in 2007 on this very topic, entitled Are Cover Stories Effective Contrarian Indicators? Before I dig into that though, let me tell you about today's video sponsor, Incogni. Every year the absolute number and the scale of data breaches worldwide are rising. There were 68% more data breaches in 2021 than the year before. Once your personal data gets out there, the likelihood of it being sold on by data brokers is constantly increasing too. Data brokers aggregate your personal information, including your name, social security number, login details, location, online activity, and
There's
much
websites
more.
to check
They
if
then
your
sell
accounts
this
have been
data to
compromised.
whoever will pay, which may be businesses wishing to market to you. But once your data's out there, it can fall into the hands of criminals too.
Oh, absolutely.
The good news is that you have the right to protect your privacy by requesting data brokers to delete the information they store on you. The bad news is that it would take you years to do it manually. Incogni reaches out to data brokers on your behalf, requests your personal data removal, and deals with any objections from their side. Sign up for Incogni by using the link in the description below. The first 100 people to use the discount code BOIL will get 60% off Incogni. There's an old...
That's interesting. I didn't even know you could do that. Holy shit. Yeah, there's other things that are similar to that for, what do you call it? For other types of, like things to like get yourself removed off of websites, etc.
Old story that Joe Kennedy,
they can actually
legendary...
do that? Well, what they do is they'll probably send in a request to the different companies that just has a list of emails and names that are just being requested to be removed. And then the company has to legally comply with it. But the odds are that the government, they probably finesse the government into being able to do it and then only undo it if they were asked. Yeah, send a request, they don't do it, problem solved. Yeah, exactly, right? And so that's how it happens.
Stock manipulator dumped all of his shares right before the 1929 stock market crash, saying you know it's time to get out when the Shoeshine Boys start giving you stock tips. Shoeshine Boys were the finance YouTubers of the Roaring Twenties. The 2007 academic paper suggests that the modern-day contrarian equivalent is magazine covers. The professors looked at 549 cover stories from 3 business magazines, Business Week, Forbes, and Fortune, over a 20-year period. They then went on to analyze how the shares of the featured companies had fared in the 500 days before and the 500 days after the publication date.
I think it makes sense, though, that a lot of the people that get the most visibility are the most volatile. It really does, because those are the people that are, on the surface level, the most astonishing and the most incredible. Like the Elizabeth Holmes and the Theranos thing, and then also Sam Bankman-Fried with fucking, what's it called, FTX. So like whenever you see them and it's like, oh wow, like, well, these people are doing such a crazy, incredible thing. This is amazing. Of course they're gonna paint the best picture because their picture isn't even fucking real. So of course they're gonna get more attention that way. It kind of makes sense whenever you think about the way people are attracted to, extremes.
This is because companies made the cover of these publications for both good and bad reasons. You probably won't be that surprised to hear that the companies that received the most positive coverage in the run-up to the publication date were top performers, having on average outperformed the stock market by 43% before making the cover. The companies that received negative magazine coverage were ones that had, on average, underperformed the stock market by 35% before making the cover.
Right, because it was
the academics discovered a reversal of fortune tended to occur after the articles were published. The high flyers period of outperformance came to an end, and the beaten down stocks went on to beat the market after the publication date. As the authors put it, positive stories generally indicate the end of superior performance, and negative news generally indicates the end of poor performance.
That's a really interesting insight. I never thought of it like that. Yeah, I like that. That's smart.
The research shows that investing based on media enthusiasm can be destructive to your wealth. The magazine cover indicator isn't new. It was first published more than 35 years ago by Paul McRae Montgomery, an American fund manager. His analysis of every Time magazine cover since 1923 led him to state that whenever a periodical has a cover story, it's been significant 85% of the time. When I worked for Victor Niederhofer, I helped with some of the research that went into his book, Practical Speculations. I'll put a link to that book in the video description. One of the studies that went into the book was an analysis on Time Magazine's Person of the Year award. Victor found the award to be a hubristic curse, pointing out that the award had gone to companies or CEOs on 6 occasions, and the winning company's stock went on to deliver an average decline of 10% over the next 2 years versus an...
See, like, that's crazy to me. I never really knew that people would think like that. Because, like, I thought that whenever, like, they came up with that, it's like, yeah, well, it's probably because the company that got negative coverage, like, people didn't know about it before then, that's why it wasn't doing well. So, like, maybe now that because people are hearing about it, more people are investing into it. But that doesn't really explain why a company that's doing well would start doing worse. The only way I could explain that would be, like, maybe because they would have more eyes on them after that. But fuck, I don't know.
Average gain of 20% for the S&P 500 for the same 2-year period. He similarly found that companies who had the naming rights to the world's tallest building tended to underperform the stock market in both 1-, 3-, and 5-year periods after the building was completed. And in a study that might have warned you about FTX, Victor found that companies...
I mean, this kind of happened with Kai and Ludwig, too, on Twitch, right? It's like after they did the subathon, viewership went down a lot. Because, like, you reach that high point, and it happened with Ninja, too. You reach... excuse me. You reach that high point, and then people are like, okay, well, you know, that already happened, now they move on. It's weird, but yeah. I mean, I think that really there's an example, multiple examples on Twitch.
Paid for the naming rights of sports stadiums also
Yeah, it can only go downhill from here. Yeah, that's the way people think.
Business Week was a magazine that was first published in September 1929, just weeks before the stock market crash. It was...
Yeah, I think that, like, I mean, really, hype is, like, so big on Twitch. Like, I don't know about on YouTube, etc., who knows, but, like, on Twitch, hype is, like, such a big thing. And, like, with a lot of these companies, I mean, you saw, like, with how many of these massive companies like FTX, they're not delivering a product, they're not providing a service, they're just existing. And because people think that what they're doing is really hyped up, everybody's investing on them. So yeah, I think that stocks are kind of the same.
Bought out by Bloomberg in 2009. Business Week had such a terrible history of wrong calls that sell when Business Week's cover says buy became a Wall Street maxim. They famously proclaimed the death of equities in 1979 and announced the dawning of the internet age in December 1999. They put Jeffrey Skilling, the CEO of Enron, on the cover in February 2001, praising Enron's strict risk management control. Months later...
It's like, of all the things, you know, it's one thing to say good things about Enron, it's another thing to put them on the cover, and it's another entire world to put them on the cover and praise them for risk management. Holy shit.
Skilling resigned for personal reasons, and Enron imploded in the biggest bankruptcy in corporate history at the time.
I think it's also like a lot of the people that are, you know, writing for these magazines, you know, I bet they probably don't get paid as much as the people that are actually buying and selling stocks. So logically, it would make sense that a lot of the reasons why they're writing for the magazines and not buying or selling stocks is because they're not good enough to compete with the people that are actually buying and selling stocks. So logically, it would make sense that these magazines that are giving advice are often wrong.
Was eventually sentenced to 24 years in prison. As the economist Paul Krugman famously put it, whom the gods would destroy, they first put on the cover of Business Week. Now, the rule doesn't just apply in the world of business. The Sports Illustrated cover jinx is an urban legend that states that individuals or teams who appear on the cover of the Sports Illustrated magazine will subsequently be jinxed. An explanation for the Sports Illustrated jinx is that athletes are generally featured on the cover after an exceptionally good performance,
Right.
which might be an outlier compared with their usual level of playing.
Sure.
After this
Makes
exceptional
sense.
performance, there is essentially nowhere to go but down.
And that fucks
The
with their head.
statistician Francis Galton, while trying to explain data that showed the offspring of tall parents were on the average not as tall as their parents, and the offspring of short parents were on the average not as short as their parents, described this effect as regression to mediocrity, which was later renamed regression toward the mean. Chris Backey,
See, that's just another example how back in the day, people were such fucking assholes, they would just talk like that, but nowadays, nobody wants to hear things, and so everything has a euphemism. Yeah, it sounds better.
Tweeted last week that the Forbes 30 under 30 have collectively raised $5.3 billion in funding, and the
That's a
Forbes
lot.
30 under 30 have also been arrested for frauds and scams worth over $18.5 billion, an incredible track record. The first number comes from Forbes, and the second is Backey's own calculation, but you get the idea. As a group, they have frauded 3.5 times the amount of money that they've raised in funding, which is an impressive level of fraud. You have to give it to them. They're dedicated to their craft.
Absolutely.
The line between innovator and fraudster seems to have become alarmingly thin.
Well, it becomes even more thin as technology gets so advanced, because now there's so many laws. Like you have things like wire fraud, and there's like catch-all laws that they have nowadays that are used for, you know, crypto shit, etc. But most of the time, there aren't laws for tons of crypto things. It's not spelled out in the same way it is for a traditional bank. There's not traditional laws for NFTs in the same way that there is for a car, for example. There's not Grand Theft JPEG, but there's Grand Theft Auto. So guess what? You're going to have a lot of scammers that get into new markets, because new markets are where you can make the most fucking money, because the rules aren't established yet.
Look, if you work at a bank and the junior associate who does your coffee run has made it onto this list, there's a really good chance that they've taken your coffee money and that they're not coming back with the coffee. I'm sorry, but this list is a huge red flag that you should have spotted. If your name has appeared on the Forbes 30 under 30 and you're running some sort of criminal conspiracy, it might be time to start planning your escape. The clock is ticking. On the other hand, if you made it onto the list and you're a junior at an accounting firm who hired a publicist to get this done, congratulations, but you really shouldn't be watching this video. I think you know better than anyone that the coffee is not going to make itself. If you enjoyed this video, you should watch my video on why people trust fraudsters next. Don't forget to check out our video sponsor,
This guy is great.
using the link in the description below. Have a great day, and see you in the next video. Bye.
Wow, what a tremendous fucking asshole. I love him. I absolutely love him. He is amazing. This is so good. Yeah, look at actual Elden Lord. Yeah, god damn, that was amazing. Wow, definitely subscribing. Yeah, there's the video right there. God damn. Those great videos, even though he never blinks. Apparently not. Guy's probably good at poker. Maybe. He's the real deal. Formerly a hedge fund manager. I mean, I don't know. I never got into finance type stuff, right? It was just never really my thing. But again, it's not really a surprise that these kinds of people get the most attention because they're seemingly doing the most incredible things. You'd think that they're not even real. And guess what? It turns out they're not. So, what a surprise.
Hello? Yeah. Yes.
Mariah_Anderson_USA. Welcome to my channel.
Jeste. Čemo? U vezi čega? U vezi čega? Htio sam dođem da pitam treba li da se donese hleb ili nešto, ali nemam pojma.
A danas je državni praznik.
Otko znam?
Jedino možda budeš startan da što će ova da te zove. Evo ti da ti uvijem varenike da jedeš.
Zvat će me sigurno u 2 da dođem u 6. Ne pričaj gluposti, zvat će me ujutro da dođem uveče, neće me zvat u podne.
Ma ne pričam o tome, evo ti da ti uvijem varenike da jedeš.
Ne, ništa.
Što?
Ma neću, nisam gladan, jučer sam jeo jaja i gluposti i slatkog i pođepare, ništa. Ne.
Yes.
Silo radi danas.
Znam da radi. Nisu ni trebali ni da rade u subotu, čuo sam malo jučer od njega, sinoć kada je pričao s svojim kolegom.
When it comes to groundbreaking television, you'll be hard-pressed to find a show that's as underappreciated as Mr. Robot. Despite receiving critical acclaim throughout the show's runtime, Mr. Robot's cultural impact seemingly came and went in the blink of an eye. When looking at other series like Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul, The Sopranos, or even Game of Thrones, it's hard to have a day go by where you don't see something referencing at least one of these shows. And yet Mr. Robot seems to have completely left the public eye after its finale, despite it easily being some of the greatest TV ever made. So what was it about Mr. Robot that made it so great? And why is this show not really
Šta da vidim? Oh my lord. So.
Take care.
Oh no. Oh lord, oh fuck. Well, I don't know. Oh. That was a hiccup. Sorry.
Spoken about anymore? Well, to answer this question, we'll start with taking a look at the show's protagonist, Elliot Alderson. Part of what makes Mr. Robot such an engaging show is that it's almost impossible to pin down just who Elliot really is. At first glance, he may seem like your typical 4chan basement-dwelling shut-in, but that really couldn't be any further from the case. Elliot spends the majority of his free time as a vigilante hacker who takes down criminals that the law can't find. Although, as you might expect from having a hobby like this, Elliot isn't exactly a happy-go-lucky social butterfly. In fact, he's pretty much the complete opposite. Elliot has a whole miscellany of mental issues that are troubling him constantly: anxiety, depression, delusions, paranoia, and a whole host of others. Because of this, whenever Elliot isn't spending his time hacking others, he can usually be found self-medicating himself with morphine. He doesn't limit himself to just this opiate, however, as he does pretty much every other drug under the sun. If he can't get his hands on any form of narcotics, Elliot completely shuts himself off inside his empty apartment, trapping himself in his mind, withdrawing from society. And in all honesty, there really isn't a whole lot else for a guy like Elliot to do besides these things. He lives in one of the most impersonal places in the Western Hemisphere, New York. The city in the show is this hyper-real dystopian nightmare, where everything is controlled by one mega corporation, and New York is just their headquarters. Where everything is so hyper-capitalistic, where everything is so atomized and impersonal that everyone is seemingly going insane. So when we meet Elliot, he's just barely scraping by off of the highs he gets through drugs and hacking other people. One of the earliest scenes we see Elliot in is the sequence inside of a coffee shop. After taking a seat beside the owner without asking his permission, Elliot starts demonstrating various quirks that are common for an antisocial individual. It's apparent that Elliot has to force himself to make eye contact with others, and when he does, his eyes are dead, fully wide open, and seem to be staring directly into the soul of whoever he's talking to. Along with this, he takes a closed-off posture at an angle and is often shifting uncomfortably in his seat. Ron, the man who owns the store, is the first in the show to experience a conversation with Elliot. Once he catches Ron's eye, Elliot has no trouble skipping the common conversational formalities like a hello or an introduction. Instead of any of these, Elliot immediately outs Ron as a fraud by stating his real name.
Your real name's Rohit Mehta. You changed it to Ron when you bought your first Ron's coffee shop 6 years ago.
And then proceeds to go on a seemingly unrelated tangent about his shop's excellent Wi-Fi. Yet related the tangent was, as the Wi-Fi's quality was so good that it caused some suspicions to arouse within Elliot. So much so that he decided to intercept the network traffic coming from Ron's coffee shop. And it turned out that Ron is a pedophile who had been running a large CP operation through an encrypted web service. Elliot proceeds to put some documents on the table that contain emails and pictures proving all of this. Clearly distressed, Ron thinks Elliot is here to extort him for money. So he tries to hold his ground by saying that he refuses to pay Elliot before he even asks. Yet Ron can be more incorrect about Elliot, as he had already called the police well before he even started the conversation. Without skipping a beat once, the police show up, Elliot exits the shop and ends his talk with Ron by stating, "I don't give a shit about money." And this scene becomes very important for foreshadowing the rest of the series. This is our introduction to who we'll be spending the majority of the time with throughout the show. It's clear that Elliot just simply doesn't care about money and only strikes back against injustice for fun. In a way, Elliot is the ultimate 4chan troll. And when Elliot says he doesn't give a shit about money, that's the honest truth. Since what's a guy like Elliot really supposed to do with an exorbitant amount of money anyways? Money won't solve his loneliness. It won't solve his emptiness. And it's easy to see why Elliot is completely detached from his surroundings and spending all of his time in his own head. In fact, this character is supposed to represent all the countless other men in our real world who feel just as associated towards society as Elliot does. Since our modern world heavily exacerbates loneliness, there's just so much communication today that is nauseatingly fake, whether it be through impersonal relationships or phony social media discourse or predatory algorithms. With everyone so detached from reality, this is probably why a staggering 40% of young adults report feeling lonely either often or very often. Along with this jump in loneliness, there's been an upward trend of pretty much every kind of mental illness out there, all happening within just the last decade, amplified tenfold since coronavirus and the government lockdowns. And with mental health problems like this, it's no wonder why incels have become such a hot topic issue. Just look at the dwindling testosterone levels, and it's pretty clear that there is a serious issue in society. Just like so many others, Elliot lives in a hollow world. Everywhere he goes, everything he eats, everything he consumes is all fake. He is completely devoid of of any meaningful human interaction, only having a couple friends in this isolated world that he occasionally talks to. So considering this, what does Elliot think of society? Well, it's fair to say that he isn't exactly a fan. While speaking to a psychiatrist, he goes off on a tangent, tearing it to shreds. Elliot starts listing off all the lies that are commonplace in today's world. Phony celebrity culture, child exploitation, faux conversationalism, and fabricated social media personas only scratch the surface of Elliot's disdain for society.
That we voted for this. Not with our rigged elections, but with our things, our property, our money. I'm not saying anything new. We all know why we do this, not because Hunger Games books makes us happy, but because we want to be sedated. Because it's painful not to pretend. Because we're cowards. Society.
Almost every point made in this rant are pretty much dead on relating to our current society, at least from the perspective of someone at the bottom of the society. And I mean, when you look around in these giant megacities like New York, you realize people just buy so much pointless junk in the hopes that doing so will make us happy. But all this does is sedate us. We buy technology, we buy more products just to addict ourselves and rob our future potential. And that's why today so many of us just simply shrug our shoulders at major problems. Like the fact that one of the biggest wealth transfers in history is occurring right now as I speak. Or like how faceless megacorporations like Nestle and Shell get away with atrocities against children and the environment, all by simply pleasing their investors, governments, and putting on a phony corporate neoliberal mask to save their face. Yet for all these accurate points Elliot makes, the speech happens to just be all inside of his head. These are the thoughts bubbling away at him, and yet he can't release his repressed self. And so once this imagined psychiatrist rant concludes, Elliot then leaves the office and we're taken into a normal day in his life, where he works as a cybersecurity engineer at a company not so subtly called E-Corp. Now, as you might have already inferred, the E is short for evil. The name Evil Corp isn't just for show either, as it turns out that the company was responsible for a chemical incident that gave a number of their employees leukemia, and yet this company controls all of society, which is just hinting at these aforementioned companies like Nestle and Shell, who have both committed numerous crimes and immeasurable amounts of immoral acts. Companies like these have free reign to head into third world countries and do whatever they please, whether that be destroying their environments, overthrowing their governments, exploiting their workers, or even replacing breast milk with baby formula. In Mr. Robots, E-Corp is essentially a stand-in for every single one of these types of companies. It's basically just Amazon, Google, Monsanto, BlackRock, and all these other corporate giants rolled into one. And so for a company of this size, the cancer-causing chemical leak is likely just one of the thousands of grave errors made by the organization that have gone unpunished. But it just so happens that Elliot's father was among those affected by the incident, and unfortunately for Elliot, it wasn't too long after his dad's diagnosis that he passed away. And to twist the knife even further, E-Corp was able to use their massive amounts of influence and finances to easily cover up their legal misstep, sweeping the liability for the accident under the rug. Now, while Elliot does technically work for a cybersecurity firm that works with E-Corp, Elliot is still dependent on E-Corp, because no other company can escape E-Corp's influence. But for now, everything just seems business as usual at the cybersecurity firm. That is until the workday ends, and the company's network starts getting hacked in the middle of the night. This is obviously a very serious problem, and the cyber attack causes one of Elliot's only friends, Angela, to call him up after hours requesting his help. Once Elliot arrives on scene, he discovers that this isn't your run-of-the-mill network intrusion. Whoever the perpetrator is knows what they're doing. However, Elliot, being the technological genius that he is, managed to get access to E-Corp's physical servers through his boss, and afterwards Elliot pinpoints exactly where the vulnerability lies and proceeds to stop the attack promptly before any serious damage is caused. However, once everyone leaves the room and Elliot is just about to wrap things up, he notices something strange. A call sign left by the intruders, one that is specifically written for him. The hacker organization calls themselves F-Society, and they instruct Elliot to keep the virus on the infected server, but don't give him any reason why. Just as Elliot is about to disregard their message and wipe the infected files away for good, he stops himself and reconsiders. Elliot has no idea what is making him obey this command, but for some reason he follows the order and leaves the virus on the machine. However, it wouldn't take long for some of Elliot's questions to be answered, as back on the subway home, he meets a mysterious figure wearing a jacket with a patch labeled Mr. Robot, which is the name this man is referred to throughout the show. Mr. Robot strikes up a conversation with Elliot, and somehow he knows about the cyber attack incident at E-Corp the night before, along with the malicious file remaining on the servers.
I think you should come with me. But only if you didn't delete it. If you deleted it, we got nothing to talk about.
It turns out that the whole ordeal was simply a test that was specifically designed for Elliot, and because Elliot passed the test, Mr. Robot offers him a spot on the crew at F Society. Interested but hesitant, Elliot follows Mr. Robot to an abandoned arcade situated on a nearby pier, a hidden front for F Society's base of operations. Excluding the duo who just arrived inside, there's a total of 4 other members working for the organization. Unfortunately, they all share the same mindset of anti-corporate belligerency, which is a sentiment that Elliot also firmly believes in. Before any official introductions to the crew, Mr. Robot takes Elliot on a Ferris wheel and lays down what he really wants from him. F Society's endgame is to execute the hack of the century, one that will supposedly wipe E-Corp off the map for good. Their plan is to get access to the company's secure internal servers, plant some of their own software, and wipe all of the financial debt stored inside, completely resetting society. Doing this is no joke, as because of the sheer financial scale of E-Corp, it would mean erasing the debt owed by pretty much everyone on the planet. And since so much of our world runs on debt, doing something like this in the real world would cripple countless mega corporations, not to mention almost every single government in the world, along with major financial institutions like BlackRock, JP Morgan, and pretty much every other major investment firm and banking institution would be destroyed. So it's fairly easy to see why F Society believes this will be the act that finally sets everyone free, but he needs Elliot's help to pull it off. This is their only shot at a revolution, at destroying the fake society they hate so much. And so Elliot, being the social outcast that he is, seems on board with this, and he proceeds to meet the other members of F Society. While most are relatively normal considering the kind of operation they're running, one of them shakes Elliot off balance, a woman named Darlene. Now it's fair to say that Darlene isn't exactly the conventional type, as the next time Elliot meets her, she's helped herself to taking a shower inside of his apartment. Yet strangely enough, Darlene seems to be more upset about getting caught and disregards an explanation about why or how she was in Elliot's apartment to begin with. Likely shaken by the ordeal, Elliot arranges a meeting with Mr. Robot by the pier. The two sit on the fence, and Elliot opens up about his father's death at the hands of E-Corp. However, just his passing doesn't give the full context to Elliot's side of the story, as it turns out that his dad was a very private individual and wanted his battle with cancer kept a secret solely between him and his son. This was quite the burden for Elliot, and he ended up feeling so pressured by it that he told his mum about the leukemia diagnosis. This is where things take a much darker turn, as it's revealed that Elliot's father is not the same that some might have imagined him to be. After discovering that Elliot told the truth, he ended up getting so mad that he pushed his son out of the second-story bedroom window. And after hearing the story, Mr. Robot puts his hand on Elliot's shoulder, almost out of sympathy. However, instead, Mr. Robot says,
"Do you ever think he was right? Where do you?"
And before Elliot can even give a straight answer, Mr. Robot pushes him off the pier. Funnily enough, this incident doesn't really faze Elliot all that much, as later he heads back to the arcade to discuss F Society's hacking plan with the other members. Their first step in the operation is getting access to a secure data facility called Steel Mountain, where E-Corp stores all their financial information. However, the servers are stored offline, so their trip will have to be in person. But the crew has a trick up their sleeve to get into the facility, and of course this centers around Elliot. So they create a Wikipedia article masquerading Elliot as a tech startup billionaire, and he uses this webpage to trick the security guard into giving him a tour on the restricted floors. The plan works, and Elliot manages to sneak away and access the building's temperature control system. He then proceeds to plant a bug in the thermostat, one that will allow him to raise the server's room temperatures high enough to completely fry it. Afterwards, Elliot leaves the building, and this phase of F Society's plan goes off without a hitch. But soon afterwards, the group is met with another problem. To fully pull off a debt-wiping operation of this scale, they needed to partner with a notorious Chinese hacking organization known as the Dark Army, and unfortunately, they just pulled out of the plan without any explanation. This is a pretty big issue since E-Corp has the same financial backup stored in China as a failsafe. So if F Society can't get the Dark Army back on their side of the operation, everything they just did at Steel Mountain will have been for nothing. The scale of this issue means that it can't be solved overnight, so rather than fixating on it with other members of the crew, Elliot instead starts spending some time with a psychiatrist. This marks the point where the show starts shifting some of its focus away from Elliot and instead towards a few of his associates, namely his friend Angela and a mysteriously well-informed businessman named Tyrell Weller. It doesn't come as a shock to learn that Angela and Elliot have been close their entire lives, since the latter isn't exactly the outgoing type looking for new friendships, but their friendship also extends past simply childhood upbringings, since Angela's mum was sent to an early grave by the same chemical leak that killed Elliot's dad. This mutual loss has led the two sticking together through thick and thin, and it's also why Angela has started digging deep into E-Corp herself. Using documents leaked by none other than F Society, Angela uses these as grounds to get herself a meeting with the man responsible for overseeing the chemical incident. Although Angela doesn't really get very far once she meets with him, as the CTO isn't really one for morality or remorse. But what he notices is Angela's grit and offers to take Angela under his wing by placing her in a high-ranking E-Corp staff position. Instead of trying to take her to court, they're trying to make her into one of them. And to put some sugar on the top of the offer, he suggests that she can, quote, change it from the inside. Now, not wanting to turn down free opportunities and more money, Angela accepts her new role at E-Corp, which brings us to Tyrell Wellick, another important employee working at E-Corp. Now, Tyrell Wellick is basically like the brother of Patrick Bateman. He's a high-paid New York yuppie who's also completely repressed and beats up homeless people. In a way, Tyrell is the corporate mirror of Elliot, a man who is deeply lonely, repressed, and full of hatred of the world around him. And yet he has to hide all of his bubbling resentment behind a sharp and tech-literate public face, which he uses to disguise his true nature and unhinged hatred of the world around him. But instead of Tyrell going on killing sprees and smashing his co-workers in the face with a fire axe, like Patrick Bateman, Tyrell focuses his rage into non-lethal methods, which often comes in the form of using homeless men as punching bags, as well as extreme BDSM with his wife. Because fundamentally, Tyrell is missing any human connection or meaning in his life. His public mask is becoming too heavy to handle as the culture and lifestyle of postmodern New York is becoming unbearable for Tyrell. The horrible E-Corp corporate culture surrounding him is saturating his psyche, and most importantly, his emotional development. In fact, it's this binding sentiment between Angela, Tyrell, Elliot that actually leads to F Society's revolution in the first place. This whole plot to erase the debt and restart society is just a mass form of catharsis for all those strangled by the chains of their postmodern lifestyle. You see, Tyrell knows that Elliot is involved with F Society and informs him about it privately in the company's bathroom. Aside from the respect he has towards Elliot, the main reason Tyrell didn't report him was because of the public scandal arising from the E-Corp cyber attack, something that was likely to land in the role of CTO, since the original one was fired after the incident. Yet unfortunately for Tyrell, this just isn't the case, as the company decides to go with another employee to hold that position. And Tyrell takes this information about as well as you would expect. The silver lining of this whole scenario is that Tyrell's wife is just as much of a power-hungry psycho as he is. They don't actually care about the implications of the cyber attack. They don't care how much this threats the whole society surrounding them, as long as they gain more power. So Tyrell's wife suggests that he should sleep with the new CTO's wife as an upcoming business party to get leverage over him. Tyrell agrees, but their scheme doesn't really go exactly according to plan, as he ends up strangling the CTO's wife on the rooftop outside the party. His mask of sanity is starting to slip. And on that note, the show transitions over towards Elliot's escapades and his attempts to sway the Chinese hacker organization back to F Society's side. He manages to score a meeting with the leader of the group, and the location is about as secure as you'd expect from someone with that kind of influence. The leader calls herself White Rose, and she gives Elliot only minutes to convince her about rejoining F Society's desolation plans, which fortunately Elliot does so successfully. Or at least he thinks it's the result of his own convincing, because deep down White Rose has ulterior motives. She represents China's greater ambitions for world conquest. She is one of the highest ranking CCP members, serving as the foreign minister, and she is part of a wider Chinese plot to prey on the atomized, lonely culture of America and using that spirit to tear away America's world dominance. These mixing forces of America's failing progressive postmodern ideology and resentment created by it, mixed with China's plans for global domination, serve to be an incredibly dangerous concoction. Behind the surface of postmodern America are big cracks ready to take down the entire country. Once high off the Dark Army joining him, Elliot then arranges a hangout with Darlene. The course of their conversation appears to be getting more sentimental over time, so Elliot takes the opportunity to go in for a kiss. However, everything gets quickly shot back down to reality. Darlene reacts in shock, as if she's been struck by a lightning bolt, and through the conversational fallout, Elliot realizes something that had completely escaped his mind up until this point. Darlene is actually his sister, and as you'd expect, Elliot doesn't take this information very well, and he starts questioning if he's losing his mind. He even directly accuses the audience of working against him.
The whole time.
Who are you?
Elliot has his backup plan for this problem in the form of a blank CD stored in his private data folder. The contents of the CD show childhood photos of a young Elliot with a supposedly dead father, none other than Mr. Robot, who seemingly out of nowhere appears on Elliot's doorstep upon his realization. Mr. Robot manages to interact alone with Elliot, just long enough to take him to a graveyard, but Darlene and Angela are already looking for him. Elliot appears to them as deranged and rambling, talking to thin air as if it was a person, and here it's revealed that Mr. Robot is indeed Elliot. As right next to his father's grave, Elliot realizes he has been imagining Mr. Robot the entire time. Mr. Robot has been acting as Tyler Durden throughout the entire runtime, doing things like founding F Society and having private meetings with Tyra Wellick, all without the real Elliot's knowledge. But this is just because this is Elliot's shadow side. This is his repressed dark shadow self. This is the monster within Elliot, the repression that is manifested out of him. This sends Elliot into a total mental breakdown, only until Tyrell appears in his room. Having just been fired from E-Corp, Tyrell is through with them and wants to immerse himself fully as a member of the society. He has known about the organization's debt erasure plans all along and offers himself up to take a crucial role in getting the hack executed properly. Everything is now falling into place. F Society's revolution is ready to go. It's all just seemingly too good to be true, until Elliot wakes up 3 days later in an unmarked car with no memory of what transpired over the course of his time asleep. Despite Elliot's initial confusion, it's quickly revealed what really happened. Elliot had been acting as Mr. Robot throughout the 3 days working with Tyrell, and they managed to pull off F Society's operation without a hitch. Everyone's debt has now been erased, all thanks to the now publicly celebrated F Society. Little does anyone know the impending disaster awaiting them, because for a while all the regular civilians around New York are partying. Everyone's celebrating their debt being erased. They're celebrating this new transformative period in history. It seems like this postmodern dystopia is finally crumbling into the ground. But Elliot obviously still has a lot of issues to work out, namely the persona, who is having no issue taking over his mind by force, causing Elliot to lose it in the middle of Times Square. And it's here where we get to see one of the most poignant speeches ever put to TV, given by Mr. Robot himself. The speech called The Kingdom of Bullshit. When Elliot tries to get Mr. Robot to disappear by dismissing him and saying that he's not really there, it's actually Mr. Robot who gives Elliot the reality check. All he has to do is take a look around. This whole world he lives in is built on a fantasy, full of synthetic emotions in the form of pills, psychological warfare in the form of advertising, mind-altering chemicals in the form of food, brainwashing seminars in the form of media, controlled, isolated bubbles in the form of social networks. It's all here and it's happening right now. Just look at our world and you'll easily be able to see what Mr. Robot is talking about. This is why F Society happened in the first place. This is why America is on the brink of a revolution. Our society is subjecting people to conditions that make them unhappy perpetually, then prescribes the medication to take away their unhappiness. There is also a constant heavy push by the elites for artificial and synthetic foods that is constantly being shoved down everyone's throats. The Impossible Whopper Burger, GMOs, all the synthetic and plant-based meats. And in regards to a controlled, isolated social network bubble, one only has to look as far as things like the metaverse and TikTok to see what's really happening. These apps are specifically designed to hook users in and take away all of their attention. As we all know, they put you into an artificial reality, they create the culture that we live in. Mr. Robot summarizes all of these points as well as anybody can, and so the series really ends on this point, and it's clear what Mr. Robot is trying to tell us. The whole reason for F Society is just this release from subversive control. Elliot's pain, his madness, his delusionment, his loneliness is the byproduct of a culture that he lives in, his warped and corroded habitus. It seems like at the end, he's going sane in an insane world, and almost everyone around him are indifferent. The culture is uncaring. All the lives of quiet desperation is just part and parcel of life in the modern world, where we are numb to a drab deluge of wholly meaningless plastic culture that shows us nothing but vicious hostility to anyone trying to express authenticity. Elliot, Tyrell, Angela, Darlene, all of them feel this deeply, and with the pain of their loved ones dying at the hands of E-Corp, they want revenge. Because of this binding resentment, no one in American society is actually standing to defend the system. No one wants to protect it because no one feels the benefits from that system anymore. Nobody in Mr. Robot has any connection to it, so they choose to destroy it and begin anew. And in the final act, this repression is finally released when F Society begin their attack, with Mr. Robot really highlighting that when the population is weakened and subverted, society falls. The danger here lies in the fact that this is a breeding ground for foreign agents like China to take over. In Mr. Robot, this is represented with the Chinese Dark Army exploiting these feelings in American society to conquer and take over. This is all a government ploy for world domination, and it's something that isn't all too dissimilar from what we see today, and the results of this become more and more clear as the series continues. It's a harrowing reflection of where the West is currently headed. In a way, it's this monopolistic, nihilistic, materialistic culture that is tearing down the fabric of Western civilization. Mr. Robot shows that you can't just replace friendship, love, and community, all the things that the radical atomization and isolation of modern life destroys. Which is why Mr. Robot is just so great. It serves as a warning of where the destruction of happiness and community leads to, and it shows even better how this is exploited by foreign agents to further their political ambitions. But sadly, this is a warning that seems to have been totally ignored.
Streamfer. Welcome to my channel.
One right here, startup company. Also, this video is sponsored by Dislight. Until then, it's time for new game. First things first, it's character creator time. And for our name, we're going with an old favorite, Chad. Can't wait to hit the slopes. Oh, we have limited characters this time. Fair enough, we'll slim it down. How about we'll still make his name Chad Broski, but we'll still give him a nickname of just bro. And of course, he's got locks of blonde hair. Oh, the choices are too many. We're gonna go with this one because he has a larger forehead, and obviously that means he's got more brains. I like how he looks down like that's not at all true. And now let's move on to clothing. What are you trying to do with this normal looking attire? What, do you want to look presentable in daily life? Or attractive? Or business ready? I think you've left us no choice but to go with muscle tee with a really thick turtleneck. Yeah. And thank God we can have that in black. What a stud. And now we need to get rid of those pesky pants. Business gurus don't wear jeans. They wear cargo shorts. And not just any cargo shorts. Camouflage pattern ones. And now for the shoes. Dress shoes, obviously. And we'll go brown so they clash. Wow, look at that ensemble. Are you here for every CEO job ever? Because you look ready for it. Strap on your bros because you're broing in. Ah, good. This is what I wanted in my business game. Some tragic backstory. It's been 3 months since Grandma died. I know that I'm an adult now, that I'm 18 years old, but blah, blah, blah. Continue. Okay, so here we are in...
Hey, kid, I hope you're feeling better. Anyway, I talked with a...
Not now, story. I want to check out the game. Okay, so here we are in Big Ambitions. You know, I don't know why, but this is not what I was expecting. I didn't realize we'd be able to run in front of cars and upset people. And you know, I couldn't help but notice a couple of things here. One, we're a stud. And two, we have a couple of meters here. We have energy, not to mention hunger and thirst, and happiness. And we have $15,000 in our pocket as we stand and block traffic at midnight. And also, the game really wants me to go to 45 3rd Street, which if we look at our objectives here, we have some tasks from Uncle Fred, which must have been this guy that we shut up instantly. You know what? Let's worry about all that later. I want to see what happens when our energy runs out right here. So here goes nothing. Well, looks like we have a free moment, so let's pull out our mobile and take a gander at our sponsor. And that's Dislight, which is free to play on Android and iOS and is full of fat beats. If you haven't heard me talk about Dislight before, it's a turn-based role-playing game set in a futuristic world with an emphasis on being an audio-visual experience. It also focuses on showing off classic mythological figures in a whole new light and calling them espers. Like, this is Thor. How dapper. And right now, Dislight has just launched 2 new espers. Twin sisters named Athena and Nyx. Athena, or Leora, is serious and meticulous, whereas Nyx, or Elaine, is, well, none of those things. But in a good way. See, look at those sick moves. And you'll want them in your party of mythological misfits, which means taking part in a limited time event where players can control Athena through a labyrinth-like world to uncover the mysterious story around these 2 brand new characters. And from doing this, you'll get Nyx for free during the event. That's a 5-star hero. So if this sounds good to you, or if the fat beats sound good to you, or if you sound good to you, there's a linky in the description and also QR code you can scan to download the game for yourself for free. And use promo code Dusk and Dawn to get massive rewards as well. And thanks again to Dislight for sponsoring. Okay, all of our energy is gone, but we're not starving yet. But Chad Broski isn't afraid of such things, especially when Chad Broski's been holding up traffic for hours. I might give them a little temptation that things are getting better, but don't worry, it's just Chad having a little fun. Oh, there we go. It's nap time. Oh boy, we're being taken to the hospital. You had no more energy and passed out. The local authorities transported you here to the hospital to recover. All the way here to the hospital waiting room. Well, lucky me. I guess while we're here, we should probably check out our surroundings. You don't care, do you? You look pretty busy on that computer doing nothing. Yeah, something tells me you're not gonna mind. Okay, so let's see. We've got the salad bar, which when I clicked, he's automatically running all the way around. He must know something we don't. Never mind. He just wanted to be over here, I guess. The salad bar remains out of our reach. You think this doctor cares that I'm just in his office? Hey, you know, while I'm here, could you explain for me why I passed out for no reason? Oh, sorry, I didn't realize you were busy too. And then when I click on his desk, Oh, good, we have a seat. And even though the game says we're not able to offer you any of our special treatments, I couldn't help but notice that time is still passing. Do you think he ever goes home? Only one way to find out. Also, what the hell is this? Oh, wow, someone's in for a crazy night, huh? Is this pizza cereal? I mean, whatever, I would try it. Well, here it is, 10 a.m. the next day. Doc, how are you feeling? Because I don't know if anyone's ever told you this, but you have amazing posture. Oh, I think Chad's getting tired. Oh, how nice of you to get up just to pass out again. You're being taken to the hospital. Well, I would certainly hope so. What an expensive hotel this basically is. Oh, hey, you know what I just noticed? I'm down to $11,000. Oh, well, good golly, Miss Molly. It turns out it costs us $2,000 every time we do this. Anyway, with $4,000 left than we started, let's go take a gander outside. Ugh, the game really wants us to go to this objective. And you can see more about that if we open up our BizPhone 1.0. And now let's go to Google Maps. Oh my goodness, here we are. I believe this is actually New York, by the way. Or I mean, some of it. There appears to be limits to how far we can go over here. Ugh, road closed, but there's probably viable businesses over there. Look at this lady sitting here waiting to cross the street. Hey, dummy, there's no cross traffic. Okay, you win this round. I guess this side of the city is just quarantined. Also, I'm using a free cam that's not supposed to allow you to get this close. As you can tell by my stunning appearance. Well, whatever, there's more fun to be had. Excuse me, share the road, please. Haha, take that. You have to stop for the lights and I don't. Hold on, I'm lane changing. Ow. Hey, you're lucky I don't sue. Instead, look at my shorts. Don't you realize you're talking to an 18-year-old future CEO? Oh yeah, see, there you go. Get a good look. Don't worry, I'll wait. As will all these other cars. Oh, now we've done it. Oh yeah, good. Give the grill a little kiss before you pass out. Wow, here we are again. Okay, let's try this again. Oh my goodness, and what's this? It looks like a coffee shop of sorts. And we can actually go into any of these buildings. And look at that, there's a whole establishment in here. I know this sounds obvious, but we've got tables and chairs and croissants. And soda cans. And busy employees. All the things you need to have a functioning business. Except a little light on the decor, I see. Hey, can I come over here and serve myself? You guys don't mind that I'm back here, right? You need to interact with the cashier to purchase an item, but they only taste good if I steal them. But the whole point about this is a running business in the world with, oh my god, look at all this business. What a freaking nightmare. Imagine waiting in line for this. Imagine being one of these people, merging with other people's bodies just for that sweet, sweet cup of coffee. But also imagine if we wanted to run this business. And that's pretty much what this game is all about. I mean, not specifically this place. I don't actually work here. I'm just painfully in the way. But the point is, we could buy this place. Like, check this out. Click on the old Bizman down here, and you get all kinds of fun stats that I don't really care about except for the words send business takeover. But we can't do that yet because this place has a valuation of $2,700,000. But beyond that, there's a bunch of good information like the market value and the customer capacity, which I don't believe for a second. Hey, wait, where's everybody going? Oh, is it closing time? Well, aren't you all so polite? Well, okay, fine. I guess we should leave too. No, wait, I forgot to order my coffee. Let me back in. This business is currently closed. Tip, you can sleep on benches. Oh my god, it's like this game knows what I want and need. I mean, it is 11 o'clock at night, and we're looking a little tuckered out. So quickly, let's go find a park bench to sleep on. Let's see, if I were a park bench, where would I be? My god, this is surprisingly hard to find a bench to sleep on. Ah, here we go. A park bench all for me, while this guy watches me sleep. I guess it's a good thing I don't care. Nighty-night. Oh, we're back. Hello. Thank you, kind citizen, for protecting me in my sleep. And I hope you're well situated because we're going for round 2. I need my park bench beauty sleep and I need it now. Well, good news. It looks like when you sleep like this over and over again, turns out you don't need food, just energy. I mean, look how young and spry we are. Out of my way, ambulance. I'm feeling too good to stop. Oh my god, this makes me so happy. This fancy car wants to pass so badly. And every time it thinks it has a chance, it doesn't. In fact, where does it think it's going? No! Anyway, the whole town is in coffee shops. If you take a quick gander, there's actually all kinds of stuff. Like if we toggle on all of the active businesses, that sure is a lot of activity. For example, let's go take a look at, actually, hold on. Are you gonna use all that bench? Because I mean, if you're not, I wouldn't mind taking a quick little nap. Oh, you know, never mind. I'll just take a nap right here. Thanks for the $2,000 ride back to the hospital. Actually, this makes me wonder something. If they're gonna take $2,000 of my dollars every single time I pass out, will they still charge me if I don't have any money? I mean, we know the answer's probably gonna be yes, but there's only one way to find out. out. Isn't that right, disgruntled doctor with a torn shirt? Okay, good night. If you could put me on the other side of the thing, that'd be nice. Hey, look, personal goal achieved. Become hospitalized 5 times. We're doing such good things for ourselves. Ah, yeah, you don't know me yet, but you will. I'm the guy that's gonna pass out in your waiting room. This actually takes a while to do, by the way. I'm trying to get my laps in to see if he'll just pass out a little faster. Doc, you gotta help me. I think I need to pass out right here on the floor behind you. Hey, thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank God there's so many places to pass out in a hospital. Okay, here we are, moment of truth. We're down to our last 1,000, which means one more and we'll be in the negatives. Yeehaw! And for this last one, let's go get some fresh air. Haven't passed out in the middle of an intersection in a while, and I feel like now is the time. Oh, and how convenient. An ambulance to catch me when I fall. And here we are on day 18. Total profit 0. Oh, we're just in debt now. I don't know why I didn't see that coming. Okay, hang on a second. Now that I'm in the negative money range, can I still run around and buy goods and services? Like if I go into this place, the green salad. Hello, sir. Yes, I would like to buy a soda and a salad and a burger and a hot dog and some french fries. I don't have this $23.90, but surely you'll understand. I have to get in line. Well, of course I do. Hello, may I have all my things, please? I love how the employee actually has to walk and pick up each individual thing. Thank you, I'll take it. Oh, okay, I don't have enough money. But I couldn't help but notice I'm still in the queue. Oh, wait a minute. Does everybody just have to wait on me now? Are you serious? Am I just tying up this whole register? Are we forever locked in a game of chicken to see who blinks first? I bet you people behind me are really happy you picked this line. But yeah, it looks like we're gonna be here for all of eternity. Forever locked into a stalemate, while this other employee back here does all the work. I mean, I could end this suffering by just leaving the queue. But why would I do that? Because now I think we need to know how long we can hold these people up in line. Hopefully forever. Oh, guess it's closing time. I mean, for these people, not for us. Wait a minute, what is the cashier doing now? It looks like they're collecting all my items again, and then it's like, you don't have enough money, and then they try to do it all over again. Oh my god, this is amazing. It never stops. The transaction fails, and then they try again, even after they're closed. Well, I guess now we have to see how long this is gonna go, and see if this person just keeps trying to do this forever. Well, we're still here. These employees never went home, by the way, but they're working again, I can tell you that much, and I can't imagine why, but these idiots queued up behind me again. Also, for some weird reason, our guy looks a little tired of standing. But more wild than that is our energy is all the way gone. As far as I can tell, we should be passing out by now, but we're not. You know what that means, right? How long can we stand in line? And how long will this employee put up with this? Well, as you can see, we're still here. It's now day 27. We haven't passed out yet. I guess we should see what happens if we actually leave the queue. Something tells me I know what's gonna happen. Oh, good. I'm glad to see it's business as usual. Well, I guess that kind of makes sense. Okay, well, I think we know where this is going, right? Are we in agreement that we need to find out something? Like that if we go into one of these establishments and we hit up the worker here, I'll have 1 soda, please. Why do I have to wait in line? What kind of honor system is this? I was there first. Anyway, we need to see if there's a limit to how long we can hold up this line. Whether it's days, months, or years, I think we need to know. So hold, please. Okay, so here we are. It's day 2,379. You might notice that we look a little older than we did before, and also that we're not in the same restaurant anymore. That's because the game crashed at some point after I left it on for days at a time, and by that point, the restaurant had gone out of business. So when I'd load back in, it was gone, and I had to find another one. As you can see, now we're 57 years old. And because so many days have passed, you would assume if you take this number and divide it by 365 days in a year, that it means he would have aged 6.5 years. But it turns out that's not the case. He was 18 when we started. He aged 39 years, which I think means each year is about 60 days. What a trooper. Here, why don't you take a load off? There you go. Back to the hospital we go. Oh, hey, look who's still alive.
He has a cheap apartment that you could probably afford.
Hey, Uncle Fred, I got some bad news. I'm pretty sure my negative $9,000 can't afford that. And also, definitely not a kid anymore. Oh, God. Well, whatever. Let's head on over to 3rd Street and see what the game does when we can't afford it. Whoa there, cowboy. How dare you try to hit a geriatric? Okay, here we finally are. Here on 3rd Street. And this must be the place. Ah, yes, I see it's available for rent for $44 a day. And as predicted, we don't have enough money. Well, I guess we're not finishing the tutorial. Let's see if we can find a way to shore up our own money. So my first thought is obviously let's head over to a bank. Oh, thank goodness, there's one in the area and everything. Okay, I think this is the place. Jensen Capital. Yep, this must be the right place. Need a loan? We can help. Don't mind if I do. Business is closed. Chad is incensed, but not that incensed. I'll just wait on this bench. I'm sure this guy won't mind. See you in 4 hours, followed by 4 more hours, and 4 more, and 4 more. Okay, geez, are you finally open? Thank you. Well, this sure is an unassuming place. Hello, I'm here for my interrogation, please. This definitely feels legitimate, and not like a mafia front at all. Well, whatever. Chad needs money and you've got it. Isn't that right, Larry? Larry the desk. Hi there, how can we help you today? New loan. Amount to loan. How much you got, Larry? Unfortunately, we're not able to handle a combined loan amount of more than $40,000 per client. Larry, I'm very unhappy about this. $40,000 it is then. I'm afraid that's more than we can offer you. Can't lend you more than 15 grand. Larry, you're lucky I'm broke and old. Fine, 15,000. We can definitely help you with that. Yes, thank you, Larry. Thank you for helping me pay off my $9,000 hospital bill. Wait, can I just apply for another loan? I'm sorry, we can't give you a loan with your current economy. Fine. If I didn't have places to be right now, I would use your bathroom and I wouldn't hold back. Actually, now that we have that money, can we just invest it? Let's see, investment fund, huh? And some of the risk is low, but one of them is medium. What is the worst that could happen there? Have all of my money. And now if you'll excuse me, Larry, I'm just gonna stand awkwardly behind you while I check my stocks. No, I don't care that you're technically closed. Okay, so far in the last 2 minutes, no change. Well, that's okay, I'll wait. Okay, that's not the line I want to see. I don't want to see the price go from 6,000 down to a disturbingly low 5,998. How dare you lose $2? I think I know how we can speed up time so that our investments could mature faster. Time to sleep over and over and over again. Look at that, it's already paying off. Over the last 4 days, our investments have lost $6 whole. Meanwhile, every day, we have to pay back $9 in loan interest. What I'm trying to say is this is really working out for us. Oh my god, it's finally happening. 13 days in, the line graph is changing. We're almost back to the original 6,000. Okay, so I've continued to sleep on this park bench. It is now day 2,523. We've been bleeding out $9 every day, but I've got some good news. Oh my god, look, it's happening. Our initial 6,000 is now 6,101. And also, we're now 60 years old, but I don't feel a day over 16. Anyway, back to sleeping. Okay, so we got good news and we got bad news. First, some good news. There was a cigarette shop here and now it's gone. Now it's a coffee shop. And now for some bad news. It is now day 4,036. Mr. Broski is now 85 years old. Oh, you tired old man. Speaking of tired, this is how he walks now. Like, it doesn't even matter how much sleep he gets. He's just constantly hunched over. Anyway, back into Jensen Capital. Oh my goodness, Larry, you're still here.
Greetings, gentlemen and ladies. I'm the old Diablo 4 is going to be coming out. It's going to game for me. A lot of copy money selling to the casual audience, and Diablo 4 is exactly 1 month from today. So I'm going to try something really crazy and overly ambitious. So the last few days I've been just kind of playing around with some fun stuff. I imported the Diablo 2 Sorceress model into Unreal Engine, uploaded that, played around with some visual spell effects, and uploaded it to YouTube. I was, just having fun playing around with it. But you know what? You know what I noticed? I know what you noticed. I noticed that a lot of you guys were writing in the comments some interesting things. Diablo 2 remake in Unreal Engine 5. Exactly what I didn't know that I needed as a Diablo 2 player. I think this is so freaking cool. I'm amazed. Wouldn't it be nice to have a third-person MMO instead of Sanctuary? This should be the next Diablo 2 remake, etc., etc. And the comments have been like extremely positive. And so it's put this wild idea in my mind. I was wondering to myself, I wonder if I could make a, Diablo. Obviously, I can't make a Diablo brand game because I don't own the rights to Diablo. But we got Path of Exile, we've got Grim Dawn, and all these other sort of Diablo-esque games. What if, in the next 1 month, I did absolutely nothing but work on a Diablo clone, which would be my personal, how I would want a Diablo 2 Resurrected sequel to be. What if I were to work on a spiritual successor to Diablo 2 Resurrected, or Diablo 2? And it got me thinking, That's kind of a crazy challenge. That is a crazy, crazy challenge. You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking I just might do it. I'm thinking I just might do it, and what I'm thinking I might just do is post some updates along the way as I'm working on this kind of crazy challenge. Like, I'm just one dude, and I'm going to try to do this in 1 month. And I'm not going to obviously be able to complete a whole game in 1 month, but I bet you I could create a very playable amount of, let's say, demo content. I bet you I could create a playable amount, maybe a number of levels, maybe a number of items, maybe a number of spells, etc. I bet you I could create enough to get a real flavor and feel for what I would want a Diablo. And if you guys like it, a full game, maybe. Again, like I say, obscenely ambitious, probably impossible, but you know what? Anyway,
step number one,
so I'm not
all copyright.
and with our inferno spell, just have like a super fun time flying around, scorching the land. I mean, who wouldn't enjoy it?
No. Here, how come you're still so young? Anyway, if you can see from our income, we're almost at negative 15,000. This is from that loan taking away $9 a day for the last 1,655 days. But enough about that. How did our investments do? Well, this doesn't look very good, but overall, the value went from 6,000 to 11.1 thousand. Wow, what a deal. You mean I can't just roll the dice on one investment and expect it to work out? Excuse me, Sonny. Can I have another loan, please? And no, I won't look you in the eyes. Chad Broski's focusing on not dying from old age. All right, fine, Larry, if you're gonna be this way. See if I care. I'll just keep aging up until my investments overtake the loan. Okay, so the craziest thing just happened. Here I was, just standing here, awkwardly, when all of a sudden, disaster struck. Because you see, it's day 4,320, and in a very short time, we're gonna go from 89 years old to 90. And it turns out that when you turn 90, something wild happens. Yep, here we are. Now, I couldn't tell you why everyone's hair is pink, but you know, I'm not all that concerned. I'm just shocked that anybody knew who I was. Also, am I just being buried in a park somewhere? How come there's no other tombstones around here? So I guess now we know. You die at 90, and the game is kind enough to turn back time to 70. Thank you, I will. Ah, here we are again. So youthful. And look, the tobacco shop is back. And thankfully, this time we know what we need to do when it comes to our investments. And we're gonna pull out this 8,000 something dollars. Okay, now we have at least a little cash on us, and we're gonna need that because we're on borrowed time. And let me show you something I actually learned about before I died. So here we are back in the hospital. You remember this guy? Well, I learned something interesting about him, which is that he offers an extended warranty. Tell me more. I'll cut right to the chase. What we're gonna do is inject you with something called blah 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 blah. A few minutes after the injection, your body will start to revert your aging. Typically, we see a client's body age decrease by 10 years, and obviously we're gonna need this, but it costs $700 million. So we've got 20 years to make it happen, and I know just where to start. If you take a look on our map here, all the way down at the dock is an interesting looking little building. Now this may look very unassuming at first, but it does hold a little secret. As a ticket house. What does that even mean? Turns out something's coming our way that can be of use to us, and that's a casino, because God do I like conjuring money from nothing. I like that it's also this random casino boat, and I'm the only one here. A gambling ship all for me? You shouldn't have, but in order to get on board, we have to go over to the ticket house and buy a casino boat ticket for $5,000. No problem, we barely have that. Thanks for picking up me and just me on this pleasure cruise. Welcome to international waters. Good luck. Okay, so let's see, we've got slot machines, and we've got blackjack, and we've also got roulette. Welcome to roulette. How much would you like to bet? All of it. Red only. Best of luck, everyone. Congratulations, you won!
Oh my god, I'm so excited for this.
Hold, please. Well, not a bad haul for one night. We return in the morning with $35 million in our pocket. Thanks for having me aboard. The main thing that's limiting us is on the roulette tables, the maximum bet you can have is $10 million. Or excuse me, $9,999,999. So for us to get to our $700 million, it's possible, but that's going to be a lot of gambling. And why would we do that when there's a big city out there just waiting for us? Okay, after this nap. Okay, you spry 70-year-old, it's time to go start a business. Oh, and you know what? Here's the first thing we're gonna do. We're gonna head to 45 3rd Street, which is an objective that Uncle Fred has had for us for the last 70 years, so we might as well finally get that out of the way. Okay, here we are. 45 3rd Street. So we could rent it for $9 a day, or we can send a building purchase offer, even though the building isn't for sale. And if the market value is 1.4 million, what if we offer 2 million? Send offer. The building owner accepted your offer. You're now the owner of 43 3rd Street. 43? Whoops. I bought 43 3rd Street, not 45. Oh god, this is awkward. Okay, don't panic. I know how to fix this. We can make it look like we did that on purpose by just buying out the whole block. And if we ever get to the point where there's something that costs more than we have, well, then I think we know what happens next. Why, yes, I would like to come aboard. Okay, now we've done it. We own every building on the left and right side of this street. Look at this. We got kebabs. We've also got a discount market, not to mention a quick one-stop. You know, this feels like a conflict of interest, but I don't think that's my problem. And there's so much more. We've got it all on this one street. Oh, geez, I hate choosing. Do I want to go to Joe's Hot Dogs or this Joe's Hot Dogs? Excuse me, cars. I own this street now. You can't just drive anywhere you feel like it. Just like you, citizen. You stop right. What is this? Grace's office flowers. What the hell? Well, it's exactly what you think it is. It's a flower shop owned by Grace. Well, listen, you wouldn't know this guy behind the counter, but now I've got to make this entire chain's life miserable. All because of your boss whose name is Grace. So let's head back outside, and we're gonna open up a competing business as close by as we can. And I don't think it can be right next door, because that's a residential area. But ooh, look at this. Buckle up, 365 Tobacco, because I'm gonna rent this building to myself instead. Ta-da! And also, the moment I close this screen, the existing employee just evaporated. Look at this. The storefront is already gone. Oh wow, and the place is already vacant. I'm not sure how you did it, but thanks, I guess. Either way, it's time. Let's start a new business. For now, we're gonna focus on being a florist, just so we can crush Grace. Enter name of your business. Don't shop there. Ah yes, how professional looking. Yes, it definitely doesn't look like this place has beef with this other place. You know, we might as well include Joe's Hot Dogs. They didn't do anything wrong, but whatever. Let's change this to that. Ah yes, thanks game, that's definitely what I meant. Ah, whatever, it gets the point across. So the game is kind enough to let us know that there's a couple of things we need to do, such as we need at least one product, we need a cash register, and shopping baskets. See, still my heart, this is all too exciting. Let's start with a cash register, which you might be wondering, where does one go for that? Well, that's easy. The furniture store. Let's go take a look in fake IKEA. I'm so excited to go shopping. Me and all these other people. Oh, are we going in as a group? Is that what's happening? I love watching these customers do their thing. Just ransacking everything. I don't think I would have it any other way. Now, I'm civilized, and that's why I'm getting a cart. Out of the way, everybody. Serious shopper coming through. Don't forget, this is for your business. So let's get one of these forever alone beds. Ooh, and also maybe a plant. My god, this really does feel like real IKEA, doesn't it? Well, I definitely don't remember doing this when I was shopping at IKEA. Just cruising down the street. Pardon me, day drinkers. I have a bed for one I need to put together. And here we are. And now that we have our supplies here, we get to do something even more fun. Individually unpack the boxes. And let's place that, oh, I don't know. There we go, perfect. And we'll put the plant right here so people have to walk the other direction. Oh yeah, looking great. And wouldn't you know, it's bedtime. Oh my god, look how he sleeps. Now that is the sleep of kings. Okay, now that we're up again, we got a big day ahead of us. We actually bought none of the things we need. Turns out I went to the wrong store. We didn't need the furniture store. We needed the office supplies store. Let's go on an adventure. Oh, I think this is the place. Yes, this place right here. You wouldn't know it, of course, because their sign is all the way up here. Although I'm not seeing the cash register machines, which is what I thought I needed. Hello, I would like some assistance, please. Well, looks like we're at the wrong store again. Where the hell are we supposed to be? Oh, I bet it's the appliance store, isn't it? Oh, silly me, I went to the wrong place again. Okay, here we are. Square Appliances, your local supplier of quality products. God, I certainly hope so. Finally, there they are. Hi, I would like to buy things. Hold on, I don't have good control of my shopping cart. Hey, you, wannabe Twitch streamer, ring up all my crap. Let's see, where should we put the shopping carts? Can we put them in here? In the break room? As a matter of fact, we can. So that people have to awkwardly go all the way over here to get one. And then we'll put our cash register right back over here. Yes, good. And finally, our shelving units. Okay, good. What a weird, gross-looking storefront. Complete with the owner just Blair Witching in the corner. But we still need a product. God, so needy. I'm gonna assume that's the wholesale store. Oh, hey, and you know what? It turns out you can use taxis to get places. Well, don't mind if I do. Wow, only $25? You bring the cart with me? And the answer is yes. What a deal. Oh, wow. It's a warehouse, all right, complete with all the little things we might need. Oh, here's what we're looking for. Expensive and cheap flowers. But I think it's time we did some shopping in style with a different piece of equipment. You know, I don't know what it is, but this feels like it's gonna be a bad idea. Oh, well, not a me problem. Anyway, let's just go pick up some flowers. Yep, this seems like enough of them, right? Hi there, I would like to buy these things, please. No, I don't want to look you in the eyes. You can only buy boxes which are in your hands, on a hand truck, or in your car's trunk. My car's trunk? Wait right here. I'll be right back. I didn't know we could buy our own car. Well, shiver me timbers, a car dealership. Okay, so we've got General U.S. trucks, but further down the street, it looks like we've got city cars. And the car options are kind of what you think they would be, which is nice, but I sure would love to know what the other people down the street have to offer. Oh, yeah, now we're talking. Yeah, pretty sure the option is clear. And obviously Pepto-Bismol pink. Well, I like this already. Okay, bye. Okay, now it says drive in, so let's do it. Oh my god. I gotta admit, I wasn't expecting this, but I guess it makes the forklift make more sense. You seem remarkably calm, considering what just happened behind you. Okay, wait, hang on. Before we proceed any further, I have to know something else. You know how when we first entered, there was a bunch of physics magic? Well, now I have to know something, which is what happens when we buy and drive in multiple trucks. Okay, I think I'm doing really well on the truck front. We've got not just one amazing truck here, but we've also got a second one, and a third one, and fourth, and fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th, and 11th. Actually, I miscounted. I think there's 12. Anyway, let's work on getting these trucks inside. Okay, so here's one. Already stuck. Awesome. And two, and three. Oh, yeah. This is what we like to see. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Oh. Oh, oh, yep, this is going about as well as I could have hoped. Truck goes in, mess comes out. There we go. Turns out you can fit a lot of trucks in this place, and that's really great that they don't seem very threatened by it. But maybe people do this all the time, I don't know. I'm new to the shipping business. Okay, well, time to get out and... Uh-oh. No available position found for the character. Please move the vehicle to another location. I don't know if I can do that. Why can't I just crawl down from here? Well, I guess we have no choice but to just wait and pass out in the truck. Well, turns out I was wrong. We're still here. No energy in sight, and still no way to get out of the vehicle. Never mind, I passed out. Oh, those EMTs. They just knew I wouldn't be able to part with my semi. Unfortunately, we can't drive this thing around because it's totally broken. But at least I get free parking. And more than that, we need to see if we can do this with more vehicles. All right, let's try this again. Surely we can get at least one more truck stuck, right? Only one way to find out. Easy, easy. You're doing so good. Oh, and there we go. The blessed message. I don't think you're supposed to...
Hello.
sam to pravo. Jesi ti dokumenti tu, majke, ti izgledi?
O, bože moj, pa da ako imaš jer ostavim stvari, ako tamo ne mogu stvari da stavim, pa nije to firma
nećeš dokumente
od
nositi
300
sa
radnika,
sobom.
pa šta ću nositi? Evo ti, nosi ovu faciku.
Ne, hoćeš da
To sam
stavim
mi
gore?
dao. Stavi gore. Sad znam da sam dao tebi, samo
Ajde,
mogu tebe da
izvaću ja lalicu da vidim, ako ne bude, reći.
Ima li ja? Nemaš ja sigurno.
Šta?
Rekao, ne spržeš dva etema
Imam, Ilija.
Točno te stane, šta god ćeš.
Hoću. Imaš hidrogen na onom komodu.
Već sam opravio cijeli.
Ali namaži hidrogen.
Supposed to be able to pass out in your truck, but because our character can't leave the vehicle, when you try, you're out of the vehicle for like 1 frame before being forced back in, and that's the magic. Oh no. Why would this guy choose this seat? What kind of death wish do you have? Oh god, I don't even know if I can get out of here. Why is there only one exit in a hospital? Oh, wait, I think I just lodged it. Well, this doesn't seem physically possible with the truck sticking out past the boundaries of the level. And also, oh, I'm so sorry. But more importantly, look, there's the exit. Now we can continue being a menace. You know, this is probably good enough for now. I think we've hit maximum truck occupancy for this hospital. You know what? I think my guy is too old and too rich to care about running an active business. You want to know what I somehow forgot about? I own this building. Let's just kick him out. Well, that was easy. Now let's check out our old map here and locate all the florist shops in the city. And let's do what any aspiring billionaire does. Unfairly buys out the competition. Hello there, other gray store. And now I could pay over $1 million to send them a business overtake
Welcome to my channel.
But I would rather just buy the entire building for 10 times that, just so I can kick them out instead. Sorry, Grace. Looks like you're gonna have to go somewhere else. Oh, and look, there's another one. Maybe I should leave this one alone. Just kidding. Okay, I think this is Grace's last flower shop, and we're gonna do something a little special this time, which is we're gonna send a business takeover offer. Congratulations, you're the new owner. And now we're gonna change the name. I'm Grace and I suck. Yeah, we did it, everybody. We exacted petty revenge on someone we've never seen and doesn't deserve it. It feels good to be rich. And you know what else? I don't think we need that miracle cure. I think we can just die happy. I want to thank Dislight again for sponsoring this video. If you want to check them out, there's a link in the description or a QR code covering this casket. So I hope you had fun. I know I did. And I'll see you next time.
Yes. Take care.
This video is sponsored by Raycon.
There was a period of my life where I basically had a complete mental map of every single arcade machine in a 2-mile radius from my house. A vast net thing. Super NES RPGs were the best. Final Fantasy VI, Earthbound, Chrono Trigger. To me, this was the absolute greatest time in gaming. But good things don't last forever. As Nintendo started to talk about their new Ultra 64 console, it was clear that the Super Nintendo days were coming to an end. But screenshots of new 64-bit RPGs and game magazines gave me hope for what would come next. One by one, all of those games got cancelled, but hey, at least we got Quest 64. But a few years later, after some of that bitterness washed away, I came across a bunch of screenshots that kinda brought these hopes back. This is the story of Chrono Resurrection. If you've been watching my channel for any amount of time, you can probably tell based on my song choices that Super NES RPGs were a big deal to me. And although there are a lot of classic JRPGs that came out after the Super NES, to me there was never really anything that captured that same magic again. But maybe part of that feeling is just because of all the time screenshots and Nintendo Power got my hopes up, only to leave me waiting around like Fry's dog. Final Fantasy 64. You could probably hear the saltiness in my voice because doing the research for this video got me all agitated about this game again. So it starts in 1995 as Game Magazine starts to publish pictures of what appears to be Locke, Terra, and Shadow from Final Fantasy VI in full 3D. Some of these magazines call it Final Fantasy 64, some of them call it Final Fantasy VII, and then the one that really took the ball and ran with it was Game Players. They published a whole article about how this was definitely Final Fantasy VII, and it's coming out in December of 1996. But Game Players was full of shit, because this was definitely not Final Fantasy VII, and it was definitely not coming out ever. What this actually was a tech demo where Squaresoft was simply experimenting with ideas for the next Final Fantasy game. They were trying to see what they could do with the upcoming Final 64 DVD, and considering that what they wanted to do with Final Fantasy VII would have taken 30 DVD discs, and that was the end of that.
Što ne zovneš kad se vrati s posla, za Boga?
It was HAL Laboratories that developed what was one of the last great RPGs of the 16-bit era. Of course, I'm talking about Earthbound. And where Final Fantasy 64 failed, Earthbound 64...
Gamers__lounge. Welcome to my channel. chat_for_gamers. Welcome to my channel.
pitanje.
Oh. Would surely succeed, right? And unlike Final Fantasy 64, there were
Not
a lot
34.
of different
Oh
pictures, a lot of
my
different
God.
scenes we would see in magazines
Hell no.
from this game. In particular, there's a picture of a 3D nest that really made my imagination go wild. And even better, this was actually supposed to be a release title for the 64 DD. But then you could look at the pack watch in the back of Nintendo Power and see that release date getting pushed back further and further. And then they changed it from a DD game to a regular Nintendo 64 cartridge. And as people seem to be giving up on the game, there's a tiny glimmer of hope at Nintendo Space World 1999. It was at this show that there was a playable demo of Earthbound 64 and an announced release date of March of 2000. But March of 2000 comes along, there's no Earthbound 64, and then finally, in August, they unceremoniously announced that, yeah, Earthbound ain't coming. And as for that playable demo, who knows where that thing is? It might be rotting away in somebody's basement, maybe they threw it in the garbage. Can you imagine if somebody threw Earthbound 64 in the garbage and that's just it, it's just gone now? But in retrospect, thinking about these two games, I realized that I was hoping for something that was never planned to ever actually come out. Final Fantasy 64 would become Final Fantasy 7 and it was a classic. Not as good as Final Fantasy 6, but you know, a classic nonetheless. The story that was meant to be told in Earthbound 64 was eventually told in Mother 3, and yeah, that game never received an official English version, but we all played the patch. What was really building up in my mind was this idea of playing as these characters from my favorite 2D RPGs, Locke, Terra, Shadow, Ness, in 3D. And even though that specifically was never really on the menu, it's clear that I wasn't the only one who was thinking that way. At the same time that I was growing increasingly frustrated with all these cancellations, a young developer named Nathan Lazar was thinking about how he could make his own. Well, I remember wondering back in 1999 what a 3D Chrono Trigger would look like. I realized at the time that I had to learn programming to accomplish my dream, so I started researching programming, which I had no previous experience with. In the process of learning how to program, I also learned a lot about console programming thanks to extensive research and development on Nintendo 64 and PS1, and so it began. I started to create a demo of Chrono Trigger on the Nintendo 64 as an application of what I learned. After beginning to develop his programming skills and making some small homebrew projects, Nathan started to work on his own Chrono Trigger remake that he entitled CT64. The plan for CT64 was to have two separate modes. The first mode would be a 2D mode with enhanced graphics and 3D spell effects. The second mode would be fully 3D with some cinematic camera angles based on the Ocarina of Time. Does a project like this sound a bit too ambitious for a fledgling programmer? Well, as it turns out, it was. In 2000, a year after work on CT64 began, Nathan brought the project to a halt. Nathan felt that his programming skills just weren't what they needed to accomplish what he wanted, and he wanted to take some time off to improve them. And it was during this time off that he received a job offer that would take him to Montreal to work for DC Studios. No relation to DC Comics, I'm talking about the company that made the Bratz game.
Break it down. Perfect.
Nathan worked for DC Studios for 3 years until he needed to take a significant amount of time off due to health issues. And it was during this downtime that his mind went back to CT64. Although he was undoubtedly happy to be working in his dream industry, perhaps working for the company that made Mia Hamm's Soccer 64
Great touch on the ball.
wasn't quite what he had envisioned when he was trying to make Chrono Trigger 3D. So Nathan went and updated the personal project section of his blog. Chrono Trigger Brink of Time. This was a personal project of mine a few years back. I decided to reopen my interest in this because it dawned on me that I never finished the project. I don't like not finishing things. The Chrono Trigger remake project was alive once again, this time known as Chrono Trigger Brink of Time. Nathan quickly began assembling a team of hardcore Chrono Trigger fans, including Matthew Valente, who was his original musician from CT64. Having more experience now, Nathan also had a better idea of the kinds of resources it would take to bring a project of that scale to fruition. So he narrowed down his goals a little bit, and rather than remake the entire game in 3D, he decided to stick to 10 scenes that would link together major set pieces. A lot of people did ask him about the full remake, but he said that the only way that would be possible is if Square Enix themselves said, yeah, let's fund this project. Work on Chrono Trigger Brink of Time began in April of 2003. Throughout the following year, he would provide sporadic updates, but it was still a very low-key project. At some point, he released a teaser image of the project, which was now renamed to Chrono Trigger Resurrection. This image got some people interested, but it was nothing compared to what would happen in May of 2004. It was in May of 2004 that, planned to coincide with E3, they released the official website for Chrono Resurrection. Welcome to the home of the Chrono Trigger Resurrection project. We have been vigorously working for the past year on this project, and we're excited to bring it to the public eye, in full for the first time. Chrono Trigger Resurrection is a 3D remake of Square's SNES classic Chrono Trigger. The demo, which will be released on Christmas 2004, recreates 10 of the best scenes from the original game. Currently, the demo is 25% complete. We expect to release a trailer when the demo is over 50% completed, which should be around the end of August. When the project is completed, only the PC version will be released to the public for free. The GameCube and Xbox ports are internal and only official developers for those respective platforms will be able to play them. There are various screenshots of the scenes, characters, stock art, concept art, and even some sample music located in the media section. We invite you to navigate around the rest of the website to find out any information about the project and post your thoughts on the forums. We hope you look forward to our next news update, Chrono Trigger Resurrection Team. And those screenshots in the media section were a game changer. The quality of those images far exceeded what anybody would ever have expected, especially at that point in time, what a fan game might look like. These images perfectly captured the vision of a 3D Chrono Trigger, and with Final Fantasy 64 and Earthbound 64 distant memories, it was bringing some of that same hope back to life. As a result of this, Chrono Trigger Resurrection started to receive a ton of coverage on different game websites. Basically, any gaming forum you could go to, it became the talk of the town. The official website was getting slammed with traffic to the point where they had to upgrade their hosting service. But it wasn't just the fans who were noticing this. As the game started to receive more and more attention, Nathan started to notice that the website was receiving traffic from IP addresses that were connected to Square Enix. At first he was alarmed, but then this traffic persisted for 3 months. Because so much time had passed without them ever hearing from Square, they assumed the traffic was coming from employees who were just curious. Or maybe the unlikely scenario that people had been asking for was coming true and Square was ready to fund a 3D Chrono Trigger. But then on August 24th of 2004, Nathan received a correspondence from the law offices of Kirkpatrick and Flockhart on behalf of Square Enix. We understand that you are developing Chrono Trigger Resurrection, a 3D remake of our client's Chrono Trigger game which will recreate scenes from the original game. Your conduct in this regard constitutes copyright infringement and, inter alia, violates our client's exclusive rights to prepare derivative works based on its copyrighted work. Your use of the words Chrono Trigger in connection with your remake and on your website opcoder.com, and your use of logos, scenes, characters, and other images associated with our client's games constitutes trademark and copyright infringement and false designation of origin. Accordingly, demand is hereby made that you immediately cease and desist from further development, promotion, sale, or distribution of any project which is based on or derived from our client's Chrono Trigger games, and that you cease and desist from all use of the Chrono Trigger trademark and logo, and all use of images or artwork from Chrono Trigger games. And this was kept quiet until September 18th when Nathan made this blog post. It's been a while since I have updated my website. As most of you know, I have been working on Chrono Resurrection since May like a mad dog. The project has since been cancelled at the request of the original IP owner, Square Enix Co. Ltd. While I am disappointed, I understand their legal obligation to protect their copyright. Here are some interesting notes about the production of Chrono Resurrection. Only 3,000 man-hours were consumed creating content for the 6-scene trailer between roughly 5 people. We plan to have 10 scenes in the demo. As good as the graphics looked, if we had spent a full day instead of a few hours each day working on it, it would have looked much better. Those 10 scenes were Chrono's house upstairs, Chrono's house downstairs, End of Time, Guardia Forest, Battle of Xenon Bridge, Frog cutting the cliff with the Masamune, Battle with Magus, Black Tyranno with Azala boss battle, Dalton battle on Blackbird flying over Kingdom of Zeal, Lavos battle 3 stages. Chrono, Frog, Mara, Luca, Magus, Robo would have been playable characters. Over 800,000 downloads of the normal quality trailer have been tracked so far. 500,000 of those were in the week of the announcement of the cease and desist. Over 300 employees from Square Enix downloaded the trailer within that time as well. Contrary to what some folks have said on the internet, everything we have shown is rendered in-game. This is not CG, that includes the trailer, smiley face. I have received too many emails with condolences and offers, and I am very happy people have been showing their interest. The team and I will be moving on to an original project which will start pre-production very soon. If things go as planned, we'll have a website up with some preliminary art or information. Now, I have to update the rest of the site and start coding again. Smiley face. Until next time. So once again, the hopes of RPG fans hoping to see their 2D favorites in glorious 3D were crushed. But that's not exactly where the story ends. After all, on that project page, Nathan did say that he doesn't like not finishing things. And 4 years later, on February 20th of 2006, a video appeared on a YouTube account belonging to Nathan. Although they never publicly released it, obviously for legal reasons, they did go ahead and finish the Xenon Bridge section from the trailer. And 4 years after that, Nathan went and uploaded another video showing us one of the unfinished sections. Alright, that looked cool as shit, and it's making me annoyed that this got cancelled again. But this is a story that's going to be told over and over again, because despite the fact that companies keep taking down these kinds of projects, fans keep trying to make them. And as for what happened to Nathan Lazar, in 2012 he successfully crowdfunded a game called Football Heroes. Football Heroes has grown into what appears to be a very successful series. So even though his dream project, that 3D Chrono Trigger remake, was snuffed out by Square Enix, it appears that that inspiration still led him down the right path. As soon as the first Resident Evil game completed development, Capcom knew they had a revolutionary, genre-defining hit on their hands. So work on the sequel began almost immediately, and it seemed like things were coming along quickly, with footage of the game being shown off mere months after the first game came out. But as the game came closer to completion, development was marred by internal conflicts, and ultimately, producer Shinji Mikami decided that it just didn't live up to the standards of the first game. So the game was thrown out in February of 1997, and the entire thing was rebuilt from the ground up into the game we know today. And although the Resident Evil 2 that we did get is widely regarded to be the best game in the series, hardcore Resident Evil fans have been left wondering what could have been. And many of these fans became obsessed with finding the original game. This was a search cursed by a surprising amount of misdirection and treachery. A search with a cast of characters almost as fascinating as the game itself. This is the story of Resident Evil 1.5. Ada. No. With the remake of Resident Evil 2 here, I think this is a good time to talk about one of my favorite mysteries of one of my favorite game series of all time. I'm talking about the lost original version of Resident Evil 2, commonly known as Resident Evil 1.5. Ironically, this is my second attempt at making this video because I threw out the first one. I'll never forget my excitement when I first saw the game in motion in the CD-ROM that came with Ultra Game Players magazine. And then for the months following, every single video game magazine would tease us with more and more screenshots and descriptions of what the game was like. But as you certainly know, the game we wound up getting in January of 1998 was not the same game that they had been showing us for over a year. And people actually did succeed at digging up that prototype eventually, but before I go into that insane, meandering search, I want to talk a little bit about what didn't make it to the final game. The most obvious difference between Resident Evil 1.5 and Resident Evil 2 is the characters. You're probably aware that Claire Redfield was originally going to be a motorcyclist named Elza Walker, but what you might not know is that she was originally supposed to be a relative of Forrest Spire, the sniper from Star's Bravo team. They were going to call her Rachel Spire, and while it might have been a cool way to flesh out a minor character from the first game, I think making her a Redfield was a good idea. There's also the case of Leon, who, even before the development of Resident Evil 1.5, was going to have a different name. Grant Bittman. I'm kind of glad they changed that one because, I don't know, to me Grant Bittman kind of sounds like a wienery name. Oh, hi, I'm Grant Bittman. Oh my god, I'm nauseous. Watch there be someone Grant Bittman watching this get pissed off. Leon, who was originally going to be an experienced cop and not a rookie, would never cross paths with Elza. Rather, they would meet up with a different set of characters. Leon would meet the cop Marvin, who would live much longer, and Ada, who was originally going to be called Linda. Elza would meet a character named John, who used Robert Kendo's character model, and his story arc would resemble Ben's in the final game. Elza would also meet a cop named Roy, and she would also have Sherry in her story arc like Claire, but in the earliest prototypes, Sherry had a yellow outfit. As in the finished game, both characters would meet William and Annette Birkin, and they would also meet Chief Irons, who was an ally and not a villain. There was also the case of the locations. Both versions focused heavily on the police station, but in the original 1.5 version, the police station was more of a modern US police station. They thought the modern police station was a little too boring though, so we wound up getting something that more closely resembled an art museum. Very, very early on in the game's development, they were playing around with the idea of returning to the mansion from the first game, but now obviously it would be destroyed. It was rumored that this concept was actually intended for a game called Resident Evil Dash, but there's no evidence that that game has ever existed. And the gameplay itself was a lot more ambitious too. You could have more zombies on the screen, they were infinitely spawning in some places, and it was a lot more gory. You can get blood on yourself, you would have wear and tear on your clothes, zombies could be blown in half and still crawl at you. Perhaps all that was just a bit too ambitious for the PlayStation hardware at the time. But this is all just descriptions based on screenshots and video clips and interviews and articles. The actual game, the thing that we saw in motion, had to be out there somewhere. But where was it, and who had it? Around the time that Resident Evil 2 was officially released, a sizable community was growing online asking this very question. And obviously, a thing like this is going to attract a ton of liars and scammers. People are trying to get your money or just trying to get some attention. And that did happen, but it actually wasn't terribly long until the first legitimate contact was made with someone who had access to the game. It was in 1999 that a friend of a Japanese Capcom employee contacted Kim Larson, the owner of BioFlames.com. BioFlames.com was one of the leading websites about Resident Evil 1.5, and if you ever looked the game up back in the day, you definitely came across this website. So this Japanese contact provided him with over 100 cell phone photos of Resident Evil 1.5 in motion. These pictures did not match up with any other content that was known to the community at the time, meaning they were almost certainly authentic. But maybe they got spooked or something, maybe they got in trouble because that Japanese contact disappeared almost immediately and has never been heard from again. And after that contact was made throughout the years, all kinds of rumors would spread about private collectors and Capcom employees who had access to the game and were keeping it to themselves. It was on November 29th of 2006 that a forum user named RandomWav spelled out exactly what was verified to exist of the game. The 1.5 community know of only a few betas, all of which are not for sale under any circumstance. If those betas were to find themselves to the public, the original beta testers could find themselves in a lot of trouble with Capcom. Each beta Capcom issued has, to my knowledge, a small file which contains certain code that Capcom can use to see who was the beta tester. Capcom used this with the beta tester who leaked the early build of the final Resident Evil 2, and that guy almost got put behind bars due to the agreement he signed with Capcom. Until those agreements run out, we will not see a rip of the betas. Now, the betas exist. However, the people who own them either won't risk releasing them, or they're within private collectors' hands. This is true of the 3 known copies of 1.5. 2 are in private collector circles, and 1 is still with the ex-Capcom employee. With Capcom taking these leaks so seriously, there's absolutely no way any of these copies would get out to the public, except in the unlikely scenario that someone either betrayed a source or got out of a contract. What's the easiest way to get out of a contract? Die, of course. And legend has it that that's exactly what happened. And I say legend has it because this is more of a hearsay thing than anything with concrete proof, but it's said that in 2007 there was an estate sale belonging to a deceased Capcom employee. Among the assets that were for sale were Resident Evil 2 prototypes. And the timing of this estate sale makes sense because it was shortly after it that a prominent member of the Resident Evil 1.5 community, a guy named .50cal, was approached with the opportunity to purchase this prototype. I was contacted by a friend in the assembler community around late September who started asking me if I would be interested in Biohazard 1.5. Naturally, I was curious, so I asked for more details. He said that an old contact who has it was recently making suggestions that he may be interested in selling it. Not wanting to lose it, but unable to afford the asking price myself, I enlisted the help of a few figureheads of the RE communities. We all pulled our money together and waited for word from my friend. All was going as planned, and we were waiting on video proof from the seller. This dragged on for a while until October 10th. I was told that the disc was already sold for a measly $300. We had been offering a bit over $4,000 for it. Once I informed the group, we were pretty disheartened, but held out hope that whoever bought it would hopefully release more information on it, or even release it since it was such a low amount that was paid. Over the next few weeks, my friend informed me that it was sold because it was offered to this person first. Apparently, the buyer hadn't contacted the seller until he had already moved on to us as the possible buyers. And shortly after receiving the bad news, a brand new entry appeared on the official PlayStation Museum website, a website dedicated to cataloging PlayStation rarities. Resident Evil 1.5, featuring never-before-seen photos and video clips. Obviously, the purchaser of the prototype was the owner of the PlayStation Museum website, a person who came to be known as the Curator. And the Curator very quickly became one of the most hated personalities among the Resident Evil 1.5 community. At first, prominent users of the community such as .50cal tried to befriend the Curator. And at first the Curator would ask them for help with things like translations and debugging and item lists. And they would gladly help, thinking that they were getting on this guy's good side and he might help them out with the game. But whenever they would ask about buying the game or potentially getting a copy, he would just ignore them. Eventually, he would claim to be receiving death threats and go on a bizarre trolling campaign that included things like faking videos pretending to be a Japanese owner of the game, demanding free PSPs and pictures of women who look like Elsa Walker, and eventually he put the prototype on eBay for $125,000. After months of back and forth, .50cal had finally had enough, and he just closed a statement on December 30th with this. So where are we now? Curator scoops the disc from under the community for $300 and states his intentions soon after. I believe I have said this already, and I don't mean to throw fuel on the fire, but I personally have never had the urge to play RE 1.5, and I never understood why everyone was so interested in the game. I volunteered to test the game based on the fact that it's an important piece of PlayStation history, and in his review, he states he's played 1.5 more than Biohazard 2 itself, which couldn't have been very long considering he only had the disc for a few days when it went up. Then he tries to get as much information from the community as possible about the game, translations, item locations, etc., before giving them a big shuck you and cutting off all contact. He then registers YouTube and forum accounts attempting to conceal his identity, goading people into paying exorbitant amounts of money for the disc while simultaneously ignoring real offers from the community to purchase it for a healthy sum. Finally, in late December, he puts it on eBay for $125,000 with an eBay name, BioFlames, an obvious insult thrown at the community. He's shown that he is nothing but a child throughout all this, trying to get people's hopes up that a real sale will come, while saying he's interested in selling it, and then ignoring real offers from the community. And from that point on, there would be a lead here, a lead there, a few more verified copies of the game floating around, but none of them could be sold or released. It wasn't until 2011 that another potential seller appeared. A user named Darkmoon reflected on this experience a few years later. About a year and a half ago, a longtime friend of mine and a well-respected member of the Resident Evil community approached me. "John, you got any cash?" I said no because it was after New Year. I was pretty broke. I asked why and got told, "I finally found 1.5. I should explain this a little. 1.5 was actually found a long time ago, but the individual with the disc was unwilling to sell. After years of communicating with the guy who owned the disc, my friend was the one he went to with an offer. We are talking years of dedication, and this description makes it sound like the seller might have actually been the curator after all these years, but when asked, Darkmoon declined to identify the seller. But the price was high. I've seen a few numbers thrown around, so here's the one you want. $8,000. Yes, those 3 zeros are not a typo. $8 grand in US currency. I said I could throw in a few hundred once everything was confirmed. A very nice video was promptly sent to me, but between the two of us, we weren't coming close. I roped in a friend, he got a couple of, yeah, we might be able to help, but there was one person I knew had the cash to get this done. My friend was a little nervous and unwilling, but we didn't have much choice, so he went. And suddenly the deed was done. It's amazing how a huge wad of cash does a thing. A PayPal account was set up and the people who could pay did. I wasn't one of them. I regret that a bit now, not, enough to actually give anyone money, but a bit. Why? Because there are a couple of people who threw in a couple $100 that weren't entirely trustworthy. So we, this secret cabal, played the game. And there just wasn't much to it. The script, what there is, gave some hints, but the game was pretty low on actual content. So one person, the person who put up the money, started assembling a team to fix it. IGAS. Rather than release this very disappointing prototype that people had been searching for this point over a decade, they decided that they were going to fix it. Team IGAS, aka Team I've Got a Shotgun, would quietly begin searching for programmers and artists to rebuild the game. And honestly, that sounds like kind of a weird decision to me, but at the same time, I'm not the one who put down thousands of dollars, so I don't really have a say in the matter. And Team IGAS would get to work pretty quickly and be able to make a lot of progress uninterrupted for about a year. It was in the summer of 2012 that some of their content started to leak out onto Facebook. The community started to stir a little bit as they are aware that someone had the game and someone was tinkering, but they had no idea just how close to home these people were. And as long as the game itself didn't leak, they could continue uninterrupted. And then in February of 2013, the game itself leaked. In fact, not only did it leak, but someone was selling their work. The team deliberated for a while over what to do about this, and then on February 17th, they released this statement. As stated in our open letter on the 17th of February 2013, posted on the fan site The Horror Is Alive via our only true public spokesperson, we regretfully learned that Joel Welch, aka Colvin, tried to profit from his acquisition of this very build by shopping it around to several members of the Resident Evil community. We learned from several alarming chat logs and sales offers forwarded to us by worried and concerned parties and friends of the team who'd either been directly contacted by Colvin or knew people who had been. As was the situation where leaked media from our project appeared online in the summer of 2012, followed by a small wave of people attempting to scam people into giving them money in exchange for what they believed was 1.5 or more information on the project, we quickly investigated the situation and found our signature watermarks all over both the media Colvin had presented in public, the media he was shopping around to people, and the terminology he used to describe certain things pertaining to the build he'd obtained. People attempting to profit on our non-profit efforts and both our personal and monetary investments is something we cannot stand for and is something we feel greatly taints the Resident Evil community, the prototype community, the archival and preservation of video game history, the integrity and face value of people, and our goal and intentions for this here restoration project. While we cannot speak on behalf of Capcom, we do believe that charging money for illegal and unsanctioned duplication of their data is something that should be frowned upon and avoided at all costs. So our plea to you is, if you paid for this here build of Resident Evil 1.5, you've been cheated and should demand your money back and or file a fraud report via the service you used to complete your monetary transaction. And there was also a file attached to the statement, and that file was an ISO. A playable download of Team IGAS's Resident Evil 1.5 restoration project. An unfinished and incomplete version of the project, but the very first time that Resident Evil 1.5 had been publicly available on the internet. And despite this hiccup, Team IGAS will continue to work on their restoration project known as the MZD build or Magic Zombie Door build, with a number of patches being released over the subsequent years. Additionally, the unedited version of the prototype known as the 40% build is also out there. Some people think the MZD build is the best way to experience the game, others are purists who prefer the 40% build, but ultimately, I think at that point, 15 years later, most had given up hope of ever being able to play this game. And that's not where the story ends necessarily. You see, even though the 40% build is out there and Team IGAS was able to restore a great deal of it, there's still another, more complete prototype in existence. This is commonly referred to as the 80% build, and it's believed to be the one that was shown to BioFlames all those years back in 1999. The 80% build would be the one that they had when the game was cancelled, meaning that it is the most complete version of the game. I think it's a safe bet that that thing might still be floating around Japan somewhere, and I wouldn't be too surprised if one day it got out there and we could finally experience the game that Shinji Mikami felt was so boring that it merited throwing away an entire year's work. But hey, if we don't, at least we're getting an Elza Walker skin. So last night, I think because I saw these pictures of these really detailed Ninja Turtles movie action figures, I wound up falling down this really deep rabbit hole about everything Ninja Turtles. In particular, I was looking up all kinds of things about the Ninja Turtles comics. Like a lot of people my age, I was a huge Ninja Turtles fan as a kid. I remember so clearly being like 7 or 8 years old, and I went to my friend's birthday party. And at this birthday party, he had a clown, and at some point the clown offers to either write or draw on us with these markers that he had. So I have the clown give me like a blue Leonardo wristband thing, and I want him to write Ninja Turtles on me. And somehow he managed to spell ninja wrong. I don't know if it was some kind of a clown joke, or he just didn't know how to spell ninja, but I'm pretty sure I didn't say Niger Turtles. The point is, we were at the height of the Ninja Turtles craze, but my focus was almost entirely on the cartoon and the action figures. Aside from one issue of the comics I had that forever burned Cuddly the Cowlick into my memory, I knew almost nothing about the comics. But even then, from what I can tell from the tiny tastes of the comics I would get from different Ninja Turtles media, I could tell that they were very different from the cartoon. In fact, not only were the comics totally different from the cartoons, but there were two separate comics universes. The Ninja Turtles Archie comics and the Ninja Turtles Mirage comics. And both of those were very different from each other too. And strangely, probably the biggest gateway for me learning about the different Ninja Turtles comics was the game Ninja Turtles Tournament Fighters. As the name implies, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Tournament Fighters was a fighting game. Well, actually it was 3 different fighting games. You see, the Super NES, the Genesis, and the NES versions were all very different from each other, and it's the Super NES version, which is the one that I had, that I think contains the biggest mystery of all of these games. I think what really made Tournament Fighters a special game was that it took characters from all the various comic universes and the cartoon and put them all together in the same game. Of course, you've got the 4 Ninja Turtles, Shredder, and the Rat King, who existed in all 3 of these continuities. Then representing the Archie comic
Looking for
series,
fun
you have
_bot
War,
_
who is
master.
this purple dinosaur
Welcome to
looking
my
guy who,
channel.
honestly, at the time, I used to confuse him with Triceraton. You have Armagon, who's some kind of a shark guy, but he's not a street shark, he's a futuristic space shark. And then there was Wingnut, who was some kind of a bat guy from outer space who looked like a superhero, and him I was actually familiar with because he crossed over into the cartoon very briefly. As for characters that were exclusive to the cartoon, you just had Chrome Dome, who is the samurai-looking killer robot guy. But it was really the other 2 characters in this game that got me curious about aspects of the Ninja Turtles universe that I was previously unfamiliar with. First, there's the character Karai. Now, when you look in the Ninja Turtles Tournament Fighters instruction manual, every character has a description, a drawing, and what their goals are in the tournament. But when you look at Karai, there's just a red box that says restricted. Very mysterious. And then of all the characters, and keep in mind this is a game that includes Shredder, and it includes the Rat King, Karai winds up being the last boss. Now, as someone who at the time, 1993 when this game came out, considered himself to be a hardcore Ninja Turtles fan, who had seen every episode of the cartoon, had a lot of the action figures, and the ones I didn't, I knew what was out there, I had never even heard of this character that was somehow so important that she was made the final boss of a game. Clearly, I actually knew nothing about Ninja Turtles. What I would find out later was that Karai was actually in there to represent the Mirage Comics continuity of Ninja Turtles. In fact, at the release of the game, she was a very new character, having also debuted in 1993. Karai, at least in this continuity, was a Japanese boss of the Foot Clan. At the time she's introduced in New York, the Foot Clan is in disarray because Leonardo killed Shredder. This leads to a power struggle for control of the New York Foot Clan, and Karai comes to New York to set shit straight. And since that story arc, the character's gone through a lot of different changes in different continuities. Sometimes she's Shredder's daughter, sometimes she's Splinter's daughter, sometimes she's a love interest for Leonardo, which, okay, I know that a turtle's got a big schwanz, and I'm not going to show it to you, but you can look it up or you can trust me, but you're going to get salmonella. Is it really worth it? So after learning about all these interesting twists and turns that had happened to Karai throughout the history of her character, I thought back to one other character in the game that I didn't know about. That character is Asuka. Asuka is a scantily clad lady ninja whose goal in the tournament, according to the instruction manual, is she is a master of ninjutsu and wishes to own her own dojo. And after finding out all the interesting things that I did about Karai, her role in the Foot Clan, her different origin stories, I figured surely this other character would have just as rich and complicated of a background. And I was wrong. Officially, as I would find out, Asuka is a character who was created exclusively for the Super NES version of Tournament Fighters. But something about that just didn't smell right to me. You have this game that's very consciously making the effort to combine different characters from different versions of the Ninja Turtles universe, and rather than put some shine on another lesser known character or put in someone everybody knows like Casey Jones, they decide to put in some random Mai Shiranui cosplayer for no apparent reason. I mean, maybe they just needed some more butt cheeks in the game, but the Genesis version solved that by throwing April O'Neil in what appears to be a Blaze Fielding from Streets of Rage costume. In fact, there is a theory that the reason why Asuka exists is that at some point they were going to put April O'Neil in the Super NES version, but then they decided that they were going to use her to move the story along instead. But that doesn't make all that much sense to me, because surely, by the time that they're already putting characters into the game, you think they would have some idea that they're going to be using April as a story NPC. And also, it's a fighting game. It's not as if having her in the story, but then having her also be playable would be some big immersion-breaking thing that would ruin the game. This is a genre where it's standard for characters to fight differently colored versions of themselves. I don't think it'd be a deal breaker. There's also a theory that Asuka was brought into the game to try to appeal to the Japanese market. And in all fairness, they did give the Japanese market some extra Asuka butt cheeks, but that's more to do with American censorship policies. But ultimately, it's not as if Asuka was ever front and center in any of the promotional materials. I don't think people in Japan, where Ninja Turtles was already pretty popular, would be like, hey, like, I'm on the fence about this Ninja Turtles game, but hey, now they got this Japanese chick in there, so let's buy it. What's probably the real reason that Asuka was put in this game wasn't discovered until 17 years after the game came out. And it was in 2010 when a beta version of the game found its way online. In this beta version, there's two characters who aren't present, Wingnut and Asuka. At least it was believed that they weren't in it until it was discovered that they could be accessed by using codes. They were incomplete versions of the characters, but they were present. Well, kind of. You see, there is one interesting change to Asuka. In the beta version, she was named Mitsu. And while Asuka was supposedly a character who was made up just for the Super NES version of this game, Mitsu is the name of a character who already existed in the Ninja Turtles universe. She wasn't from the Mirage comics, she wasn't from the Archie comics, and she wasn't from the cartoon. She was from the movies. So in March of 1993, when Ninja Turtles Tournament Fighter was already in development, the third Ninja Turtles movie was released. In this movie, the Ninja Turtles go back in time to feudal Japan, where they find themselves entrenched in a conflict between a tyrannical ruler and a rebel faction. This rebel faction is led by a woman named Mitsu. Now, with the Ninja Turtles movies being a huge success up until this point, and with Konami making an effort to combine all of the different Ninja Turtles continuities in one game here, it's a no-brainer that they would have to include somebody from the movies. And with Turtles 3 coming out mere months before the game did, it would make sense for it to be someone from that movie. But unfortunately, as you might already know, the third Ninja Turtles movie was a massive flop both commercially and critically. While it didn't necessarily lose money, it vastly underperformed its predecessors. Essentially, this movie was the canary in the coal mine for the decline of the Ninja Turtles' popularity. Nothing good could possibly come from putting this character in the game and reminding everybody once again of what a failure that movie was. But now, with all that being said, even in the beta version, this character looks very different from how Mitsu looks in the movie. It's possible that Mitsu was replaced by Asuka very early in development and they only came up with a new name right before the game came out. That's hard to tell for sure, but if we had access to some concept art or maybe an earlier beta, that might tell us the truth. Perhaps the plan with including her in this game was to get Mitsu ready to go into the other Ninja Turtles continuities. After all, just look at Karai, who has had, at this point, so many different versions and different continuities with different backstories. Why not Mitsu? I don't think it's too far-fetched that there might have been bigger plans for this character had Ninja Turtles 3 not been such a huge disappointment. You might be familiar with the fact that a lot of the signage in the school in Silent Hill was actually taken from the movie Kindergarten Cop. And you also might remember the time that Nick Robinson found Wikipedia articles and diaper instructions in the Resident Evil 2 remake.
Keeps diapers white and pure without boiling or bleaching. Eliminate diaper pull odor.
It's actually not terribly uncommon for video games to flesh their backgrounds out with assets like these as opposed to making them fully from the ground up. And this often leads to interesting and sometimes unintentional Easter eggs. It was an Instagram user, FarZero, that brought this one from Resident Evil 3 to my attention. Hey Justin, just thought I'd aware you of an unfolding story of a 20-year Easter egg in Resident Evil 3. Basically, there's this one segment in the game where you catch a glimpse of a pinup board in the Stagla gas station that references a few movies in the 90s. Images to follow. It's gained some traction on a 4chan retro gaming board with a few movie buffs finding the images. Any chance you could help with your audience reach to find the rest? I figured you'd be the best person to ask. Kind regards, Fars. And here's the pinup board in question. Now, right off the bat, I figured out that the upper left image included Hugh Grant, and looking through his IMDb, I quickly found the exact image, which is of him and Andie MacDowell from 4 Weddings and a Funeral. But you see, that's one of the easiest ones to figure out, along with this one from Back to the Future 3, both of which were identified almost 10 years ago by a YouTuber named Resident Evil User. Resident Evil User also pointed out that you could find images of Larissa Olnick from the secret world of Alex Mack in Resident Evil 3. The person who originally posted this mystery to 4chan also identified the picture in the bottom right. Now, the bottom right image in the billboard is from a 1993 film called A Home of Our Own that I stumbled upon by chance when looking at Edward Furlong's filmography. One of the images looked awfully familiar. It took another few weeks to remember I made the first association with Resident Evil 3. And this picture here was identified by another user as Winona Ryder in Age of Innocence. And the image of 3 people sitting in the grass was identified as Johnny Depp, Mary Stuart Masterson, and Aidan Quinn in Benny and June. And these are all of the pictures on this pinup board that have been 100% identified, but we do have some other potential leads on the rest. One user noted that the top right picture looks like Colin Firth, but he doesn't have the exact image. Although another person pointed out that maybe it's actually a time-traveling Todd Howard. In this image of a man and a woman, a lot of people think that the man is Christian Slater, and some people noted that he starred alongside Winona Ryder in the movie Heather. However, it's also been pointed out that Winona Ryder might be too short to be the woman in this picture. And as for where you should start looking if you want to take part in this investigation, all of the pictures that have been identified so far have been promotional shots from early 90s movies. And now here are the rest of the images that haven't been identified yet. If you think you know the identity of any of them, please let me know in the comment section. You hear a lot these days about loot boxes being gambling for kids. And while loot boxes are a terrible game mechanic and they suck, that version of gambling for kids has nothing on the version of gambling for kids that I grew up with. Feast your eyes upon the ultimate gaming rig. Sega Genesis, Neo Geo, TurboGrafx 16, Super Famicom, a stereo, a big screen TV, a hi-fi VCR. Every 90s kid's wildest dreams were only $5 and a crossword-like puzzle away. But come on, it definitely wasn't that simple. And therefore I present to you the story of the ultimate gaming rig. If you were an avid reader of game magazines from the early 90s to the mid to late 2000s, as I suspect many of you are, you've definitely come across one of these ads. Every console you could possibly have at the time combined with a top-of-the-line home theater system and sometimes computers. And what's even better, this isn't just the usual sweepstakes where you mail it away and you have a 1 in a million random chance to get picked to win. No, this was skill-based. And being the high IQ gamer that you are, you're definitely gonna win this, right? It first appeared in 1991, presented by a company called Pandemonium, and it would return month after month for years with different names like Puzzle Me, or Bane Dramage, or Rattlebrain. You have the power. In this contest, you don't rely on the luck of the draw. You determine if you win or not. You win by outscoring others in a game of skill. Can you solve the puzzle below? Then you have what it takes. It looks simple, but it's only the start. Each of 5 more puzzles gets a little harder, but this time, it's all up to you. Stay into the end, and the gear is yours, with whatever options you want. Do you have what it takes? Then play to win. Video game contest. Play any 16-bit game in the world with this lineup. Neo Geo Gold, Nintendo Super Famicom, Sega Genesis, and the TurboGrafx 16. Get all 4 or trade the ones you don't want for cash. Bonus options, adapters, games, accessories, cash, and more.
Media Rig Contest. The ultimate gaming environment. 40-inch monitor. 130-watt receiver with Dolby Pro Logic surround sound. Infinity speakers. Subwoofer. CD player. Graphic EQ. Dual cassette and Hi-Fi VCR. This rig will blow you away, literally. You'll not only see it, but feel it. Directions. Fill in the mystery word grid with the correct words going across to spell out the mystery word down the end. Hint, use the word clue. In the future, there will be 4 more puzzles at $2 each, and 1 tiebreaker at $1.50, which will arrive by mail. You will have 3 weeks to solve each puzzle. We don't how many will play, but typically 47% will have 30% to phase 2, 25% to phase 3, and 20% to phase 4. The tiebreaker determines the winner. If players are still tied, they will split the value of the prizes.
Yes.
Alright, let's do this. Wow, the mystery word. Blank games. Gee, I wonder what kind of games they might be talking about. I don't know. What a test of wits this was. Alright, so as you probably guessed, I did enter this contest once. And although the puzzles did get a little bit more difficult each round, they were still mostly really easy. Each round you would get similar word puzzles, but eventually a mechanic is introduced where the points have score values, and it's not so much a thing about finding the mystery word or things like that, but getting the highest score. When you get to the last round, there was a completely blank grid, and it sort of becomes like this game of anything goes Scrabble. I remember when I got to that last round, I wrote up like 10 different versions of the puzzle, and I thought I had gotten the highest possible score, but I guess not because I didn't win. That is, unless maybe the whole thing was a scam and it wasn't winnable, but nobody really knew for sure. It was a thread started on May 7th of 2004 on the cheap-ass gamer forums that would eventually lead us to the answer. The successful dropout. I don't know if this has ever been posted, but I've seen this contest in magazines forever, and have always wanted to try it out, so I signed up and completed the first set of puzzles. Now I'm waiting for the next set to be mailed to me. It goes like this. In some magazines, recently the June 04 issue of PSM on page 61, they have this contest advertised, where you pay as you play, a few bucks, filling out mystery word grids and puzzles to compete with other people who are filling out different versions of the same puzzle for prizes. You can win the ultimate gaming rig of over $20,000 in prizes. They have a computer contest, video game contest, and media rig contest. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Has anyone ever tried this? Is it a scam? Many of the other forum users expressed that they were surprised that this contest was even still going on, and many assumed that it was just a scam. But nobody could really answer for sure, and shortly after the thread fizzled out. The thread had been abandoned and forgotten about for over a year until October 2005, when it was resurrected by a user named Mr. McGee. Mr. McGee had gotten in touch with the man who ran the contest. I decided to be so bold as to email Rattlebrain and ask them whether this contest was legit or was it a scam. Amazingly enough, they replied. The following is the letter from the contest director. None of it has been manipulated. BTW, I posed under a different name just in case. Hi, Stephanie. I've been doing puzzle tournaments for 20 years. At that time, if I had been a scam, none of the magazines would let me advertise. I do what I say I will do, and if you find yourself not happy at the end of the contest, I'll send you a complete refund. This is why I have lasted so long. I hope you give us a shot. Rick Lund, Contest Director of Bean Grammage Inc. I also asked several other puzzling things about their contest. I'm waiting for their answers. I might just post them. After his thread was revived, the successful dropout returned to tell us the status of his entry. I forgot all about this thread. Anyways, I didn't win. Why? Because the puzzles that they send you are all time sensitive, and they sent the last set of puzzles to me later than the due date. Great scam, bastards. Sounds pretty sleazy, right? Well, as it turns out, I guess you should have checked the fine print. Mr. McGee, I was smart enough to get my hands on their official rules. If it came after the deadline, it is not their fault. It is the postage system. I was worried that because of Hurricane Katrina, the mail system was clogged or destroyed or something like that. Not that I wasn't worried about the victims either. I donated a lot of money. It was just a thing that bothered me. It was like 4 weeks between the puzzles, so yeah. Anyway, Their official rules explain a lot, too. What caught my eye the most was the possibility of getting a full refund if my puzzle came past the deadline, or if I'm not happy with the contest results. I might just post it. Also, I'm in the finals and just mailed it out. On the off chance I do win something, I'll take pics or something. From this point on, the thread would remain a lot more lively, with people coming throughout 2005 to compare their contest entries, theorize about whether or not the contest is a scam, and recall the episode of Doug that had a contest like this that turned out to be a scam. A few other people from the cheap-ass gamer forums managed to get in contact with Rick Lund, who would either delay their responses or give them stories about sore losers giving him problems. And it was in January of 2006 that Rick Lund sent out an email clarifying the sore losers problem to all customers of Bane Dramage who have sent us email. Once again, we are extremely sorry about our slowness to respond to emails. We have had an ongoing problem which has rendered our email completely unusable. A couple of disgruntled contestants who were angry at losing the contest have embarked on a massive phony email solicitation campaign. They have used our email addresses to bury us in a sea of spam, which has made it impossible to have time to distinguish between customer mail and spam. We're talking about thousands of emails per day. This, of course, jams our inbox and prevents many emails from even getting to us. We humbly ask that you forgive us for this problem. We have now established a new email address for you to direct your questions. It is BaneDramageHelp@mac.com. If the questions you may have had are still relevant, please resubmit them there, and we'll respond in a timely fashion. Slowly at first, and then more quickly as we catch up. If you had questions which hurt your participation in the contest when they went unanswered, let us know and we will send you a prompt refund of all entry fees if you so request. Once again, we apologize for this deplorable situation and we thank you for hanging in there. It's strange that an email spam problem was able to completely bring this operation to a halt, which makes you wonder, was this all just one guy running a contest out of his bedroom? But after the email problem was resolved, the contest went on as usual, but nobody from the cheap-ass gamer forums was able to secure the W. And once again, that's if the game was even winnable, and no one seemed to know for sure. Well, the answer to whether or not the game was winnable, as well as the explanation for the constant name changes, came in a post by a user named Karcheroth in February of 2006. Hi everyone that entered the Bane Dramage contest. In the past, I had entered this contest when it was known as Pandemonium Inc. At that time, I didn't win, but when I entered the second time, I won all 3 finals. That's where the fight began. At that time, Rick, the contest owner, lived in Minnesota and proceeded to move to Oregon with no forwarding address to me. After 3 or 4 months, I tracked him down to where he is now and confronted him over the phone. He gave me a sob story that he had no money, was going through a divorce, and had no money to pay me. I didn't care. I wanted my winnings, and after more phone calls and heated arguments, he sent me a small portion of what I was owed, about 1/4 of the total. It took almost a year from when I won to when I received even that much. You could imagine my surprise when a month later I noticed the same contest advertised again, only this time under the name Puzzle Me. So to see what would happen, I entered again and I won 2 of the 3 finals, computer and home theater. Once again, months went by with no prize winnings. Again, I phoned him, and this time he told me he was declaring bankruptcy and wouldn't be able to pay me a dime. I thought it was a lie, but a month later I received court documents from Oregon asking me to put a claim in, but as he had no assets left, in all likelihood I would receive nothing, so I didn't bother. Well, imagine my surprise when about a year later the exact same contest was advertised yet again, but no under the Rattle Brain. This time I couldn't enter because I had just turned 30, but I kept track of this company looking for problems through the Better Business Bureau, and sure enough, a complaint was lodged against this contest as well. I hope this time will be different for whoever wins, but from my own personal experience, I have my doubts it will. Also, my winning scores range from about 17,500 to a high of 18,418. Anything under 17,000, unless the high letters are X or J, will in all likelihood not win. I hope this helps wondering about this contest. And a month later, another former winner named Malth would come forward. I enjoyed reading all the posts on this page and decided to post my own story in case anyone else is trying to research this company. Another page you need to read is Game Set Watch, which shows many, if not all, of the advertisements for this contest. It is hard to find real information about the company that offers this contest. That is your first clue. I entered the contest about 10 years and countless incarnations of this company ago. I worked really hard on the final puzzle, which is difficult and variable enough that only one person is likely to get the high score. It requires you to use the Oxford English Dictionary and other dictionaries to find really obscure and small words, and fit them into a grid in such a way as to obtain the highest possible score. Long story short, I won. Imagine my pride at having beat all the thousands of people who entered the contest, and my anticipation of winning all this awesome stuff. Guess what? That's right, I got nothing. What I did get was a series of what I believe to be the official courtroom proceedings of the bankruptcy of what was Pandemonium. I cannot make a claim on what was due to me because the amount was too small. I went so far as to obtain a consultation from a lawyer who directed me towards a Better Business Bureau. I was in college and decided not to try to pursue legal action, because who has the time and money for that when what you're owed is relatively small, and you're trying to get it from a bankrupt company, and you're a broke college student? I still have all the paperwork from everything I did for the contest, all my countless words that I found, and myriad grids I filled in trying to achieve the best score that I could. And let's not forget the documents of the bankruptcy proceedings. It all serves as a reminder of the hard work I did, which I am proud of, and the fact that there are people out there in this world like Rick Lund who are failed, worthless human beings who make a living preying on the dreams of innocent young people, stooping to the lowest depths and using the loopholes in the court system to continue to perpetuate a business scam, calling kids sore losers when they justifiably complain and criticize the operations of this puzzle contest. Just look at the number of times this business has changed names and addresses over these folks. Legitimate businesses change locations maybe once in 10 or 20 years, when they outgrow their location, want a bigger demographic, buy out another company, etc., but rarely do they change names frequently. Caveat emptor. Yes, I probably should have known better, but like the others on this page, I had seen the ad for a long time and was curious to see if it really was legit, and if so, whether I could actually do what it took to win. What I got was a lesson in the dark side. Do not enter this contest. Put your money and energy to work in other endeavors that are likely to pay off. As for Rick Lund, if I ever find him, I'm going to chop off his you-know-what and feed it to him, if somebody hasn't already beaten me to the punch. And then a little under a year later, another former winner named Abigoria would come forward. Hello everyone, it has been a long time since I entered Pandemonium and Puzzle Me contests. I have been a winner 3 times while under the name Pandemonium, and 3-time winner under Puzzle Me, so a total of 6 times I have won. As of this day though, I have only received enough money to pay just 1 out of the 6 times that I have won. I have called Rick Lund so many times and been so patient with him, and have always, when I talked to him on the phone, I was given a story of why he can't pay me, but always kept my hopes up that in the future he was going to be able to pay. Example, after he won another contest, he would have money to pay me then. So yeah, I kept my hopes up, and yeah, I got paid only $500 a month, and that $500 a month only lasted a few months because the company filed bankruptcy and started up again under the name Puzzle Me. I entered Puzzle Me contests and won 3, but it didn't matter because the same thing happened again. Although I got a little more this time than before, but still, I nearly won $50,000 in total between the 6 contests, and maybe received a total of $6,000. The figures are vague, as it's been so long ago and I can only base it on memory, although I do have all my records of my winnings. So to anyone that entered this contest, it's impossible to win if you don't know what you are doing, and if you do know what you are doing, it's still a slim chance on winning. And finally, if you do win, I wouldn't expect to actually receive what you won, based on my past experience with Pandemonium, Puzzle Me, and Rick Lund. I am in total shock to find out that he has yet another contest going again under another name. It is unbelievable how this can keep on going for all these years, but I guess It's people like me that won and just sit back and accept what he pays us and don't push it any further or take legal action. And that is why I am guessing he can still keep on running these contests. If anyone on this forum wins the recent contest, I like to know how it turns out with actually getting your prizes / money. Good luck to anyone doing these contests. So with all that in mind, here's what we know about these contests. They actually were winnable, and you actually had to get a really good score to actually win them. This meant that the company's staff, or maybe even Rick Lund himself, had to go through thousands of contest entries by hand. This went on for over 15 years, and it seems like just about every time when people did win, they wouldn't get anything that they won or just a small piece of it. It seems strange to me that someone would create such a complicated system just to scam people when there's so many less involved, less hands-on ways to deprive people of their money. I mean, isn't the whole point of scamming people to get a lot of money for little to no work? So I have an alternative hypothesis. What if Rick Lund actually did set out to create a legitimate contest business, but at the end of the day, he just didn't have what it takes to run a business like this? When I look into the story of this contest, it reminds me of how I used to read these books on entrepreneurship and, getting rich and things like that. And a lot of times, you would come across stories of people who started their empires with very simple ads in magazines and newspapers and things like that. But in the case of a business like this, where he's just advertising a very appealing thing in a video game magazine, he goes from just being some dude working out of his bedroom to all of a sudden he has thousands of pieces of mail to go through, probably by himself. And we can see the evidence for that by the fact that he's sitting there talking to people on the phone himself and responding to emails and dealing with email spam by himself when an abler businessman would be delegating these menial tasks to employees. So he's clearly in way over his head, but at the same time, he's got envelopes full of money coming to him month after month after month, year after year. So he throws his hands up in the air and says, fuck it, and keeps the thing running until the wheels fall off. In practice, this leaves us something that's basically indistinguishable from a scam, but I think it's important to know what was going on in Rick Lund's head while running this thing to really understand the story of the Ultimate Gaming Raid. I'll put a poll up and see what you think. And I would also like to know if there's anyone watching this who wasn't in that thread that won or actually successfully got their refund. Let me know in the comment section. Rebecca Chambers, I think, is one of the most underappreciated characters in the entire Resident Evil series. The only surviving STARS Bravo team member, her obvious inexperience combined with her ability to come in clutch just made her a very likable character. Although she did eventually get her own game, it was just a prequel, and I had always
Hello, my name is Fred Schreiber. I'm the game director on Tempest Rising. Today we have something very special to show you guys. We're gonna do a one-on-one multiplayer match between me, myself, and Brandon, our lead game designer. I'm gonna play as the Global Defense Forces, and he's going to play as the Tempest Dynasty. The main focus of this match specifically is for me to show you guys a little bit more about base building and resource collecting. How does this mechanic work with the Global Defense Forces, which is slightly different than the other two factions in the game. I asked Brandon to go easy on me, so I have a little bit of time to show you guys a bit more about what base building looks and feels like. I'm also going to show you some cool things up close so you can see what the different units in the game look like, how they feel to play with, and so on. And then we're going to just battle it out and see who wins. I'm going to cut a few places in the video so you don't have to sit here for a full hour and a half and see this match play out. But hopefully it'll be a good in-depth walkthrough of what a match in Tempest Rising feels like. Yeah, hope you guys enjoy it. So I'll stop talking now, and then yeah, let's get started here with a 1v1 against.
Hello and welcome. I'm Brandon Castile, the lead game designer on Tempest Rising. I'm so excited to be able to bring you our first ever taste of 1v1 gameplay in our game. This match was recorded by Fred and myself for demonstration purposes, and we wanted to be able to show you a lot of different aspects of the gameplay. I truly hope you enjoyed this sneak peek into Tempest Rising. Let's get started. Fred and I really wanted the gameplay to speak for itself, but I will be interjecting from time to time with light commentary or some other potential tidbits about the game design or what's going on in the game that you're watching right now. As you can see, we provide players with the option to start out with a small force in the beginning of a multiplayer match, to allow for scouting and other kinetic interactivity while you get started. We don't want things to devolve into a lot of early rush strategies, so what you see here might change a bit before you get your hands on it. But I'm currently happy with this direction, eager to hear feedback on it. Also, I'm not sure if you noticed this, but this map has a couple of resource crates sprinkled here and there in various nooks and crannies, another thing we're experimenting with. As you can see here, as you harvest Tempest, it leaves vines behind. These vines will eventually bear additional fruit, but only if they are not too far away from the living pod. If vines aren't close to a pod, they will die off, which makes the plant take longer to come down. Also, as you leave Tempest alone, it will mature over time, the pods growing and becoming worth more when harvested. This Tempest ecology is very important to us, both in terms of flavor and balancing.
New construction up. Construction complete. Unit ready. Constructing. Unit ready. Up we go. Acknowledged. Drone up. Roger that. Got it. We're off. Unit ready. Spinning her up. Got it. No problem.
And here we see Fred making the approach into the Dynasty base. Sadly for him, I was ready with a Pillager flame tank, which, well...
Roger that. Battle control offline. Got it. No problem. Up we go. Ready and waiting. Surveying. Yes, command. Unit ready.
He's trying to scout up that hill, but I deny him that. And of course those drones do rebuild themselves after a brief time.
Roger that. You constructing. Required. Constructing. Training. Construction complete. Constructing. Constructing. Unit lost. Got it. Off we go. Yes, command. Spinning her up. Construction complete. We're off. Unit ready. Constructing. Construction complete.
This is the Hunter tank. It is a high-tech, long-ranged, versatile part of the GDF's offensive force. Fred pushing out, going past our Tempest rigs, doing some harvesting. Little defensive force there as well. Alright, phew. I was able to push Fred back, but not without some losses. Now, Fred is building a satellite uplink, one of the GDF's tech structures. And this is the Sentinel, a fast anti-infantry and anti-air scouting unit with the ability to equip a secondary weapon that marks enemy units. You can see that driving through that Tempest has built up an electrical charge on the Sentinels. I wonder what's up with that.
Constructing. Unit lost. Constructing. Battle control offline. Training.
Coagabuga 70 BG. Welcome to my channel.
Što ima brzo? Jednu kafu definitivno.
Yes. Take care.
Čekić nije toliko loš.
Yes. Take care.
Dobro jutro.
Opa, desi sneg moj prijatelj, šta se radi?
Bacio sam ti link od neke strategije. Ne znam koliko ti se sviđa ovako nešto. Mene jako podsjeća na recimo Red Alert ili na Command & Conquer. Možda čak i na onaj Command & Conquer Generals. Mislim, izgleda čak realistično, razumeš. Mislim, vidi se da u budućnosti tako to smešteno, ali koliko... Ne znam, znaš kako, imam 2 ekrana i obično na drugom ekranu pustim nešto na YouTube-u i nekad na preporučenom izađe, razumeš, ponekad nešto zanimljivo. Podsjeća na neke strategije koje sam ja davno igrao. Tako nešto nisam gledao. Gledao sam XCOM i XCOM kopije i klonove i gluposti, ali ovako nešto nisam. Ovo stvarno. Evo i Steam strana, ako si zainteresovan da staviš samo add to wish list. Čisto da...
Pa evo, baš sad to i ovo gledam.
Vidiš, recimo na Steamu mi nije izašla. I kao preporučeno, i kao, razumeš, ništa, razumeš, jednostavno ispod radara. A vidiš, zainteresovan sam više za tako neke igre nego za neke, da kažemo, gluposti. Nije da ja ne volim fantazijske igre, volim, ali nekad volim i ovako nešto, razumeš, da ima da imaš tank, razumeš, može da bude starinski tank, može da bude modern, da ima helikopter ili avion, pešadinac sa puškom ili sa raketnim lanserom.
Još nije ona zvanično puštena.
Pa nije, ali koliko vidim imaš,
ti
je klip od 2 developera igre i ja meč, razumeš, znači i postoji nekakva igriva verzija.
Da. Ovo je super, čovječ. Baš ti hvala, Snake.
Ništa.
Šta ima novo kod tebe, šta se radi?
Pa sutra počinjem da radim. Javila mi je ova ženska tehnolog iz firme.
Super, a gdje radiš?
Neka fabrika za... Oni proizvode testeninu, većinom je automatizovana, razumeš. Imaš ljude koji rade, ali...
Da.
Ne izgleda ništa komplikovano.
Znaš šta, gledaj, da ti nešto kažem, ja mislim da je snaga ove srpske napredne stranke zapravo u tome što u našoj zemlji ne radi privrede, jako je teško doći do posla i da bi došlo do posla ti mora da si član neke stranke, nešto tako i onda ljudi mahom prihvataju da rade svašta, znaš. A kad bi ti recimo mogli da normalno nađeš posao, mislim da oni ne bi trajali ni 2 godine maksimum. nikada da Eve online nikad nisam smeo da počnem da igram.
Ima igra koje su jednostavno previše opširne i za mene da bi se uopšte upustio u njih. Upravo to što ti kažeš. Toliko izgledaju obimne i da zahtevaju vremena da jednostavno ne mogu sebe da vidim u tom.
Slažem se.
Znao sam ljude koji su igrali, a možda si i ti, Travijan. Ustajali su se uveče, razumeš, u 2-3 posle ponoći, da, ne znam, stavi da mu se pravi jedinice ili da pošalje vojsku, napad ili da proveri kako mu je stanje trupa na frontu. To traje možda 5 minuta, razumeš, 10 i onda opet ide spava. Mislim, ja takve stvari ne radim. Ja kad ugasim kompjuter ili kad ga ostavim, ja ostavim mozak po strani, razumeš, ne nosim ga sa sobom okolo, razmišljam o tome. Da?
Jako dugo i shvatila da to apsolutno nije dobro i sve to i ona dođe kod mene i kaže Vlado, kaže evo tebi moj nalog koji je pritom bio mnogo dobar. Kaže ja ne mogu više kaže svoju bolest, ja se budim noću i ništa u tezmaju. I stvarno mnogo vojske svega igrao ja jedno 2-3 meseca i na svu sreću tad je bilo ono ko će na serveru da pobedi i sve to i onda smo slali
trupe,
hranu i još neke stvari i uspjeli smo da sredimo sve to i ja sam sretno s tim i uspjeli se ne bi vratio na to, brate, nisam.
Hop.
Yes.
Ruby Dice of Hope.
Take care. Yes. Take care.
To da snimko, brate, djelo je dosta dobro. Malo me podsjeća na StarCraft. Ne znam šta bi mi...
Mene podsjeća na Command Conquer Generals i na Red Alert 3 i tako te stvari.
Dobro, će biti ovaj, znaš.
Mislim, koliko vidim igra radi, znači ono, to što su ta dva, taj meč što vidiš tu, to su dva developera igraju ili možda jedan od njih tester ili tako nešto, ali vidim da ono funkcioniše i AI i jedinica, ono, vidim da mogu da se kreću, razumeš, da nema nikakvog zaglavljivanja, šta ti ja znam.
Commander Root. Welcome to my channel.
Oh my. Kill it.
I am undying. I feel cold.
Minion cold. Chance to chill, minion freeze rate, per stack of chill, freeze rate, attack. Or chill. Okay.
start getting worse? I'm kind of curious about this.
This episode is brought to you by Nebula. Stay tuned for an exciting announcement at the end of the video. Work is getting worse. I know that might sound strange. We're very attached to the idea that things just keep getting better for every new generation. Like how before, there weren't any iPads, but now, we all have iPads.
Yep.
Fruit Ninja. Sadly, that steady march of progress narrative doesn't really hold up. Of course, a lot of things are better now than a few generations ago, don't get me wrong. However, the unfortunate reality is that there's a disturbing trend with work today. New jobs are declining in quality across a lot of different and incredibly important metrics.
Okay, let's see it. I think this is probably true, by the way. I mean, everybody's seen like these productivity graphs, and then you see like wage stagnation graphs. Yeah, this is probably, I think this is probably true.
Probably already know that. Odds are your job sucks. But it's often hard to take that personal experience and put it in the context of a whole economy. Because whatever you're picturing, however horrible you're imagining the general state of work being, I guarantee what I'm about to talk about is a lot worse. There's a lot of different ways to measure job quality, but the most obvious one is money. Jobs don't pay as much anymore. For starters, pay has not kept up with
there's the
productivity.
fucking graph.
We produce far more goods and services per hour than we used to, and up to the 70s...
And by the way, this graph, bro, like, it's right here. This shit's about to go to here, and this shit's about to go to here. Because the moment that they can automate some of these processes and make one person automating a process do the work of 5 people, I mean, just, you think that one guy who's automating it, you think they're just gonna pay him 5 times as much? Maybe he'll get like, you know, a $10,000 a year raise.
This increase in productivity tracked almost perfectly with an increase in hourly pay. More productivity equaled more money in the pockets of workers. Since then, however, productivity has gone up every year by around 75% between then and now. But hourly wages have only risen a tiny 9%. So, where's the money gone? Unsurprisingly, most of the profit generated from that increase in productivity hasn't gone to workers.
Who could have possibly expected that? Wow, I'm sure there's like probably one person in chat that's a surprise to.
It's been captured by the 1%, whose wages have fully gone up an insane 138%.
Yep.
That's kind of abstract. Let me put it in more concrete terms. This inequality has cost what most Americans consider middle-class families $18,000 a year.
Oh, that sucks. Damn. So, and I mean, by the way, this is in 2007. So, like, I mean, that was a while ago. It's like 15 years ago, something like that. And, you know, maybe, realistically, it's probably even worse now.
76K instead of 94. But you're clever. You look at the graphs and you see that even though inequality is some of the worst it's ever been, the line at the bottom is still going up, even if just barely. But does that mean wages are rising? Not really. For the bottom 50% of the population, in other words, the average American, pre-benefits income has actually gone down by over 6% since 1980. And that's before you factor in the cost of living. That means things like inflation, which we'll get into later, but it also just means what kinds of expenses people are now responsible for that they didn't used to be.
Oh yeah, you got the internet now, you've got, you know, a phone, a cell phone. You're kind of expected to have a smartphone. Most people, how many of you guys use a smartphone for your job? There's a lot more of expenses that happen nowadays.
For example, since the 80s, employers have cut down on healthcare benefits.
Yeah, there you go.
They've also made job training increasingly an individual responsibility. Student loan debt has only gotten bigger, the cost of not getting a college degree has only grown, and yet the benefits of having...
I've heard that's not true, is that people that have, you know, a fucking, like a... It's not that they have only a high school graduate degree, it's just people without college degrees can make more money in trades. I've heard that. but with only a high school diploma and like no certification, no trade school training, yeah, I could see this for sure.
One are only going down. And this isn't just in education. People are needing to take on a lot more debt for just about everything. And I do mean need. Prices on essential goods way outpace wages year after year. So just to get by, credit has become an essential part of the home budget.
Yeah, it's crazy. I made a tweet about this. I said, inflation's got my $2 steaks costing $3. And people make a joke about that, haha, funny. But that's fucking 50% more goddamn money. Let's say you gotta buy 5 steaks a day because you got you got a wife and 4 fucking kids. That's like $5 every fucking day. People complain about a sub to WoW, it's 15 bucks a month.
Yes.
Think about that. And that's only one thing. It's not like everything else is cheaper. Yeah, it's crazy. You'll make steak for 4 kids, bro. Well, you see what I'm saying, right? I mean, you're gonna make something else for them. It's just an example. The idea is that prices everywhere have gone up, and it's crazy to me to go to the grocery store. Like, do I have a receipt near me? Let's see if I can look and see how much shit is over here. I remember I went to California. Gas was $7, and it wasn't $7 and like 3 cents. It was $7 and like 63 cents. Holy shit. That is crazy, man. Absolutely nuts.
This is part of a larger trend within neoliberalism, where responsibility and cost for all sorts of things, like job training, healthcare, and retirement, are shifting increasingly onto the shoulders of individuals who are making less and therefore need to resort to debt to get by.
I don't necessarily think that you have to blame a worldview to this. I think that the real reason why this is happening is that it's beneficial for people that have a lot of money for it to happen. Like, you think about it, if you're Walmart, wouldn't it be easier for you if you didn't have to pay the employees to get trained and they could just get trained on their own? I mean, it sounds like you save money. I mean, fuck, that could probably, the guy who ever thought of that fucking idea, he doesn't have to worry about inflation for the rest of his fucking life.
Today, the average American has 90 grand worth of debt hanging over their head, and debt as a percentage of income has only gone up since the 50s.
Jesus.
All this has another effect on work. Not only...
I know plenty of friends of mine that have like massive credit card debt. My mom had over $100,000 in credit card debt. And I remember she used to get so stressed out about it, so worried about it. And I was like, man, just don't worry about it. It'll be fine. And she's like, well, what if they come and get me? I'm like, they're not going to get you. Don't worry. What are they going to do? And you know what? You know what they did? Nothing. She got away with it. Fuck them. The thing is, like, a lot of these credit cards and shit like this, they're predatory. So it's like, this is always the way, I mean, I've said this before, right, is that you got to exist, you got to go out and go to bat for yourself, and, you know, if you got to do things that maybe you shouldn't do, or maybe things that aren't ethical, or whatever, you know, don't go and tell yourself that you're Robin Hood for it, but at the same time, you got to do what you got to do. Isn't that debt yours now? No. No, that's not how it works. They give loans to people they know who can't pay it back, then collect it from insurance. Well, they not all, no, so it's even better than that. So they give loans to people that they know that they won't be able to pay it. Then they collect the money back from the insurance. Then they sell the debt to a third-party agency, and then they write the debt off their taxes. It's like, the worse your decision is, the more money you make. It's crazy.
Do we work for less on average? We also work longer. Year over year, working hours in the US have actually remained relatively stagnant. But because wages have gone down in practical terms and personal expenses have gone up.
Bro, 1870, holy shit. God damn. I guess they had to fucking fix shit after the Civil War.
With the gutting of social services and costs borne by employers, we spend more of our lives at work. Over the past 30 years, the average age of retirement has gone up from 62 to 65. And last fall, Republicans actually started floating a plan to push retirement even later by delaying when people can receive full Social Security benefits.
Welcome to my channel.
That's right.
I actually
That's
covered
right.
this
You
topic
gotta keep the old people working. Thank God.
about a year ago.
We live longer. My understanding is that how long people live flatlined like 30 or 40 years ago. Like, are people really living that much longer than they were 30 years ago? I don't know. Yeah, I feel like unless you exercise, yeah, it's still going up. Yeah, but like, when it goes up by 1 year, like every 10 years, something like that. No, I don't know.
These kinds of policies actively target poorer Americans who rely on Social Security and are way more likely to die before reaching retirement age than their wealthier counterparts.
Right, that's the smart thing, is that you don't give them the money until they get older, and then by the time they get older, they're dead, so you don't have to give them the money. Problem solved.
Just so you get an idea of how prevalent this trend is, the same thing just happened in France as we were putting this video together. The country is on fire because, despite disapproval from the overwhelming majority of French people, the neoliberal President Macron raised the retirement age by going around the parliament. Like the Republicans did in the fall with their plan to make Americans work longer, Macron cited budget concerns and the upcoming insolvency of these retirement funds. But make no mistake, the reason
it seems so crazy to me that, like in the U.S., for example, we spend how much on bombs? But like, we have to raise Social Security? Like, why not just make less bombs? I mean, I don't know. That sounds like a better idea to me. What is this?
Retirement funds are going to be insolvent isn't because people aren't working hard enough, but because the wealth that they produce isn't going in their pockets or into funding these necessities.
No.
It's going to billionaires. But let's get back on track. None of these trends are helped, by the way, by another aspect of job quality that keeps declining: security. More and more people are being brought into more precarious work on an intermittent, irregular, or contractual basis.
This is happening, like, I think a lot of this happens on the internet, where like you're like.
Kažem, nema na kanalu nikog, bre, a?
Mene čudi da nema Nenada, na primjer, ili Boris.
Pa, ja sam gledaj danas, ja mislim da neće raditi.
Zar nije nekakav praznik?
Pa jeste.
Ali životinje moraju da jedu i praznicima.
Da.
Moje objašnjenje za čitavu stvar je, vidi, ja živim na selu, ovo je kao nekako selo gde sam ja. Niko od nas nema drva za 2 dana krajne sezone, niti hrane za životinje za 1 dan.
A dobro, to je tačno.
Niti kući imaš hrane u frižideru samo za danas. I da nemaš veknu hleba danas, da nisi poslao suprugu ili da ti nisi otišao da kupiš svež hleb, pecivo, opet imate nekakav džak, brašna, mali, veliki, da možete da sebi nešto spremite, razumeš, za nuždu recimo, za taj jedan dan. Ja verujem tako svako domaćinstvo, možda grešim. To je samo pretpostavka. Isto tako verujem da seoska gazdinstva, znači počnem od našeg gde živim ja i ovi moji komšije. Znači moraš imati hrane bar za par dana do nedelju dana unapred.
Welcome to my channel.
Tako da baš seljacima na državni praznik, baš im danas treba veštak ili hrana, to ne verujem, ali nema veze. Nego ta njegova firma izgleda neće kao da gubi par, a to će kupovati 1 džak ili 100, to ih boli briga. Jesi li kompletiranu strategiju što si, si mučio s njom, što ti je Nenad za nju našao onaj treneri?
Yes. Pa jesam. Jesam, mislim, uglavnom sam prešao sve, još malo ima da se igra, ali nije loša. Sad sam malo počeo da menjam i Everspace, igram i tako neke stvari.
Znam, to meni nisu logične stvari. Da moraš toliko da odeš iz svoje komfort zone, razumeš da razumeš...
Belated one. Welcome to my channel.
Da radiš neke manipulacije, razumeš, ti kao igrač, da bi mogao nešto da kažeš da si kompletirao, zato što developer jednostavno nema osjećaja.
Pa bre, sam neki tako je, brate, šta je ti kažem. Tako je. Ako se napravi, onda jebi.
Take care.
Idols.
Vratno se brzo sneti.
see. I see some bad moon rising.
There's like gig working, right? Where you have a job for 3 months, then the job's over, you've got to find a new job. I think there's positives and negatives to that, but I think that even in traditional jobs, it seems like, well, nowadays that this is not true. But like, I would say before COVID, it definitely was, that if you had a job, you had to be thankful for that job. You could get fucking fired whenever, and you best be fucking happy that you got it.
The new name for it is quiet hiring. But for years now, companies like Uber and their gig economy clones...
I wish I had a job where all I did was come up with stupid fucking terms like that. And it's obvious, like, what is quiet hiring? Let me guess what this is. This is hiring somebody to replace you, but you don't know that's their function. Am I about right with this? Let's see. Yeah. There you go.
Have been selling it as
guessed?
flexibility.
Yes.
Jobs are less secure today than in the past. You're more easily fired. Protections for workers are less well enforced under contractor status.
There it
Unionization is either impossible or downright illegal, and neither pay nor
There it
benefits
is.
are nearly as good, with the latter rarely ever being provided. And it's not restricted to just 1 or 2 sectors of the economy. These jobs are everywhere. 53% of people between 18 and 34 and who work in the gig economy do so as their primary income source.
Oh yeah.
And according to a Princeton study, 94% of the net employment growth in the US between 2005 and 2015 has been in, quote, alternative work arrangements, meaning
that's called OnlyFans.
Independent contractors, temp work, and freelancing are basically the only new jobs our economy is producing. The consequences are bleak. Unreliable work comes with a lot of insecurity. We know that capitalism regularly spirals into recession, around every 5 years at this point. So with the likelihood of a recession in 2023 seemingly really high, 80% of US workers, according to one study, is worried about losing their job.
See, this is smart. Now that there's a recession, now the company, because for a while there, you had all these people that weren't showing up to their job. Nobody's showing up to their job. Well, you know, once everybody gets fired, you can't make any money, you can't eat, then you're gonna have to show up. Problem solved. And then by the time you come back, Flippy's there, he took your job. And he doesn't give a fuck about a union. He works every day. He never shows up to work high.
Regardless of the exact number today, this kind of anxiety about job security under neoliberal capitalism is always widespread. And it's another variable that makes work worse and makes wages stagnate. Workers are constantly worried about keeping their job, so they exercise wage restraint. They don't ask for a pay raise despite needing it because they're worried it could get them fired.
Exactly.
This isn't helped by the fact that neoliberal politicians actively promote this wage restraint behavior by lying to people about the relationship between wages and inflation. In case you're wondering, by the way, wages and inflation aren't related. The wage price spiral is BS. You can get a raise without making inflation worse. Here's a study.
Well, of course that's fucking true. Like, anybody would know that. It's like people always use this dumb fucking argument with restaurants. They said, well, I mean, you know, if we didn't pay the workers, we didn't pay the waiters $2 an hour, everything in the restaurant would be so fucking expensive, nobody'd be able to eat there. And it's like, well, we are so lucky that we live in America, the only country with restaurants. Wow. Isn't that a surprise? That's crazy, isn't it? Oh my god, so lucky. Yeah, nowhere else has this. That is crazy.
See on that. I think I forgot to print that one. Okay, here we go. Proof is on the bottom of page 5, top of page 6. We got too many printouts here. Let's move on.
Who gives a fuck?
Look,
Right.
if that wasn't enough,
Hey, yo,
kids
fuck
aren't
the
being
facts.
spared from declining job quality either. Child labor laws are starting to come down all across the country. According
oh yeah,
to
of course, right? Because now you can get the kids to work for you in Minecraft or in Roblox. So it's like, you know, the kids yearn for the coal mines. It's just the mines are in Roblox now instead of Wisconsin.
Economic Policy Institute. 10 states are introducing or have already passed legislation weakening child labor laws.
There it is.
Despite the fact that violations of child labor protections are actually on the rise. Saying it like that is a little vague. Let me read you some details off the list of these bills.
Okay.
In Arkansas, a bill was passed that eliminates age verification and parent-guardian permission requirements. In Iowa and Minnesota, bills were introduced to lift restrictions on hazardous work. And
yeah, that's smart because the kids are stupid. And so they would work a job that could get them hurt, but an older person might not be that stupid.
Yes.
So what's the solution? Well, let kids do it so that way you can get the job done. Problem solved.
Take care.
In all these states, bills were introduced or enacted that extended working hours for minors.
Yep.
And I know that right now you're probably thinking of kids in their late teens working the register or in fast food kitchens. Jobs that are grueling but often get depicted as easy. Those aren't the
I'm gonna be real, like, I think, like, working in fast food is, like, the hardest job, man. Like, I've never seen somebody work so like, look at Gordon Ramsay. Well, this guy has, like, more fucking lines on his face than a Navy SEAL. Like, and the thing is, like, working in a kitchen like that, holy shit. You're up all the time. You're dealing with fucking bullshit customers constantly. People arguing with you, fighting with you. It's hot. It's stressful. You sit down, somebody's up fucking complaining. It's nuts, man. I would never want to work in food service. I did for about a week, and it was awful.
Only jobs kids are doing right now, and they're a lot younger than what you're picturing. For example, in their report, the EPI mentions violations happening in meatpacking facilities, where over 100 kids between 13 and 17 are working illegal overnight shifts.
My dad was one of those kids. He worked at a slaughterhouse whenever he was a kid. Yep, there it is.
Handling dangerous chemicals, and quote, cleaning razor-sharp saws and other high-risk equipment on slaughterhouse kill floors.
Yep, he said people cut their fingers off, they wouldn't even know it because the knives would be so sharp.
It's giving the 21st century a real cool, retro 1900s vibe.
Yeah.
But it gets even worse in agriculture, where 33 kids are injured every day in the US because so long as they have parental authorization, 14-year-olds get to use machetes and work with dangerous pesticides for unlimited hours with barely any sort of safety regulations in place.
And you think that, like, this is not...
Community_18K_ members. Welcome to my channel.
Not going to be a problem, but here's how it becomes a problem, is that whenever they have these pesticides, and this causes lifelong issues because they're not fully, their body, their physiology isn't fully developed, 30 years later, we're going to have to pay for medical care for these people because they're fucked up. So it's, again, like, it's not a good idea.
Oftentimes, by the way, making less than minimum wage. How fun is that? Speaking of demanding work, let's turn back to France for a second, because they actually measure the intensification of work over there. Back in the 80s, around 12% of French salaried workers had a physically strenuous job. Now, 40 years later, with all the developments we've made in automation that should make work easier, that number's gone up to 34%. And it's not
because you make one person do 5 jobs. That's what it is. It's that simple. Like, this is the same. My dad, after he retired, he retired from the IRS. He's like, oh, maybe I might work at Home Depot just to like get out of the house. And then he went there and he talked to some people that worked at Home Depot, and he said that the Home Depot's got them doing. They've got these workers doing inventory, and there used to be people that did inventory at Home Depot, but they fired all the people that did the inventory, and now the guys that are supposed to walk around and tell people where the fucking chainsaws are, well, they're also doing inventory at the same time. Problem solved.
just physical strain. Over the same time period, the number of salaried workers with a mentally strenuous job went up from 6 to 35%. If we can assume that these numbers are relatively generalizable to a similarly developed country like the US, more Americans, contrary to the popular narrative, have
By
harder—
the way, I think it will be a good thing in the long run that this is happening, because I don't think that these companies are gonna give any ground. I don't think the solution to this is pay people more money. It is in the short run, but in the long run, the solution to this is you have to have again, universal basic income, because automation is going to replace 90% of these fucking jobs in 30 years anyway. You build the infrastructure for it now so it doesn't create a society collapse in 20 years. Now, it might be sooner than that. It certainly seems like it's sooner than that. They won't do UBI. I think that people will have a very different outlook on it once enough of their jobs are removed from the economy. You'd be surprised at how fast the cultural conversation shifts once people are actually affected by it on a daily basis.
not easier jobs.
Slavery's coming back.
By and large,
in a big
the
way.
increase in productivity, the leaner operations, and the more efficient pace of work that came with advanced technology mean a lot more intensive a turnaround for workers today than at any other point in history. But let's give up the national lens for a second. A lot of the idea that work keeps improving probably comes from the fact that the US has moved from a manufacturing and manual labor economy to a service economy. Jobs that are widely and unfairly considered easy. But let's, for the sake of argument, say they are easier.
Okay.
Just because Americans aren't in factories as much as before
Well, this
doesn't—
is the problem, is that there's a lot of dumb fucking people out there. There's people like, 100 IQ is the average. So half of the people are below 100. And there's a good double-digit percentage that's below 90. Well, what, are all those people not going to have jobs? Well, they're not going to like that. Fuck. If you tell them you can't have a job now, and you're gonna basically be a fucking slave, what's the surprise whenever they go and burn down the store? I mean, you're fucking you've been removed from your dignity, from your the ability to pursue your own happiness, and it's just because you're not that smart. That's it. That's life. Not everybody's gonna make the cut. And if you don't there's gonna be people that don't make the cut. And if the people that don't make the fucking cut, there's enough of them, there's gonna be some fucking problems, man.
doesn't mean those jobs have disappeared. Work hasn't gotten better. All that's happened—
Somebody says IQ doesn't measure shit. So I don't have a lot of examples to disprove what you're saying other than common sense, but one example that I can use is that if your IQ is below a certain level, the US military will not add you into the military, because any job that you can do, basically they masked it out, and on average you will cost them more money than you will make them. So yeah, there are a number of yeah, that's one example. I don't have a lot of other ones. I think that there are very few times that IQ is measured in a specific way. At the extremes, IQ does work. Yeah, of course.
Happened is that these factory jobs have been thrown onto other people's backs who just happen to live in other countries. We didn't transition to a service economy by eliminating factory labor, but by having wealthy countries force open foreign markets to American and European capital so that they could be the ones to take on this burden. Because when companies move their manufacturing overseas, it's usually to take advantage of lower wages and less stringent safety requirements. Once again, worsening job quality.
Yeah, of course. What do you think they go over to Malaysia? Because they want to help them out? No, they want to get Happy Meal toys for a penny. What the hell do you think? Idiot. Yeah, I mean, it's that simple. IQ is not automatically equal. Bro, people always get involved with their, oh man, they always get involved with these IQ conversations. Look, most jobs that will be replaced, I think, a lot of them at least, are going to be jobs that do not require abstract thought. I think that this is just generally the case. This has always been the case. It's been the case ever up until now, at least. Is that jobs that don't require a lot of abstract thought are the ones that are more easily replaced because you can distill that process down to something that's more one-dimensional. And IQ is a tool that measures many things, one of which is the capacity for abstract thought. Why are we pretending like, on average, a person with 130 IQ is going to have the same job possibilities as a person with 90 or 75 IQ? What are we doing here? Everybody knows this isn't true. I don't care about the exceptions. You're talking about affecting millions of people. Millions of people are not going to be the exceptions. It's real life. Yeah, it's a gear score in real life. Yeah, exactly.
What most of these trends find in common is the shift in the balance of power away from workers and towards capitalists, the owners of businesses. The more power capitalists have, the more they're able to extract profit from workers by any means. Hence, jobs get worse.
Yep.
As evidence of this shift, just look at unionization trends.
By the way, this isn't just capitalists. You know, I am definitely a capitalism enjoyer. Let me tell you that the kings back in the day, the same system. I believe that it doesn't matter what system you use, greed finds a way.
Since around the 60s, unionization has gone way down, and in perfect mirror image, the share of income held by the top 10% has gone up.
Yeah.
But this growth of capitalist power isn't limited to unionization. Capitalists in the neoliberal era have helped to elect politicians that weaken workers in every imaginable way.
Thank God.
Politicians that strip away social safety nets, like Reagan and Clinton, that weaken bargaining power and defund the NLRB, like Trump, that force open foreign countries' borders to American companies, like what's happened in East Asia and Latin America. All of these things contribute to creating a more vulnerable, less powerful workforce that can be taken advantage of more easily, that is more likely to be
unemployed. They don't have the social programs, so they have no bargaining power. It's not like they can just leave their job and live off the government. They have to eat shit.
Employed or underemployed, that year after year has to contend with more and more obstacles to living a comfortable life. Through these combined efforts, capitalists are able to wield more power in negotiations with workers, push wages down, strip their access to healthcare, union bust indiscriminately, and personally accumulate wealth at levels we haven't seen in all of human history.
Well, it's also that people don't, like, what we're seeing here in like the society now is we're not really seeing a free market. What we're seeing is that one of the worst things if you are trying to make money is a free market. A free market is so bad for profit because that means that people can come in and undercut you. Like, for example, back in the day, I used to play WoW. I played WoW a lot, still do. Every single time a new guild would kill Mythic Garrosh, I would message the guild master or the raid leader. I'd say congratulations. You killed the boss. We're selling the mount for 800,000 gold. We were hoping that you could also sell it for 800,000 gold. That sound good? Great. Alright, that'll be good for both of us. And that was it. And the mount was 800,000 gold. And its price fixing is so good. It's like the reason why price fixing is against the law in real life is because it works. Do you think they wouldn't make it against the law if it didn't work? No, it works. And also, like, it's illegal. Number one, whenever you are a billionaire, you don't really have to follow the law most of the time. And whenever you do, you make $7 billion in profit and you get a $100 million fine. Oh, wow. Justice is served. What a surprise.
And none of this is to romanticize the 50s or some bygone era, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Those were not good times for anyone not like this. Trying to turn back the clock isn't going to solve any of these problems.
No.
The seeds of declining job quality were already there back then. You recreate
You're saying it's like if you're black or something's fucking like some other like race or whatever, something's different with you, it's bad. Like, I think obviously when people romanticize the 50s, they're not saying let's bring back segregation. I think that you can disconnect these two ideas, or at least a person with, again, an IQ over 75 can probably do that. However, there's a lot of people that are below that and they're very loud on the internet.
New Deal social democracy in the US today, and within a couple of years, it'll melt back into neoliberalism because it isn't a solution that takes away capitalist power, nor their need to make profits at all costs. The balance of power of the 50s was nothing more than a temporary compromise that only held while capitalists were satisfied. Bottom line is, we're not going to find a solution in some mythologized past. It's only going to be when people have actual collective autonomy to make economic decisions and aren't forced to generate profits for a small group of wealthy businessmen that work can actually and durably improve. If you only take one...
The problem with people having their own ability to generate profit is that most people, I don't think, would do that. Yeah, that's just not what happens. And then every time that the people... Here's the thing. Every time the people rise up, what do the wealthy people do? Well, they pay half of the poor people to kill the other half of the poor people. Problem solved. And, you know, it repeats itself and that's it. And the thing is, what's so crazy is it just keeps working. It's not like people ever figure this one out. They just keeps happening over and over and over.
Thing away from this video, let it be this. Your job will never truly improve under capitalism. So long as the profit motive is the...
I don't like that outlook. I think that's wrong. I think that you should still try to improve your job. To say that, I think, is silly. Truth is that there's a lot of people who have improved their job under capitalism. How many of you guys have improved your job in the last 5 years? I'm sure there's some of you. So you can't really make a sweeping statement as if this isn't the case. And I think also a lot of times people have the outlook that because things are stacked against them or because things are unfair, that they can never get out from under them. Well, guess what? You still can, even if it's harder. And if you don't want to, yep, it sucks, and there's things holding you back. But at the end of the day, you know, your own happiness, your own success is up to you. Nobody else gives a shit about it. So if you're not going to take accountability for it, solve your own problems, nobody else is going to do it either.
Guiding principle of
every... Yeah, I think this is a very good... Yeah, he's probably looking at it from a macro scale, not micro scale. Yes, like his macro analysis, I would say, is probably accurate. And I think that it's even that is inaccurate because I think it'll keep getting worse. But on a micro level, on an individual level, I don't think this is true. I don't like the defeatism of it whenever people personalize this advice. I think that's a much better way to say it, yeah.
Business. Safety, working conditions, and basic human dignity will always be an afterthought. If we want to get to a place where we can take pride in our work, enjoy a good work-life balance, and use new technology for the benefit of all workers, capitalism needs to go.
Is this capitalism being bad? I don't think this is gonna. I don't think that's gonna solve it. I think that if they get rid of capitalism and they use something else, it'll just be the same thing. I think also, like, whenever you say capitalism, it's people think capitalism is one thing. People think that it's free market. I think that, you know, whenever you say capitalism, people might look at the current state of affairs in the U.S., but I think that there's a lot of arguments of why that's not really capitalism, you know? I mean, fuck, we have Social Security. We have a million different things that aren't capitalist. So I don't think that it's really a solution of ditching capitalism or only having socialism. I think it's about taking, stop attaching yourself to labels and look at what works.
I mentioned at the beginning of the episode that I had an exciting announcement.
Okay.
As of today, both the Deprogram and First Thought will be available on Nebula. I've gotten a lot of requests to host them both on the platform, so I hope you're excited to see them added to the roster. If you'd like to help support...
I think that, again, if you want to make an argument against capitalism, I feel like, is life better in China for people? I don't think it is. I think life is probably pretty bad for a lot of people in China. They're getting worked to death constantly. They're not even able to go home. Like, yeah, I clearly don't think so. For a lot of people, China's extremely capitalist. Well, what would you give an example? Like, give me an example of a culture that's not capitalist, and why is it not capitalist? Yeah, why is it not capitalist? Let's see here. There's no non-capitalist culture. That's the pain. Yeah, I don't understand this. There's no successful non-capitalist country. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, people say North Korea. Okay. That's it. All right. Yeah, I'm sure things are going great over there. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how the Scandinavian countries do things. I think they exist in a free market, and you know, there are. I think that you can have a free market while having social programs that create a social safety. Like that's basically my viewpoint on things.
Ako ima nešto u firmi, ima u redu, ali ja bi doručkovao, ako mu, kao što rekao, neću da nosi spremi da doručkujem nešto, nemaš ništa sprema.
There is a social safety net. Is that capitalism? Is it socialism? No, it's neither. It's both. There's a lot of good things about a free market. I think the truth is that if you look at like the people's lives back maybe 100 years ago, because we had capitalism, by the way, we had capitalism in the 1930s. It's not like we didn't, bro. Like there was, it's called the Gilded Age. It was so bad. Maybe that was actually a bit before then, but you know, point's still the same. It's like this is, you know, there's been this stuff for years. It's always been like this in the U.S. So like looking at the last like 100 years and then saying, well, because these are bad, the last 50 years, well, these are bad, then capitalism is bad. No, I don't really think that's accurate, because capitalism's been around for hundreds of years now. So, I mean, I think that it's a very reductive way of looking at things to just get rid of capitalism. Because what does that mean? How does that make sense? Like, what is... Like, whenever you say get rid of capitalism, what do you really mean by that? And I think that these terminologies and this language is very useless.
Yes.
Let's see here. Yeah, and bro, he talks about it in the video. What did he talk about? Yeah, what was the... What did he talk? Like, I feel like there wasn't really a lot of solutions here. Child labor's bad. I mean, yeah, sure, but that's not going to solve the problem. Yeah, I don't think that's going to do anything. I didn't talk about any actionable solutions or policies. Yeah, I mean, again, I think that there are a lot of people, and this is, I think, one of the ways that people like this shoot themselves in the foot, is that they don't really work towards, like, you can make an argument like what he's making, but whenever you don't really provide an alternative solution, it's not really very substantive. There's not really a lot of substance to it, I would say.
All these channels, the best possible way you can do that is by signing up for Nebula with the link below.
Yeah.
Nebula is home to content from all your favorite creators, and it's a place where we can experiment and produce the content we really want to make, without the fear of age restriction or demonetization. If you've ever listened to the deprogram, you understand why it's always demonetized. That's why I'm so glad we have Nebula. We can be honest, we can have fun, we can produce content for people to enjoy without having to choose our words carefully to avoid age restriction or demonetization. And now, if you sign up with my link, you'll also get access to the new Nebula classes, where creators host classes on how to be a creator. There's something for everyone, and it's another way for you to take a peek behind the scenes and see what really goes into
That's a
making
good
content.
camera.
Your favorite creators teaching you how to create. In my opinion, that's
It's
pretty
getting a
cool.
new camera. I thought about
Here's
getting
the
a new
heartfelt part. Every person who signs up using my link is directly contributing to the financial stability of this operation. That second thought, the deprogram, and first thought. None of this would be possible without the generosity of viewers like you, especially since pretty much all my sponsors have failed. And it doesn't take a huge investment to keep the lights on.
I think that's disappointing. You know, while I'm definitely a capitalism enjoyer, I support this guy, and you know, like if he wants to have another outlook on things, I totally support that. I think that's okay. It sucks that sponsors pussy out on that stuff. I mean, he's not a bad guy. This isn't a bad dude. He's not trying to hurt somebody here. He's just talking about what he believes in. There's nothing wrong. It sucks.
If you sign up using the link below, you'll get access to Nebula and Nebula classes for under $3 a month. With my link, the annual plan is just $30 a year, or $2.50 a month. I honestly think that's an amazing deal for all the great content on Nebula. So if you'd like to help support my work and get access to the streaming platform built and owned by the creators, sign up for Nebula using my link below. It really does help support me and educational...
Nebula's creator owned? I don't know anything about this. Whenever I hear a buzzword like that, look, my mom told me when I was 5 years old that Jonah lived in a fish in the Bible. I said, no, there's no way he would live in a fish. How could he breathe? I am an extremely skeptical person. Anytime I hear anything, I'm like, nah, there's no way. So I don't know if I believe that.
Creators all across YouTube. If you enjoyed this video, consider dropping a like. If you hated it, a thumbs down. You can watch my other content by following the links on your screen. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Yep, there you go. Let's see here. It used to be an actual good platform. People like Wendover and Real Life War are big there. Well, good for them. Let's see here. I'll read a few comments about this. I know people are probably pretty opinionated about it, but yeah, let's talk about it for a few minutes. Did you watch Crash Me Out? Says capitalism is bad, then runs ads. Well, you have to. I mean, the truth is that, like, like, for example, can you actively protest climate change while at the same time not participating in it yourself? You don't drive cars, you don't use airplanes, you don't do anything, right? I think that expecting a person, I said this a million times, expecting the person to live according to their ideals whenever they don't have to is always a mistake if living according to other ideals is better for them circumstantially. I am very much a realist with this kind of stuff. I don't think this devalues what people are saying, because I don't really take what they're saying to be some ideological position in the first place. It's not that, yeah, there's activists, many people are activists until they have the opportunity to do otherwise. It's not that big of a surprise. It doesn't really upset me. Problem isn't capitalism, it's unchecked capitalism. Yeah, any unchecked system will never work. I think so too. I agree with that. I don't think that capitalism is really a problem here. I think that if you go and you know, you look at systems and the way of life back before capitalism, I think that you'll see some inequality. Like, massive inequality. Like a crazy, fucking insane level of inequality. So, yeah, Serfdom was great. Yeah, well, I hope you like it. It's coming back very soon. Let's see here. My honest opinion, arguing with this capitalism or any isms is a fucking loop. There's no system that will work for everyone. Exactly. So, yeah, I think that the truth is that, you know, free markets, I think they're great. Also, as I said, the first thing that people who are in free markets do is they make them not free. That's the first thing they fucking do. Because if it's a free market, then other people can compete with you. So you want to immediately fucking shut them down, and then it's a free market because you're free to make as much money as you want. That's what you really meant by free market, right? I mean, come on. So yeah, capitalism lives for lives. It's comfortable enough to spend all your time complaining about it. Well, I think that if, as I said, I think that the inevitable conclusion to society is that most people will not work. And, I don't know, people can live as, like, slaves, they get paid to exist, government can kill them, I don't know what's gonna happen.
Easter might already be over, but we just got the Tracer Pack Hopping Map bundle here in Modern Warfare 2, and this bundle's got some pretty unique effects.
And
Hop into a new Klaus operator skin with 2 weapons with custom lasers and custom effects.
No, I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding, guys. I think it's gonna happen.
I love just
I
the
might
little
sound like a
effects.
crazy person,
and that
but,
looks vastly
you know,
different.
I think time will prove me right, but I guess we'll just have to find out. Yeah, that's about it. Funny how no one mentions an alternative, only that capitalism is better.
This was originally going to be a video about testing out Resident Evil 4, and it started out, you know, I was doing my testing. Here's the game at max settings, 1440p, on an RTX 3070 Ti. Now, notice that the game here says that it needs 14 gigabytes of VRAM at these settings. And some games say they need more than they really do, so I figured, you know, let's go ahead and start up the game. And it starts loading in, figure there's no big deal or anything, and you start up here, and this is consistent behavior, it just crashes. So the game crashes, gives you this error, fatal D3D error, every single time that I try and run the game with too much VRAM enabled. And that's a bit of a shame, because the RTX 3070 Ti is a powerful enough GPU that if it wasn't running out of VRAM and crashing, it could actually run this game completely maxed out at 1440p with no issues, even including the ray tracing, no upscaling required. Here's what I mean. Let's hop back in here and let's turn down the texture quality. So texture quality tends to be the biggest VRAM hog, although other settings and increasing resolution also use VRAM. But here, as we scroll this back, watch the image here. It actually shows you how the textures get worse, but also watch the graphics memory estimation. By the way, I really like the menu in this. As far as, you know, it shows you what things do, and it shows you the impact they have to various types of performance. But let's bring it down to where it says that we're probably, you know, it's still giving us a red warning, but we're probably okay to at least launch the game. And then let's back out and open it back up, load in, and I think we can actually run the game now without it crashing. Unfortunately, though, if you guys look at these textures, you can just tell these are not super detailed textures, which is a little bit annoying. And then also, I don't know why I was using a controller. I think I just had a controller plugged in and it doesn't make a Anyway, that's a whole other issue. You know what? Let's go this way. I think there might be combat happening in that direction. Guys, look at the overall performance of the game here. I'm actually going to start up a benchmark so we can see the average frame rates and the 1% lows. You can see the frame time graph. Everything is absolutely fine, and this is every single setting, including ray tracing, maxed out at native 1440p. The only thing I had to turn down was textures, but textures are annoying when you look at them, and they're definitely a lower resolution. In other words, this is a frustrating situation where the graphics card is powerful enough to run this game completely maxed out, at 80 FPS average here. And texture resolution doesn't usually have much impact on performance at all until you run out. This is the unfortunate situation where we're seeing it has ran out. Okay? So that's what we're seeing here, and it is really sad to see it. Now, to prove to you that it really is the VRAM capacity that was the problem, watch what happens as we bring it back up. So it's starting to give us, you can see in this particular scene, it's measuring where we're at here. By the way, notice that that matches up pretty well with what I'm seeing in my MSI Afterburner report. What you see here in Afterburner is, this one is the allocated memory, but this is the per process usage, which is matching up more to what the game's actually using. But as we bring this up, you can see right here, the game's gonna crash. So as soon as I get past where the game, where the GPU is, the game actually crashes. And like I said, this is really, really frustrating because the GPU itself was fast enough to max out this game at 1440p, high refresh rate with no issues if it just had more VRAM. And it's, yeah, frustrating to see that it doesn't have the VRAM to take advantage of its full potential. Now, there are other games where we have seen problems with VRAM, but I've got to say this is the worst one that I have personally tested out. And it's really unfortunate that we're seeing this. But let's look at some other games where I've seen this issue. Well, I also just kind of run around in this game and talk at you. I'll probably edit in some tested footage while I'm talking. So, I've also seen an issue in Hogwarts Legacy when it launched, where I was testing my 3060 Ti, which once again has 8 gigabytes of memory, and I was testing it up against my my 6700 XT, which has 12 gigabytes of memory, but other than that, they usually perform about the same. And they were both able to get about 60 FPS at 1440p Ultra, with the problem being that the 3060 Ti would randomly dip to around 30 FPS. It would stutter and it would recover in certain scenes. And that was definitely the VRAM spilling over. Now you could bring down settings again, or control, upscale, which, runs at a lower resolution, brings down the VRAM a little bit, and you could get under control, but it was knowing that I had to deal with this. Now, today I've actually tested that out again on the 3070 Ti, and I was not able to repeat the problem, and I think that the game has actually had some patches to help control the memory usage a little bit, which is a good thing. So, at least we have that. Now, another game that I hadn't actually tested out much myself, but I'd seen people saying that VRAM is an issue in Forspoken. So I went ahead and ran the Forspoken benchmark on the 3070 Ti, and I set it to the maximum settings, 1440p, ran the benchmark, and then I also just adjusted the texture quality to low, and then I ran the benchmark again, and you could see a big difference, not just in overall performance, but also in certain areas where there would be big stutters with the highest texture settings, where we didn't get those stutters on the lower texture settings. So once again, it's a clear indication that the 3070 Ti is being held back by its VRAM capacity, even though the GPU is strong enough to play the game. So again, very unfortunate to see it with 8 gigabytes of VRAM. Now, these were the games, Hogwarts Legacy and, Forspoken and Resident Evil 4, where it's been most obvious in my testing, although I'm sure there are others. Although I do want to mention that in the vast majority of games that I test on this channel, including recent ones, the 8 gigabytes of VRAM really hasn't been too much of a problem. But I would expect that this issue will continue to get worse, not better, over time. And so I think this is lending credence to the people who thought, the longevity of the 3070 Ti could be a bit of a question mark with that 8 gigabyte of VRAM capacity. So certainly something to think about. Now, in general, the 3060, if we think about specific video cards, the 3070 Ti is the most extreme example. It's the fastest card with such bad VRAM capacity, right? You know, on a card like a 3060 Ti, which you might be targeting more at 1080p, I think at the lower resolutions, VRAM capacity is less of an issue.
Jebote, čovjek jedva diše. Te kamion pregazio.
Što se čini?
Igram ovaj...
Take care.
Last Epoch. Da. Ti, kako na poslu, baš smo Vladevili pričali ovaj...
Odsekao sam od hemije.
Take care.
Prebacio sam neku hemiju, evo janju. Osnovno mi se neka pojelici. Ne znam, ispeče neka nečina.
Take care.
Hello, traveler. Do not dwell on regrets.
Sekao sam. Ja. Oće me bole.
Verujem ti.
Oće me bole. Će popijemo lice mleka.
Popiješ li ta mleka ako nemaš pluća? Ovo je nešto interesantno.
Jebe toliko treba da nađi.
Šta treba da nađi?
A ljude. Pratio.
Random mečevi, ja?
Pa da. Ne mogu se sinoć.
Zašto uopšte igraš sa randomima? Jel ti trebaju...
Ne to, nego skandinavački.
Ne. Kad igraš Starkove, jel ti treba saigrač ili ti je lakše da igraš sam?
Lepo li imaš neko još?
Dobro, nekog. Pitam te, jel ti lepo da igraš sa 2 retarda u ekipi?
Pa nije.
Pa onda?
To ne mene igram, zato ja imam 5000 sati sve.
Pretpostavljam da si više našao saigrača s kojima si mogao recimo kasnije da igraš u ekipi, tipa kad si igrao protiv njih. Nego kad si igrao sa njima pa kao okej, kao igrao sam s ovim, moj ne igra loše. Više si imao negativnih iskustava kad si igrao s nekim nego pozitivnih.
Ne s našima to baš poslušano.
Ja ne znam da li Milan troluje ili igra ozbiljno. A Boris... Čekaj, ti si igrao Souls igre, jel tako? Igrao si Dark Souls 3.
Yes.
Jer znaš koliko je bitno tamo da ne potrošiš svu staminu, onaj zeleni bar?
Ja znam.
Ako potrošiš svu staminu, ne možeš više da se kotrljaš, ne možeš više da udaraš, ne možeš ništa. Možeš samo da hodaš. I da čekaš da te ubiju, razumeš? Pošto ti ne stalo stamina. Isto tako, stamina shot, ja mu kažem za stamina shota, ja ga ne kudim bez veze. Kažem mu, stamina shotovi ne pomažu kad ih nemaš. A ima trenutaka kad nemaš stamina shotove, iako nisi naučio da... Mislim, ja znam da ga ne interesuje taj PV aspekt gun shotdowna, ali ne možemo da uklonimo zarad njega samo PV aspekt igre. Tu je...
prema stolu. Ništa, prema stolu. A ne, neki put napravi tako da ovo baci neki put.
Kao što rekao, u pitanju su PvP momenti. S tiče PvA, ja sam siguran da mu se dešava barem svaki drugi, treći meč da ga AI da mu skine 25 HP-a, recimo da dođe do boss arene sa već jednim, recimo onim čankom health-a manje. Znači bez da se puca s ljudima. Jednostavno AI ga je sredio. Mogu da se klagam.
Ako solo mi ubacio odmah, evo redu.
Pa znaš zašto te ubacilo odmah? Zato što te matchmakeuje sa ljudima koji su malo nižeg ranka nego ti.
Četiri zvezdice.
A da, ali ako si ti 4 zvezdice, budi siguran da te matchmakeovalo ne sa ljudima koji su 6 ili 5, već ti je čitav tim u prosjeku oko 4 zvezdice. Ili 3 do 4, na primjer, nek bude. Možda ćeš vidjeti jednog koji je rank 5. Nećeš vidjeti čitav tim od 5 do 6, onaj staren.
Samo bacio se neki debil.
Pa ne mora da bude da su svi debili.
Evo mi dinalačko da nesi.
A?
Baš kuću mali imate.
Da.
Sad ću variti
Moje obzervacija je bila da se tebi sviđa PvP aspekt Hand Showdowna, ali kad bi moglo kako da se ukloni taj skroz PvE, bilo bi dobro. AI.
Ne, majok, neka ostane.
A dobro, a što onda kukaš kad te, ne znam, 3 kere krenu da te glođu ili
ne, kukam,
kad te armor
mi baš
dobije?
kad ne treba, kad krene fight, oni krenu leđe.
Pa zašto ih ne počistiš pre nego što priđeš?
Čistim, ali rode se novi. Sad ti pre ne rade sve već da gamer.
Evo jedno pitanje, ne znam da li preteram. Da li si ikad koristio nož za bacanje ili sekiru? Sekiromak.
Da.
Znaš koliko, znaš da možeš da ubiješ kera sa jednom sekirom za bacanje ili sa nožem i bez stamine, zato što da bi ispalio sekiru ili nož ne treba ti ništa stamine, 0 stamine ti treba.
A.
To znaš?
Da. Nenada, će pičnemo koju. A?
Dobro. Ovo sam pitao.
Kad nešo... Će da vidimo, ja ne znam šta će to će da vidimo, će da spavam, će neće spavam, ti kažeš evo me za 15 minuta pa te nema 6 sati.
Evo da ti ja prevedem, hoćeš da ti igram meč 2 sam, pa ako budeš tu, ako se malo raspoloži, može. Ne sam li dobro sumarizao.
Se vratim.
Jesam bio dobar advokat trven.
Sve vi znali da ja dolazim sa te strane. A nisam napravio ni najmanji šum.
Možda ima i bomb.
Nemam.
AI. Ako...
Nisam ja i...
Ne, slušaj. AI se sponuje.
Ma da.
Šta, ne veruješ mi?
Ma ne govorim kako mi je jebeni čipu. Nisam piplo AI ili...
Ne, AI se sponuje s te strane s koje ti prilaziš. AI se sponuje u radijusu oko 100...
Oni su bili već unutra u Bosne, nemojte se polako bili Bosne.
I šta, predstavili su da je bio bossa kad si ti prišao, šta?
A ubili su ga.
Dobro. I čovjek izašao na prozor i ubio te, šta?
Ne, svi krali su krenuli na jednom da pucaju u mom pravcu. Znači imamo, mada nema šanse na ovako, on ima razliku od 3000 kilo.
Kako 3000?
Pa tako lepo. Pa, jebeni smedljivi Rus. Peljavo rusko govno.
Ti znaš da dosta tih Rusa je lažno, da ljudi namjerno stave, na primjer, da bi trolovali.
Peljavo rusko govno.
Sve jedno. Izabrao je da se deklariše kao Rus, krivi. Je li to?
Milovački.
Nije to.
Ja ti sam otišao u štundu.
Znaš kako se to rešava? Pa rekao je da će da ide, pa će se vratiti malo kasnije.
Petrovački!
Tim rečem. Gardi! Starac i more. Pa ako pustiš stream, pogledat ću ja tvoj stream, pa ću ti reći šta je logično, šta nije. Imam toliko sati da mogu da ti kažem kad neko očigledno radi ilegalne stvari, a kad neko jednostavno zna. Halo?
Halo.
Nenade. Ovo ne vrati se.
Nenade.
Aj pusti neki stream, neću te ja trolovat kao kum, mene čisto zanima da vidim te čitarske mečeve. Znaš da ja volim da gledam statistiku i to, ti obično rage quitaš meče, ja ti obično kažem koliko si napravio. Lakše mi je da budem objektivan budući da ne igram.
Znaš, meni nešto ne računa dolare kad igram partije koje iznesem napolje.
Ne računa ti dobro dolare?
To. Kad mi je ono skinu da igra $12,000, meni to neko zjebao.
Stalno ideš u minus.
Stalno, ne ništa. Iznesemo bounty i ubijemo 5 lovaca, ja $150, dobimo ništa, kurac.
Mora da je znak od Boga.
A?
To mora da je znak od Boga.
Konstantno idem u minus.
Giant. Alo!
A bre, ne rade, tu ne rade.
AFK. Čitaj poruku u Discord. Hvala.
Nosiš stiksano ili ne? Stikara.
Ako imaš ručni samostrel sa otrovom, možeš dobiti skoro svaku bossa. Osim pauka. Osim pauka, jedan.
Pauci. Imće si pauci.
Trebali bi da stave zapaljive strele.
Nenad kaže kad iznesemo bounty to uzme $1,500 dobije, ja dobijem kurac, ja dobijem
Ne
$150.
dobije. Ne dobije. Znaš kad dobije $1,500? Dobije kad pređe onaj blood rank. Kad se leveluje, znaš. Imaš ono kad ti je ključa oružje, ili kad ti je ključa perk, ili kad ti je ključa alat.
Piše ili na kraju.
Čovječe, kad pređeš bloodline dobiješ bonus pare, to znaš.
Znam, ali da ti piše na ovim 1000 dok je ništa. Uvek. Svaki meč koji pobedimo.
Ne.
Nije tako pre bilo.
Ne, možda ako lutuješ 2-3 lovca. Ja kao solo dobijem $1000. Ti kao duo ili trio ne može dobiti toliko para, šanse nema. Samo ako lutuješ. Ili nađeš kasu. Ili sedlo ako. Generalno ljudi više troše na loadout nego što iznesu para. Osim ako nemaš sreće da lutaš par ljudi. Evo noć.
Milo noć.
Neko birao tu noć.
Milo noć. Milo noć.
Si rekao Milanović? Milanović.
Milo noć.
Nemoj sada pokrećeš drugu igru. Igraj meč.
Sad ti tamo ciljaš.
Jede me ova hemija u pizdu materiju. Uopšte mi nije dobro. Ne duva se sve ovoga. Čeknem Snežo!
Pa imaš kakve lekove protiv toga?
Neko je digao rane.
Jedino se popije
negdje, čuješ?
Osjećam je, u ustima je osjećam.
Nenade, neko je digao rane, Nenade.
A dobro, ne.
Iz kog pravca?
A, pingovo sam.
Reci meni. Ne vidim kompas. Je li jug mape? Je li sever? Čekaj, ne može biti sever. Može biti jug ili...
Imaš ovdje lemat, karabin.
Isto.
A?
Gdje?
Lemat karabin ima free.
Da.
Ajde.
Nisi uzao ništa, nije ti zamenio, moguće.
Nisam htio da zamenim ovo mi je, bolje mi je ovo nego ono.
Winchester kad je bolje. Lemat karabin ima onaj shotgun sa kao...
Da, ima i shotgun, znam ili je. Ali ja ovo nosim zbog nečeg drugog.
Da otključaš nešto šta.
Ne, zbog ovoga, zbog količine municije.
Zbog količine municije?
Pre neki dan sam ostao bez municije. Prvi put, nakon ko zna koliko vremena.
Sam Winchester ko si ostao bez municije.
Ne Winchester.
Nego?
Imao sam onaj perunđeni, mislim, Nagan Office.
On nema ništa municije.
Emulator divlja ovdje na neko.
Nagant Officer karabin nema municije. On imaš 7 plus 12 metaka, tako. Ili 7 plus 14. Smeci. To i nema municije.
Dajmo se koncentrirat, emulator divlja na nekog. I digli su rane iza ovo. Još jedan traži.
Marvelous. Welcome to my channel.
Yes.
Heritage.
Take care.
Jebi ga, ovaj Nenad ne igra. Znaš? Zabušava.
Kaže da se naguto neke hemije.
Okej. Ne mogu da pronađem. Da meni puku net ili...
Moguće da mene zombi raskrvari, a ja lika ne ubijem Romerom, jevo.
Jebi ga, Nenade. Nenad, ti izaš iz igre. Čuš, Boris?
Pa nije igra. Samo se mutirao, ne znam zašto.
Jebi ga, gasio stream. Možda radi nešto tajno. Okej, pošteno.
So there is that.
Radi neke
It's just
financijske
definitely something to
malverzacije.
consider, and I wish that we didn't have to consider this.
Dobro, ne
On
moram
these
nešto da vidim.
GPUs. So I know a lot of people ask about the VRAM capacity in my videos and is it causing a problem in games. Well, here we go. Let's go ahead and kick up these textures one last time to end the video. And as soon as we go up to 2 gigabytes of texture, once again the game has predictably crashed. I hope all of you have an excellent day.
Halo?
Halo? Šta je bilo?
Ništa.
Kaže Boris da igraš, ja kažem da ne igraš 100%.
Neka muzika. Da. Kako su glupi?
A?
Kako su glupi?
Ma, zombi me raskrvario, retardirani.
Ustani i beži odmah gore. Odmah za mnom.
Mislim da ja vidim dok mi je sve crveno, jevo.
Ima još jedan, pazi.
A?
Ima još jedan tu.
Jesi ti healuješ ili njega digu?
Ja sam se da healao, možda ga diže.
Ja idem da otrujem ovog dole, evo.
Budi oprezan.
Tu je dole.
Znam.
O jebem ti mater, kakav agresivac. Jel ima neko hilje dole?
Još kino ovdje.
Sad sam se već nahilirao.
Evo kako me ga zapali, jebe ga.
Gdje je ovaj?
Ovo je negdje bio.
Jebem ti mater.
Šta je se robio? Si vidio Ilija?
A te šta je s ovim?
Ne znam, gasio stream.
O, jebem ti mater.
Upaljen si Ilija. Upaljen, ma da.
Pritisnuo si hotkey. Bio. Da ga ugasiš. A Armor je to bio.
Ne sad, nego malo pre. Vrati malo nazad da vidiš.
To ćemo da imamo.
Jebote.
A te šta je s ovim?
Ne znam, gasio stream.
O, jebem ti mater.
Mislim da je PS da opimo, to ni normalno.
Gdje je ovaj?
Ništa živo se ne vidi kod tebe. Ne znam kako te pogodio čovjek, ja ga nigdje vidio nisam.
Sam ga vidio.
Vidio sam da te Armored jurio i to je to.
Gore je novački navuko ovamo i nije gubio. Mnogo ih je s Milane. Mnogo.
Nije nego... Je Boris kriv. Neko mora da ga ubije, a zašto bi to ja radio, kapiraš? Ubij ga ti. Ne moram ja. A na kraju će
Digi daba.
I zbog toga smo izginuli sad.
Digi daba.
Ne, zato što si dobio metak i bio si zatvor, nisi vidio odakle ti se puca i
Ma ja sam
Armored
vidio
te
odakle
sašio.
nego me zajebao ovaj Armored.
Ta Armored nije treba da bude tu.
A Digi daba.
Ne mogu na tjedan ovog vladu da gleda 3-4 dana.
Hey there, wanna try your luck?
Pa ja te supportam kad streamuješ, kad ne streamuješ jebi ga, ne mogu ti ništa.
Gdje streamiraš? U Tubetu ili na...
Pitch.
Pitch?
Pitching.
Ako to na pitch. Već ti kurac sklopit vi.
What brings you here?
Bio mi pojedno upadam na neki program. Na neki cache.
Možda biti što i ja. Da staviš njihov onaj baner s reklamama i to ti to.
Meni je cilj da budem veliki.
Take care.
Onda moraš dobro da igraš.
Da. Koliko njih ima što je nikakva opet.
Ko to igra nikako, kao gledanje, da čujem.
Koliko njih se ime.
Misliš još ti igraju tako, šta? Ili što ti igraju Han?
A se blesali.
Pa ti što se blesave, ti igre baš dobro. I ti više ne shvati igru ozbiljno. Njima je ono, kad uđu meč, znači stavi mozak na turn off. Ne mora da traje hard. Onaj skraćena Winchesterka nema toliko loša accuracy. Ako bi morao da biram revolver ili nju, uvijek birao skraćenu Winchesterku.
Mostly ovdje.
To je sjajno.
I just died on your arms tonight.
Ti uzeo antidotu.
Ljudi. Boj se.
Molim.
Hvala.
Još neko dolazi.
Beži.
Ali me je zavukao blizu.
Deutschland.
Pazi, dolazi nam neko dole ovdje.
Nemoj da otvoriti nešto. Boli se! Čovjek je uskočio kod nas!
Chain pistol, sred telo.
Jebote, gledamo ovamo, on uskočio kad spioza čovjek pored tebi.
Čekaj, što te diže? Pa gubio?
A vada je gubio.
Nije gubio.
Jeste, evo ti imaš Spektara ako hoćeš.
Znaš, srećim.
Mogu si zatvoriti prozor.
A razbili su ih dinamitom, bre.
Fuck off.
Potro.
A?
To nema više nikoga. Nigdje. Čisto je da.
Dobro, potroši još jednu sekundu. Možda će gi dobijem, bre.
Jedan fali. Ajde ga imam. Ništa ima na drugom osu. Svira kako sam ubio na ove gazatelje.
Jajno.
Ta... Ne priznam da u tom sekundu nisi. Ti si ti počeo kao Milan da deliš značke za redovnost.
Ja, za?
Redovnost.
Kako je redovnost?
Za redovno dolaženje na nastavu i to.
A šta mi je on bio zadužen u školi za to, a?
To ja nisam rekao.
Joj, joj, joj.
A o, brate.
Gdje je ga?
A, skroz gore, dokovima.
Evo ga. Če živimo na njih ili idemo naprijed?
Da pogodat ću.
Gdje ti ideš kad imaš pola health?
Pa ne mislim.
Ti se sviđa ideja da te one shot s Sparksom, samo izvoli.
To je genioločki, pa će onda, ne?
Ne znam kako će, ubojici vam fali po 25 HP.
Kako boli su fali 25 HP?
A oni čitav, nije odumro.
Ne fali meni ništa.
Ovi glupi kučići,
kako ne fali?
Kad nije ovako.
Ej.
Sve si napravio?
Ništa. Tebe sam ošino.
Nema nije bio heal.
Ej, čovjek ispred nas.
Čovjek ispred nas.
Tu.
Da, vidio sam. Sad pazi, sad se doktor vratio. Jedan. Ovako.
Više nije.
Ti ga muta.
Jel vam izlaz u vodi, samo mi to reci.
Poison spell nije ovo.
Znaš da imaju običaj da postavljaju zamke oko vode i...
Ja, dvojicu
Juče, kakav meč juče bio. Sve zamke do zamke.
A da, ono je nešto.
To je bilo toliko zamki da to nije...
Jedan je gore, a jedan kod je dole desno.
Oba su gore. Gledaj na mapu da ne krenu da begaju. Neki mađan.
Da nije onaj serial killer, nije?
Nije, da.
Ima neki serijski ubica Mađar. Serijski idiot. Zato nisam vidio već ovcu.
Looky for fun _ bot _ 1. Welcome to my channel.
Nije bacilo se ovo. Ma da. Opet se vam podađe ne digneš. Mrtve si. Sam bio toliko nisko čutljiv tu.
Weird Sister tu bila, ali?
Si išao dole. Tišu si daleko.
Hitovo sam ga, pomagaj.
Nema ništa kako što si ga hitao. Nemaš ništa.
A umro je, ubila ga pčela. Čekaj da se nahilujem.
Ne verujem da te nije ubio. Kakvu praćku on koristi?
Je neke zamke, ovdje sam ga čuo gore.
Ej, sad ću da vidim šta je stane. Ako stavim neko zamke, to bi trebalo da se aktivira.
Curse and luck.
To meni ovo.
Highly modded Factorial.
Nisam promenio.
With Western style UI. Da, corect. Since when
Bela mi je ukrala kill. Ha, majko.
Dove, čuti.
Odvalio sam ga s Romerom, ali ostao je živ, a on je izgleda puku u bure sa pčelama ispred sebe kad sam ga trknuo.
Bolje nije moglo da bude.
Da vidim koliko sam sad dobio dolarija. 2 bounty-a i koliko smo 5 lovaca. 6.
Onaj Sono je bio pokušao da se vidi.
$1156.
1126 seti. I?
Pa, ovo tako i treba, jebi ga. Ono juče i prekjuče, ja ti stalno kukam, posmatram, brate mili. Znači, neki kurac nije u...
Mogu pobijem ceo ti.
Šta moram pobiješ?
Mogu pobijem te sve, da?
Dupe sam ti spasao tamo, ajde ću ti. Jel' tako? Full metal jacket tamo će da uzmem za špljaks.
Za bljaks?
Za špljaks, jeste. Uzeo sam za špljaks, jel nosiš taj neki stick ili ne nosiš? Nosiš? Dobro, ako nosiš stikica da ja uzmem onda otrovnica pičku mater. Da ja uzmem otrovnicu. Evo, trajtove bi trebalo uzeti, ja šta misliš?
Koliko si dobio para? Aj počitaj mi sad koliko si dobio para.
$156.
Ti ne. Ali to ti je za komplet 2, to ti je 4 komada bounty, jel tako?
Da.
Pa, toliko si dobio. I možda si lutova nekog još usto. Lutala sam, drago čitav dan.
O, glasnogovornik.
Jedno čekam nju, majko.
Šta čekaš?
Jun.
Zašto?
Ne čupam te obole.
Odgo satisfying.
Čovjek koji se stalno pati sa kompjuterima, kad vodi svoju mašinu, stalno mu je nešto falično što kupuje. Pazi šta mi piše. Borise, treba mi savjet, samo ne da se smaješ koji sam maler. Vadio sam procesor i iskrivim pin nekako. Pa sam ga malo ispravio i vratio nazad, ali komp uopšte ne mogu da se upali. Sad vidim da fale 2 pina na procesoru.
Može, reci to može da se napravi. Samo košta 300 €. Toliko košta novi procesor.
Neko je poslao ovaj... Pavel.
Šta ti je poslao?
Poslao mi je krone... za tapšenje.
Kako?
Prepaj Avens. Ali ne piše ko je to post.
Ja nisam dobro da ti kažem.
Koment na profil, šta?
Da.
Ja nijesam dobro.
Mogu ti ja poslati ako hoćeš.
Možda sam ga ubio dobro, što je kako stigao.
Koji ti je to profil da vidim?
Onaj...
Ne, sad.
Ruski.
Update. Gonna be dope.
Ljudi, ej! Nenade!
Ej, kume oči, čekaj.
Čovjek umire. Čovjek umira ti tako.
Draga, njima je crven sad, je.
Ti se odmakni 30 metara. Znaš? Ne moraš da ga ljubiš. Udalji se 30 metara pravi.
Gdje je bio unutra?
Ne, Dragi bio unutra, ja ga uzu serpentom i kad sam ga uzu čujem kako klapara po limu gore po krovu je. Vjerovatno je ovdje negdje. Dragi je ovdje u kavezu ispred ove rešetke bio.
Dobar, neće oni ući unutra da ga pokupe. Sigurno.
A udaljili su se.
Gubite vreme. Samo se raziđite. Svako na svoj strani.
China number one! China number one! China number one!
China number one.
China.
China number one. China not number one. China number one.
Und ist Deutschland, über alles. Or more like it is.
Ili otišao, ili...
Heil!
Dobro, nemoj, aj.
Šta ih provociraš?
Obijaš mi uši, evo.
Kupit ćete neko.
Juden!
Ti znaš da je jedan od ovih iz Krajtika streamuje isto.
Pa?
Uletiš i s njim u lobby, prvi će te on reportovat, taj account. Gdje ćeš dobiti upozorenje, ne banuje Krajtik tako brzo.
Zašto, za Juden?
Ne, to ti se zove na rasnoj osnovi.
Pa Židovi nisu rasa, nego grupa naroda.
Ja ti samo kažem. Ima ih i koji da ne kažem, stanovnike Nigerije spominju stalno, znaš, preko voice chata.
Niga.
Mislim, stanovnici Nigerije su Nigerici, znaš. Nisu Alžirci. Nisu ni...
Bosjone.
Nigerians.
A i oni.
Znači, nisu Albanci.
Crven ili bijel.
Pa ako si oni tu, kako može bude?
Pa nisam te čuo da li su tu. Ali naravno da je crven.
Kako išta pogodiš tako iz ruke, nije mi jasno sa boka.
Sino!
Kroz zid si ga upucao. Dobio si hit marker. Eto, bot mu je uleteo. Si vidio da mu je uleteo unutra i... Pa možeš pucati kroz zid opet.
Gde ga vidiš?
Promašaj.
Alo?
Ne znam, jesi gubio.
Nisi
Gubio sam
gubio.
hit marker.
Nisi gubio, pao bi dole.
Ne, bio je jedan onaj...
Gellert ga je pogodio od bombe. Možda ga je bomba ubila, možda nije. Otko znaš. Baci žicu dole.
Mrtav je. A ko puca sa prigušjalnikom?
Ma da. Ovo me se ubio lag. Tu je, ispred tebe na 12 sati.
Nije te ubio lag, ubilo te spora municija. Znaš?
Raidovali smo se.
Ubio te low velocity, to tu je bilo.
Raidovali smo se.
Tradovali ste se? Pao bi dole. Razijeti si ga pucu. Dobio si hit marker. Bio si isti čovjek. Pa nisi gubio onda Bori. Ti ne znam.
Ubio je dole nekog.
Ma kak? Bio je neko desno.
Leš je bio dole unutra.
Ma, pa a koga je ubio onda?
On ga je ubio, drugi je došao.
Isti čovjek, ja mislim. Isti čovjek, 100%. Mora da je self-revive bio.
Se trejtao s tim debilom, jebem u materiju. Ne znam, dole je jedan bio taj što ga je Nenad ubio, taj nije dao znake života. Ne je davao znake života.
Ali vas ubio solo lovca.
Da.
Pravo su 100%.
A?
Pravo su 100%.
On je ubio jednog solo dole. Tog sam našao, to je leš. Drugi je došao, ubio je njega i ja sam tradeao s njim.
Ajde gdje ovaj Nenad? Nenade!
Šta hoćeš da vidiš? Evo, pali ću ti ja znači.
Nemaš potrebe. Samo me zanima da li je on ubio toga lika koji vas je obojica cepnuo.
Nije.
Ne verujem.
Ja sam se tradeao s njim.
Jel te ubio lik koga si ti malo preubio? Imaš tamo onaj report da pogledaš od prošle večer.
Nije dva različita.
Dva solera su bili, jedan ove dole ležao mrtav.
Kako zove taj ono TTV Alko off. Da vidim. To sve moj do mojeg. Sve streamer do streamera. Niko stream nema. Važi. Sad ću ga naći. Alko off, jel tako?
Evo ti.
Alko off. Ili Aiko. Šta od toga?
Bacio sam ti ovamo.
Ma kakih ne strema. Sve moj da moj.
Prête à passer à l'action.
C'est drôle ça.
Ah,
hein.
j'ai une caisse. Je vous couvre.
On voit le favori.
Sve moj da moj. Streamer niko ne strema. Da, igra Han Shonar. Isto kod ti, 9 viewer-a 10.
A koliko ljudi mene gleda?
Double live. Oh.
Ah bah il faisait le monstre
Yeah.
alors. Il se tirait pas entre eux je pense. Et oui je chôme toujours. Bah nickel mec, c'est la vie de chômer.
A, jebo, to je neki Francuz.
Après là aussi.
A ovaj nema 15 godina.
Qu'est-ce qu'on fait? Attends ça court, ça court. Fais pas de bruit. À droite. 1 à 2. Le deuxième il... Touché. Mort.
Streameri koji ne strema.
A gdje su nam glasnogovornici? Vidim da igraju.
Ouais.
Vetaroj deda je snajper. Već mi nije dobro.
Attention à son pote. Il était devant ou derrière son pote? Aucune idée gros, je pense qu'il est derrière. Ouais. Dans les forêts là? Ouais. Je pense aussi.
Ime je tebe ubio, je.
Ubio ga je Bubuljićevi klinac od 15 godina.
Ne, nego čime te ubio, ne?
Prigušivač, Winchester s prigušivačem.
Mene s nekim double barrel kratežom, jel ti i slagom.
Au pont. Touché?
Ok, bouge pas, laissez passer comme tout à l'heure.
Mais c'est possible que ce soit lui qui soit revenu, non? Ah là en face! Là, contact! Contact! Touché? Mort.
Mort.
Pour moi c'est pas lui hein.
Oh, c'était même.
Klinac od 15 godina te ubio. Joj, ne mogu.
Ok, evo ga.
Ne mogu, brate. Pogledaj sam u prethodne streamu da vidim na šta ličim.
Ja sam očekivao da ga ono ubilo. Ono ubilo.
TV
I
alko.
voli si još kažeš 2 metevi.
Alko off.
Mrtav je dole bio jedan.
Imaš samo tu pušku ili imaš još nešto? Af.
Ovo je mosik.
Nef. To je... Ta puška možda se baci poslije 5-6 metaka.
Polako.
Zašto da bacim pauzin?
Nemaš dovoljno municije. Imaš 5 metaka u puški i 10 u rezervi.
Dovoljno da ubiju cijel sebe.
Apsolutno nije. Koliko treba municije? Znaš koliko metaka treba u ratu da bi se jedan čovjek ubio?
Evo ti je...
Koliko? Ne, koliko? Reci mi šta misliš koliko? Jedan metak, jedan. Ne, tada ti 200-300 metaka za jednog čovjeka. U prosjeku. Niko ne nišani. Svi pucaju u prvi. Isto tako u One Shotgun.
Neko diže konje.
Evo nam bi ja bio velik ušeđevina za našu državu.
Ti si mi rekao da ti je falo municije kad si igrao meč u tamo.
Zato što sam... Htio sam bio bolesnik. Koliko nismo se tukli, evo.
Pa između
Nenade, jesi
fajta sa
prisutan?
2 tima moraš uzeti municiju.
Ajde uprisutni se, evo.
Boli se, ja njemu ne mogu ništa, tebi da kupiš.
A dobro, nego kažem dolaze nam ljudi s desne strane, ti pričaš s Ilijom, ne jebeš 5%, evo.
Kakve veze ima? Ja mogu i da ću u tim. On ne menja njegovu igru. Ne igra zbog mene, igra zbog sebe. Ne oblačim mu ja pažnju. Ne mora da stane da bi pričao.
Znači sa Sony Fisher nam dolazi.
Kad god te vidim uvijek si na krovu. Oj, ne mogu. Uvijek si na krovu, da te svi vidi.
Eto, ubio sam ga, ne rade, ubio sam ga, ne rade.
Bez veze dižeš paniku. Nema niko.
Bio se konj tu negde kako da sam bio preko potražnje.
A zato...
Ajde,
što smo
ja
ih
ti
nije
kažem.
spavnili.
Evo ga tu. Je rok?
Nisam. Obe. Ma daj. Ja gledam... Boys pogađa kuću. Gledam da nam mi dolaze od pozadu.
Isti tip.
Ne znam isto.
Isti tip. Ja znam po skinu. Isti tip, onaj kao researcher. Isti. Researcher. Jesi vidio na njegovom ekranu?
Kasno, ne može. Može se, ali unutra su.
Šta ja nemam ovo govno?
Znate li Henry? Zašto su ubatili Henry na 5 metra nepete?
Znaš, sam bio ubeđen da imam Romero, jebote, pusti me u kurac, igram celo veče, sinoć i danas malo pre s Romerom. Bio sam prosto ubeđen da imam Romero. Jeli da je cool?
Bio si.
Ti znaš da si zadnje 3 puta kad sam te gledao bio si na krovu svaki put.
A jebi ga.
I to u duosima. Pa dovoljan ti je jedan solo u duosima da dođe iz nekog ugla koji ti ne možeš da pokriješ fizički. Ne može se ukrenuti kao sova na sve strane.
A ne, ovo sam se zajao, pogledao sam je pola ispuku u kuću. Očekivao sam...
A bio je prvo samo, čoveče.
Bio je s leve strane...
Nije on bio gore
na... Ne, Boris je upravo. Bio je s leve strane onoga maloga ambara.
A bio je s leve strane, ali nije bio u visini Keova.
Nije bio u visini Keova, pingovo sam ti dole do kuće, je.
Ali pukao si metak u toj i ja sam očekivao da su iza nas.
Mnogo si nešto očekivao.
Na tvom ekranu sam vidio čovjeka kako se pomera.
Vidio sam ga ja posle, a prvo sam pogledao u ovo što puca.
Dok si ti skrenuo ni šam prema njemu, on te već ubio. Toliko si se sporo kretao po tom krovu, ja bi te pogodio. Ja koji ne znam da gađam. Kako ljudi koji se mrde.
Znači, boli se bez falsa alarma.
Falš?
Boli se, ja sam tebi rekao odmah da čuo sam konj jedan Milan tamo da viče. I rekao sam Milan viče i njiha i ti tamo čutiš i pričaš i ne reaguješ. Nisi me slušao, da si me slušao, preboz bi mi njih ubijavali.
Joj.
Znači, ako nisi čuo konj Milan da tamo njišti... Gde su glasnogovornici? Su u drugom kanalu? Kanali su...
Ja, da vidimo što priča. Kaka je to... To će sad će pitanje. Dobro, momci, zašto želite samoću da čujem?
Džesilija!
Zašto želite samoću? Kaže, zašto želite samoći, da čujem?
Samoću?
Da.
Samoća, kako se igra, se ozbiljna igra.
Čudom! Izvini, ovo je bilo na silu, zato što čujem se si rekao da igrate ozbiljnu igru.
Da.
Dobro.
Evo, napolje sunce sija, pun gas, evo te.
Ovdje baš i nema overbasu, jebote, gas, ovoga, sunca.
Ne znam, ja vidim sad, soba mi cela svetlije od sunca.
Ne, kod mene nema, sunce kod mene oblačno. Evo, ko u igrici. Taj kad si mladi, sunce te, brate, obašća i kad nije sunčano. Probija oblaci naš.
Kako idu mečevi? Smijem da pitam.
Pa, jednu smo odigrali, izgubili.
Katastrofa. A nismo baš jednu, ja mislim da ovo već 4. meč.
Nije, 2. Kako 4?
Čekaj, kako 2, Makiću?
Ovo je druga partija, sad što.
Ma zajebavaj me, brate. Pa jesmo li prošli... Sad ću ti reći, čak i gdje smo umrli u partijama. Jednu partiju smo umrli kod Saltir Sporka, gore. Kad su nam 3 ekipe, kad su nas sažvakale.
Dobro, to je nam je bila ujedno i prva partija, Kesiću.
Da li je to bila prva?
Prva, znam ja zbog lovca, bio mi je
prvi
lovca.
mačići se u vodu bacaju, ajde.
Milane...
Milane... Kurac za svoj stream.
Što tražiš samoću, Milano?
Njam da mi...
Znaš koliko nas boli kurac za tvoj stream.
Momci što se radi.
Evo gledamo Milanov stream. Pa razmišljam sutra ujutru da se Zorom zaputim u SBB da uzem ta 2 terabita kroz 400 megabita. Da mu malo zadam domaće zadaće, daš. Morat će onda on da zove Jetel. Daj mi sve, ne pitam za cenu. Sve odmah i sad je.
Hoću
sve.Ije već, jel to, ja? Kažem, jel to ono čije već?
To.
A da. Mislim, meni to savršeno ne treba, ali vidim da on pati od toga pa malo da...
Vođe, boss.
Da mu ga dam malo, da. Ali uzet ćeš brže ako ja uzem... Evo ja kurac javno odsečem na trgu i evo tako ne uzem.
Već ću ti u Stanley Company, jel?
Da, boss je ovamo.
Evo, tu sam do tebe.
Ja ga javno stavim na panj i odsečem ako ti ne uzeš brže ovdje.
Treniš?
Ne cenim, znam.
Ima nešto tu.
Jedan boss opet, Kesiću.
I to najgora boss arena.
Gledaj, kad pada neki 4K monitor, nešto.
Kapera bubeg. Kapera teču. Kapera teču tamo onima, Kinezima. Šta je bilo s pola?
Jebo kola, i ovako si rekao da taj tvoj sipaš gorivo i ide... Daj im da rešaš. A daj 40, uzmi 40-90 ko čovjek, jevo. Ma daj, uzmi bre 40-90.
Jo, jebote, moguće, šta je s ovom igrom?
I uzmi neko platinum napajanje od 2000 evra, neko ludilo izme. Pa još bolje da uzmiš. Pa to tvoje osakaćeno, ne bi se ja s tim igrao.
Ono što je grickalicom seko, jel? Konektor.
Moramo požuriti, jebote.
Ne bi ja smeo s tim tvojim baš da se zajebavam.
Ajmo na njih.
A i tamo se pucka, ej.
Malo mu je još ostalo, brate, nabodio to. Bravo.
Zašto upati ko će vidim da se stušira?
Nemam ja više žice. Bacio sam tamo gdje sam imao žice, nemam više žice.
A, isključio sam ja, Bojana, meni ne skida više. Pauzirao sam. Idoj.
Dignut ćeš, Jane.
Meni nije jasno gdje su ti ljudi.
Tu su, ja sam htio da trče tamo iza zida. A evo je... Ovo leti buba, aha, ja rekao vidim buba naša, pa sam se iznenadio. Ovamo sam ih ja vidio, Kesiću.
Evo ih hvala. Hitovan je onaj što me pucao u Eternium. Bravo.
Ubio sam ga.
Bravo. Evo je buba, sad ide njihova.
A, promašili me.
Hitovan je onaj tamo izdalje.
Još jedna ekipa je tu. Pozadi pazi. Zatepao sam. Ne moram mi se iznenadiš.
Nisi mu rekao.
A to ovdje je heal.
Ovaj nivo je ispod, jebote.
Su tamo svi daleko, jel? Bježi, Kjele.
Ako uspijem.
Jebote, tu ti je dole
Jednog sam
heal.
ubio.
Bravo, evo ti ovdje, tu. Nema.
Odakio se.
Neko kašlje, ko to kašlje?
Ispod čovjek.
Mamu ti jebem.
Hitovo sam ovog jednog. Si ga dovršio, a?
Ubio sam ih oboje. Beo je.
Hitovan je Makić.
Bravo, ja sam ga promašio. Jebote. Dižu se jebi.
Jeli, ako smijem da pitam, što si sebi zapali health?
Slučajno.
Dobro, samo pitam.
Evo je.
Evo zbog čega.
Mamu ti jebem, pogodio me. Dolaze vamo gore.
Nemoj da pričaš.
Šta si rekao, Mila?
Šta će
Buba,
biti
ej, buba, buba.
Jedan pao.
Bravo, Kiš.
Vidio bubu ti?
Jesam. Čuo sam.
Ima negde neki special ammo.
Sada me ovako pogađaš,
Ovaj, da, lebe. 4 čovjeka vidim, različite ekipe.
Moguće se buba skenjala u otrovu.
Nije ga
Da, buba nije imunan otrov.
Uši sam. Stavit ću ti ovdje. Ne letiš. Si čuo?
Ja.
Znaš da si na otet.
Ovo ne poslijao, Nenade.
Opet će biti to.
To je bilo, Nenade. 5.
Postavljati zamke, da se upecaš.
Pet komadite.
Malo gdje redovne municije.
Evo Tima.
Ovi odlaše na izlaz, daj drugi pičkice.
A, skino me, fino. Moraš ispred mene da se postaviš.
Beži.
A bidi work.
Gdje je Makić?
Ne znam. Bio je napolju taj što je meni dao.
Da, evo.
Evo ti ovdje.
Aj, ovo čisto sve.
Čekaj da se ne izdaš.
A?
Čekaj da se ne izdaš. Pazi ovo.
Nije to čisto, nego vam je daleko boss arena, ne mora da bude pored boss arene. Ko će da vas začekaju, pravo nema. I ti ne moraš da ideš dole, ti možda odeš na kontra stranu, pa nek trči za vam.
Da nisam Wayne.
Stvarno ima nekoga, krenut će za vam. Tu ti ne bilje da ne ubijaš ništa.
Evo ga, tu je ispred dole.
Nemaš.
Ubit će ga i ako ostaviš dovoljno i...
Ne može, kako je toliko ljudi ostalo, ja ne znam. Stvarno ne znam, ovdje sam ubije bar 5 ljudi.
Kako me ovaj ubio odavde, nije jasno.
A ubio ti kroz taj prozor, tu je i došao, tamo čim te ubio od mene.
Nije prozor, evo ispod je ovdje, gledam.
Gazi da gaziš. Jerinoločki.
Čekaj bra, blatim iskada bre.
Ma koji mi je pazi gdje gaj.
3 čovjeka sam ubio, ja ne
Ubio
znam
me,
šta
ubio
je
me
sam.
kroz pod, Kesić.
Ajde dođi.
Ima zamki oko broda, Boris.
Kako ne znam.
A
Ne,
da, ja sam rešio tim
postavio mi
Duosa.
zamke oko broda, Boris.
Tim Duosa sam rešio, a ovi su umirali po 70 puta su umirali.
Ti su na metak.
Neš. Čak i jedan tim se uopšte nije ni trošio do zadnjeg momenta.
Pametno je bilo. Umjesto mi da čutimo, ono da se biju, mi se napucamo. I u dan, ja sam ubio ovdje, mislim. Ko je mene koknu? Čekaj.
Ne možeš dobiti partiju i gotovo.
Jesi vidio kako se namještaju?
Džokera neko koji nije džoker nego je živ. Pa?
To ti je jako redak skin. Da vidim sam.
Lada sam ga dobio.
Bravo.
To je, taj skin izašao pred
s njime.
Da,
ali dok je živ bio.
Da, da, živ. To ti je jako retka šansa da dobiješ to, znaš.
Bravo, Gardino.
2% čini mi se, 1%, 2%. Skoro nemoguće.
Da vidim ja. Da potegnem i ja da vidim šta ću mi dati.
Srećne ruke.
Da vidimo. Dobio sam 2 poena i Winfield. Opet nije loš.
I neko rekao da je to sjajno.
Evo me, si.
Spanning. Čekaj, on mi ostaje sad zauvek.
Zauvek, brate.
Ti si ga otključao, samo možeš da igraš s njim kada hoćeš.
To je apsolutno sjajno. Nenade. Aj se uneredi. Me toliko bljutavo danas, znači... Znači...
Kiša pada, brate, napoj. Pljušti.
Užas. Pola sata
Ovdje nema
kiša,
ništa.
pola sata sunce.
Pljušti, brate.
Onda pola sata kiša. Nenade!
Halo?
Nema, ne rada. Opet mu tako je, aj.
Opet jedan boss. Aj, ovo jebo.
Čovjek voli da muši taskuje, pa to ti je...
Pa istoka na sredinu.
Ajde vi tamo, ja idem na Sony Fish.
Nenade!
Ma ne rade da mi nerviraš, si čuo Borisa?
Nerviram kad nije tu je.
Jebote. Samo da nije u Port Rickeru.
Ko Nenad? Ili u Fort Rickeru?
Jes, hvala. Jebote, zaspiću. Se ne pojavi uskoro.
To je najveća fora, da se ja uzeo trag, već bi znali gdje su. Mene zatvorilo je.
Jebi ga, ispred mene su bile u kukuruzu, nisam kukuruzu.
Jesu ti pocipali?
Joj.
Batiću!
Moj.
Batiću, aj se uneredi se, ajde uneredi se.
Evo, te još ne znam gdje je vas.
Boris je dobio onoga leša.
Kog leša?
A, znaš onoga, da, znaš ono što se...
Nemoj da tiskaš, gledaj.
Pogledaj
Zombie, a?
Da, ali ono drugu varijantu.
Okej, njalo, jebim ga.
A znaš koje su šanse za to smeće? 1 do 2%. Tako nešto. Još manje.
Ne vidim,
Tu boss ili šta?
A evo gledaj sad promenim.
Ne mogu da vidim, nešto tu bagovano.
Aaa, tebi se ubagovao, joj.
Jedan je na krovu, Milane, pazi.
Bolje izađi iz partije, ne vidiš ni lovci, ništa.
Jes.
Ti me tu ubio. Jebut. Moram izaći ja okolo.
Wow.
Pazi šta svi.
To za djeca nešto, šta je to?
A
što to tebi izlazi kao preporučeno? Ne možda nisi da si pedofil, šta li?
Nije, vidiš.
Aha, imaš jedna ekipa, ja sam gađao onoga seljačine.
Bože spasi.
Evo ja. Zajebant.
Hitan čovjek unutra s Parksom.
Jedan je vamo. Koliko mi kasni ping jebo.
Hmm. 557.
Svi su ovdje, s leđa, s logbeja idu ljudi.
Ooo, Kesiću vamo se izvući da jebo.
Boss je tamo.
Grant je 12. na listi, viš i to?
Uvijek na popustu.
Si čuo?
Joj, promašio sam.
Možda da je krevak si već.
Jel dole ili gore, Kesić?
Gore. Tu je bio. Jedan pa.
Minočki.
Ima bomb lens, Milane Pac.
To je prema meni ili prema tebi?
A pokušavaju da kruži. Pomoć! Dok ti dođeš, oni me ubiš.
Rekao ti mi uzmi trag kad si već tamo.
A evo ti, treba ti pola sata da uzmeš red. Polako. Mislim da sam solo, sigurno. Pusti. Pusti da odu pa ćeš da... Što?
Sad će da ga kampuju, Boris. Kapiraš?
Jeste. Ubio sam ja se
Svi su mrtvi. Svi su mrtvi.
Bravo. Evo ovoga sam poknuo odći.
I on ima 50 km. Ima 50 km manje.
Ima i ovdje čovjek. U uppercut Kesić ako treba.
Uzeo si.
A gdje ne treba?
Ovo je Caldwell, ovo nije.
Da li još uvijek jedan ono, a?
Caldwell Army?
Nije nego. Znaš onaj bug što je bio da ostaje trade na... koji ima novac.
Treba mi obično municija.
Ako imamo fanning, recimo da ostane fanning.
Na boss lair.
Od čega? Od mrtvog lovca?
Da.
Ovi će krenu napolje.
Idemo u whipping stone, uzemo trag i idemo na upendne summon.
Super.
Ne mogu ti prići.
Prag je ovdje, bre.
A pokupi ga. Pitkuju dupe.
Whipping stone mile.
Boss lairu su ljudi.
ti kad ubiješ kroz zid, onda nije problem. Mada mislim da si imao brži internet, ne bi te ubio kroz zid, jer bi ti brže pobegao.
Brži metak bi bio. Brži metci idu kad imaš brži internet.
Nego bi on brži od ljudi, metka. Makić. Bio bi brži od metka.
Jači od lokomotiva, jesi.
Milane. Milane. A dobro, nego kad uzimaš taj brži?
Nemaš, viš ti šta igra radi, vete. Diži me ako možeš iz nekog ugla nešto probaj. Ali teško, rašaju te svi.
Ne bre, ovaj supply ovdje u pičku metrimo metke da uzmem i evo. Ko matere sam ja slep.
Niko to nije rekao.
Ja parke dobit.
Gle unutra u vagon ga sakrili, jebem ti mater.
Što radiš unuci?
Metke, Nenade, nema metaka, evo.
Krenuo je mi on ove taktike, ono da pušem, idem naprijed. Da ja idem naprijed, a ono ostane pozadi, kao ono se spašava sve.
Pa ti si mamac. Ti si potrčna roba. Dao si se za tim. Razumeš?
Begaju, 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 begaju.
Begaju, begaju.
Gdje ste lopova?
Gdje ste lopova?
Pucaj samo, pa pukni bez veze, pogodio, ne pogodio.
Kud puklo da puklo.
Oja. Slučajnik u spoli jebote.
Pa 2 poena, odlično.
Kasno se, oni su već izašli.
Joj jebem te. Pukao si u emulatora pored mene, jebem. Znaš da ti to uradio?
Puci se, pukni ga sam. Sigurno imaš i ovu glavu iz tog ugla.
Ilija? Kad ćeš početi igrat kantu?
Teško. Možda...
Pogled.
Da ću ti reći... Možda ću probat novu mapu. Mislim, rekao bi ti kad stave servere, ali nove, ali to je nemoguće za kraj tek. Previše im je skupo to investicija da ti stave nove servere.
Nije preskupo investicije, nego neće.
Što kad ova radi?
Čepuju se.
Baklave.
Što kad ova radi?
Baklave.
Treba mi jedno 150 gerera, mi one.
Savankt. Welcome to my channel.
Pa bija i teko gleda na mene, još samo mi treba ta nesreća.
Što te bija gleda?
Da, bio sam dobar.
Pa, bubrek bi joj dao.
Ja?
Molim.
Čekaj, ti stvarno misliš da je to sve ona smislila?
A kako nije?
Maj, a ne, možda sam, brate, sve su to njoj organizovali i dali joj ličnu kartu i rekli idi podigni pare, jeba. Pa treba, ne kažem ja da treba, ali tu ti ne treba mnogo mozga. Pa nije, to su ti sitni prevaranti. Sad bi se ukazala prilika da odglumi vlasnika računa i da dobije neku kintu. Eto, to ti to. A nju će prvuvati. Ma svi su to, sve je to bre za zatvor, kakvi šmekeri.
To je robio lepo. To je dobro robio.
Gdje nam je trag? O, gdje su ga stavili?
Joj, šta mi? Šića mi. Oj. Ne znam.
Anda da si.
Ovdje je boss.
Vidi ovo. Mamu, jebe me vija tuda.
Bundle gate. Jako interesantno.
Peculiarism. Welcome to my channel.
Novi Baldur's Gate je dobar dosta, znaš. Baldur's Gate 3, odličan je, samo što nema puno chaptera, ima 2-3 chaptera. Ne znam ima li toliko, 1-2 chaptera, tako nešto. Znaš.
A Divinity 2, šta mislim o tome? Ja, i to je novo igre, jako.
Drugačije je mnogo od ostalih RPG koje sam igrao, možda.
Koja, brzo.
Nije za tebe roleplay igra.
Apsolutno moguće.
Bez uvrede.
Znam, nego pitam koja igra, bio sam u WC-u, nisam čuo.
Divinity 2.
Baldur's Gate 3.
Divinity?
Mislim, ako ti je izgovor da ima lošu grafiku, nema. Grafika je dosta dobra.
Grafika je jako napredna za to.
Grafički engine je jako lep. Svetlosni efekti i modeli,
kako je igrica iz
karaktera,
2017.
animacije.
To je jako, jako dobra grafika.
Znaš kako izgledaju animacije u tom Baldur's Gate 3? Bolje nego u Witcheru.
Ovo šuj.
Ja bi mislio Miona, ti si najbolji. Dovoljno si li, a? Ako ne se budeš jebi.
Gdje ćemo na Pariš?
Čekaj, gdje?
Idemo Pariš.
Dajmo Nikolas.
Nikolas.
Nikolaš.
Idemo Nikolaš.
Saint Nikolaš.
Nikolaš. Nikolaš. Šta to ti diglo, Nenad? Digao si neki zver. Jančika! Janči!
Evo
A?
ti.
Janči, kad uzimaš taj internet brzo?
Literally unreal. Welcome to my channel.
Visit Andrew.
Janči, ništa tebe Janči.
Eno ih. Dobro. Tamo su na ćošku na 150.
Da. Oh no.
Sweet Bam.
Ja sam rekao, doći vam tu baralic.
Okolo trbušno slatko brašno, a?
Da, mi Nemci smo iznad svih i iznad svega. Samo je Bog iznad nas.
Yo, what's up everyone and welcome to a game called Sync. Can you
Oh, please no.
But also PvP, but you can also PvE stuff. I think I found a lot of things free on Steam, like the demo here, so I downloaded it. And also it's a 30 gigabyte goddamn demo. I'm expecting some good quality here, and I'm not sure what to expect in terms of the game and mechanics themselves. So it should be interesting to check out with you guys. Also, I hope you are doing good today and enjoying yourselves and life itself. Possibly follow me on Twitter or shopping some Mythimu merch over there on mythimu.store. Appreciate everyone.
Vidimo da će
I
bude
bet
bajke.
hundreds of people out there just have this.
Okay.
That's sick, man. Thank you.
Ma,
Now
to
enough
je
chit-chat.
bajka.
It's time to
To
check
je
this
samo
out. So,
servići
grab
ako
yourself a
te ne
few
kremiraju
snacks
koji
and
će
water
ti
without further ado.
prožderu
Let's
sve.
Neko pucaju.
Pa pucaju na tebe odar. Ne vidiš, evo ti ga na krovu.
Pa pucaj ako vidiš.
Pa šta s pištoljem da radim na 100 metara?
Ma daj, ve utoku možeš vidiš na 100 metara ako poriš u glavu.
Vidim dvojicu, sad možda su jedan do drugog, jedan je tu iz blizu.
Wait, I've seen these fellas before.
Ma da.
Looks nice.
Trojic.
Pauza.
I have seen this trailer.
Jedan je ovdje
before, not
otvorio
this one,
vrata.
but I've seen this a trailer for this game like a year ago or something.
Nek sad će on tu da prođe.
Daj, nemoj me zajebavati!
Pauza.
Pauza. Ending.
Zašto je on ostao živ? A on je mene
Sucks
ubio.
overall. Ooh.
Prestrijelio.
Well, I like this music. Are we just here to shoot them? There's only 2 years and everyone's fucked. So it's like, it's nano zombies. And we're within like a weird zone. Yeah, I don't know what the goal is going to be though. We had like a red
Pogođen.
goal. And also, the Indian looks better than the cinematic. Look at this. What? Oh my god. Alright. Dead cut.
Samo on ode na četvorku, ovo što je ulazim u trojku. Možda sam tako na granici.
Prime Nano. Alright, well here we are. Let me see if I can change settings though again. Alright, so
Yeah.
let's go to Metro.
Yes.
I've done my stuff. Already it looks nice, feels nice. We don't have
Nekor
that
ako
pistol
imaš
ammo
ili
with
bilo šta,
unlimited
probaj me
ammo
nekako,
seams.
je.
We can heal on 4, we can crouch, I think we can roll or something. It's the boys. We got damage numbers. Okay, just gonna headshot a couple fellas there. It feels as it should when it comes to shooting. It has to as well. Can't feel scuffed when the quality otherwise is like this. So what it really comes down to in this is content, progression, and that sort of stuff there. So I'm excited. We can tap aim when we go into first person ADS, or we can hold it just to do that. Oh shit. It's Giga guy.
Samo ispred mene se trebao.
So
Sad je
we've
već
got a
gotovo.
Russia. Heavy
Džabe.
plated skin. Shooting the heavy plated skin
Džabe,
is slow
džabe.
damage. Shooting the weak points is a lot of damage.
Ooh.
Watch for the thing to expose the things and then strike. I shall. Alright, let's beat the shit out of this guy. So wait, how do I dodge stuff? I can jump?
Ooh,
Okay.
yeah.
Oh, it's got like a weird sensor. Okay, oh, we learn it now. I was gonna say I couldn't do that before, but now we can. Oh, what the that made sense. I like it, I like it. I don't know if it's iframe or if you just gotta use it to get out the way, but hey, stop throwing shit at me, man. He's stupid, this guy. And also, of course, there's gonna be co-op in this. Like, I don't know, up to 3 or 4 people, as well as PvP stuff. So, that's a lot. Do this. Put it in there. Weird concept, man. And now? What? Holy shit, well, this is a sick design now. What the? We just have him as... Oh, attack over there. Oh, wait. That's completely different from what I thought was gonna happen there. Surround me of, what the fuck's that game called on Xbox? Brute Force, I think it's called. What are they called even? Like, not party-based, but more like team-based strategy. So why do we have any restrictions on that? And why don't we just keep him out at all points? Resource. I'll take some resources. Spend it on in-match upgrades. Pretty seamless, vaulting. I like that. We got a bushwhacker. How do I do that? Oh yeah, I did that myself. Hey fellas, let me try. What's that? I shot them. They're like, my fucking ears that I don't have. Also, I'm made of nano machines. Our first roguelike element, it seems here. We select one. An empty reload drops an explosive. That's pretty cool. Stun nanos when striking their weak points. Wait, that's just fucked up though. Let's do that. We should have to head over time. Wait, what? Oh, get in there, boy. That's so sick, especially if all of us have one or different ones, you know?
Hey guys, welcome to this short tutorial on how to
classic SOG guy. Bop. Alright. And then I guess we gotta just, you know, not use him all the time so he doesn't die. But he seems to be pretty fucking OP. He didn't lose health. Again, we got another thing here. Wait, that's the money. Okay, we have money down there. And
I will now show you the path
to the drops explosive or a Morpheus Rage. Blue. It's a rare thing, it seems. Deals additional damage upon Morpheus Rage, but defenses are lowered against attacks. I mean, it's a thing for the boy, so I wanna try it. There's got another gun there. And now we can change in 1, 2, 3. It's a shotgun, it seems. I do love me a shotgun. And Locust Nano. Oh, cool. As you approach it, it'll form into an aggressive pack of nanos led by one or more Locust Nanos. Once you eliminate those, all remaining things will be weakened and the storm will clear. Simple, easy, let's do it. What we do is we do this as distraction. Get in there, boy. It actually works as distraction. Dude. You need to die. Bomb. Alright. Decent damage there. Decent. Dude, he's going crazy. Oh, we'll jump there. I love this though. Just control him around. Get over there. Also I'm like healing. So that's nice. Wait, can you roll under this? Oh, sick. This is a big thing.
Having second thoughts? Never had a second thought in my life.
Well, that's not good. More of these. We are maxed out on med kits, I think. Where's an arm on top of the thing? Oh, it's like that. I see. You don't just add it on top. It's you usually take on the vest. Basically Apex. Empty thing, reloads. I mean, this is actually pretty big. Let's do that. And it seems, yeah, we can just buy more. If we have more money, it just becomes more expensive. Morpheus Rage, bigger. Deals additional damage using this, but defense are lowered against attacks and stuff. Level 2, it gives increased recovery speed. But nah, we'll take this. It attracts enemies. That's kind of the shit we want. How's the last one? Wait, what? We have a runner skill. I've got...
Pa treba da izađe.
Podsjeća me na Command & Conquer. Pa ovo ti je Command & Conquer, bro.
Podsjeća na Generals ako si igrao to.
Igrao sam kako.
Ili na Red Alert isto podsjeća. Ili
da, to je to.
Jako, da. Mislim, nije kopija, ali ono, stvarno, 1 na 1, ono.
Da, ovo je ko ona Tiberium Sun. Red Alert
Tiberium Sun. Ne sviđa Tiberium
Sun. Odnosno Conquer Tiberium Sun.
Nema izgradnja baze, imaš nekakve mobilne šetače tamo u Tiberiumu. Command & Conquer, Red Alert mi je uvijek bio bolji od Command & Conquera onoga osnovne igre. Da imaš GDI i nod.
Ja sam volio i onu sa vanzemaljcima.
Starcraft?
GDI nod. Ne. Imaš GDI nod i ima...
A da, neka alienska rasa koja je kao donela taj Tiberium.
Oni što lete, da. Oni.
Mi se više sviđala alternativna istorija u onome Red Alertu gdje oni naučnici prvo ubiju, Einstein ubije Hitlera i onda kao Rusi, umjesto Hitler, Rusi naprave invaziju na Evropu. To ti je čitava radnja Red Alerta. Da bi Red Alerta 3 ubili Einsteina. Kao da Rusi se vrate kroz istoriju i ubiju Einsteina pre nego što on ubije Hitler. I onda, kao sad je sve u redu, znaš, kao kurac, kaže sad Japan napada, kaže čita se.
Dilazim. Welcome to my channel.
A ne, nego mu ga je Boris ostavio na tacni i onda ga je Armored izuo. Kad god sam vidio šta rade, to je živa istina, Nenad. Kad god sam vidio šta rade oni, Boris, Nenad je uvijek na krovu, uvijek dobio metak. Ne možeš ti da stojiš na krovu i da se ne pomeraš. Ubit će te neko. Naravno što u duo si, previše ljudima.
A grenade on this guy. So yeah,
stavio sam ja tu igru na kao, ne može da se kupi trenutno i da se proba, ali ima tamo taj video na YouTube-u, to ti 2 developera igraju, mislim. Čini mi se da je u igrivom stanju, znači možda nema kampanju i to, ali vidim da...
To neki momci iz garaža, ono su skupili.
Igra radi, kažem, možda nema kampanju trenutno.
Se zove Tempest Rising.
Da. To obično kad imam upaljen YouTube na drugom monitoru, onda pogledam par i baš mi izašao na recommended.
Izlazi Metal Slug 2023, znate li šta je Metal Slug?
Znam ja.
Vidi se ko je posjećivo arkade.
A bile je i na PlayStation Catsu, bile je u arkadnim mašinama isto. Zna i Milan šta je Metal Slug. Koliko ti treba čića da završiš tu igru, Bože sačuvaj. I kad napunite automat.
Da, coming soon. Ovo je interesantno izgleda, ovo je baš...
Nije bilo takvih igara u skorije vreme, znaš.
Pa nije od one.
Ovo ti je pravi trenutak, razumeš, ako imaš iole talenta ili razumeš, da izbaciš nešto što će ljudi verovatno igrati ovi, razumeš, ne znam za mlađe, ali recimo ja prvi, razumeš, tako nešto nisam vidio već unazad 5 do 10 godina. Vidio sam one XCOM kopije i te gluposti, te potezne igre, ali strategiju u realnom vremenu, da ti možda praviš bazu i tenkovi da, a neću ni da računam Company of Heroes, Company Heroes 3 smeći. Prvi svjetski rat, drugi svjetski rat. Vrlo zanimljivo.
Kane's Wrath, tako se zove ekspanzija.
Da.
Kane's Wrath. Jeste, Command and Conquer. Evo ovu sam ja volim se uspostaviti.
Ti isto igrao?
Pa... na PC-u sam igrao.
Ja sam igrao Generals.
Command and Conquer 3 Kane's Wrath, tako se zove. To sam igrao... Command and Conquer 3 Kanes Wrath, W. A ovo mi je jedna od najomiljenijih strategija bila.
Let's say China. A šta misliš o ome? Ja volim politički nekorektne igre, na primjer kao ovo.
Aha, Generali, da, igra sam, to stara igra.
Imaš vidio koji dan danas igra i streamuje to. Ali da stare, znaš. Ima neki gluposti, razumiješ. Generalno je okej igra, ali na modnim računarima radi kao smeće. To mi se ne sviđa. Igra je kodirana da radi na single core procesorima s jednim jezgrom. Nebitno je kako, da li imaš novu mašinu ili staru. Nema prednost nikakva, možda igraš na kompjuteru starom 10 godina.
Iberian Vars.
Hacker man. He's the most powerful hacker of all time.
Fast cash. Hungry mobs are coming out of the soccer stadium. Prepare your defenses. They're headed right for us.
Toyota truck ever. The neighborhood will never be the same.
President Obama, your policy against the Islamic State has brought us once again in America.
We should all have AK-47.
Ali imaš na Apexu, si igra Apex jedinicu.
Jesmo pusti.
Ali nema veze, nalog je nalog.
Sad ne. Ima pusti.
Veze, nalog ti je ostao. Ako su vas možda je drugi problem. Tu imaš milion tih kodova. A tih, brate, lozim, username. Znam.
Ja mislim da mi je...
Desni si ovdje i probaj još ovdje stop. Ne,
Pisao za Apex, treba posebno za shift. Shift mi je jedan, sam bio šta ne može. Pa kažem da se...
neko.
There is an abandoned Chinese base south of your position, General. The Chinese government has authorized the use of those facilities. One of our rangers can capture them.
Years ago, I was Chinese.
The GLA has constructed their spreadstorm, General.
Delivering payload.
Probaj na forgot password. Pa ne, probaj forgot password, vidiš da li uopšte imaš. Trebalo bi da odnesem računar bez dolaca.
Colonel Burton here. This is too easy.
How about oil?
Did I hear oil? Special forces here. Keep it quiet. Got a present for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
GLA leaders.
Da. Ono namestiš da ti radi. Ja sam mislio kad upalim igricu da mi odmah 50% radi ventilator. Em se ne čujem se, ono 60 minuta da radi nikad.
I have some shoes. I like my new shoes.
Poplava!
They believe they have but they celebrate too soon.
The mother.
Bravo, Vlad. Kontrola oblaka jebote. Kako kod vas?
Alright kids, are you ready to experience the Black Mesa incident for the 4th and 5th different perspective? Because that's exactly what we're going to be doing today once we dive into the 3rd expansion of Half-Life 1's expanded universe. Last time on the channel, we took a look at Captivation Digital Laboratories' port of Half-Life to the PlayStation 2.
Well.
Ti bi trebao ovdje da skineš MSI, onaj afterburner. A? Ili taj, ili... Možda imaš... Koji je control panel za... Gigabyte, ne znam baš da vidim. Da, tebi treba Gigabyte Control Center. To je to. Aj, tu imaš.
Originally intended for the Sega Dreamcast, and while that port got cancelled and its exclusive campaign was ported to PC in 2002, Half-Life for the PlayStation 2 didn't suffer the same fate, meaning its exclusive campaign is now stuck to the PS2. And unlike its predecessors, Half-Life Decay was a completely cooperative multiplayer experience, requiring 2 players to play together, navigating through mission-based levels and solving puzzles together while fighting enemy NPCs. While the campaign received generally mixed reviews at the time, it was praised for something that I don't think we give it enough credit for, and that being a first-person cooperative experience where both players need to work together on the same puzzle rather than basically just playing through a single-player experience but with 2 players. Something that Valve would excel at with the later release of Portal 2's co-op campaign. And much like the Portal series, Half-Life Decay is helmed by our first women protagonists of the series, offering us another piece of the puzzle of how everyone managed to escape the Black Mesa incident. Until they didn't. But if you're gonna play this port today, chances are you're not going to be using the original PS2 release, but instead the community-made mod that brings it to PC, even with fully functional online play, at least until it didn't. The Hoaxer port, as I'll be referring to it from time to time, was originally intended to be the only way that I would look at it for this video, but I discovered that when attempting to set up a dedicated server for myself and my cooperative partners to join, that Gold Source dedicated servers are kind of broken right now. Look, I'm not going to pretend that I completely understand what I'm looking at, but I followed every guide I came across for trying to set up a Decay dedicated server for the mod, and the Steam command prompt ended up timing out every time I tried to run it. So after 40 minutes of fiddling with this thing, I decided to turn to an alternative. Yeah, we ended up using Spend Co-op for this one, and unless I wanted to use something like Hamachi, this was really my only option here. It's definitely not ideal if you wanted to play Decay 1-to-1 with your friends online, but it got the job done. Take your crowbar.
Oh. Well, that ain't fun. Oh. Why do you go the field position?
I timed it so poorly. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna press it, and I press it as soon as you stop. If you've ever played Half-Life 1 on Sven, you'll know that they've added some extra enemies and enemy spawns to the campaign to make the game a bit harder, compensating for multiple players. They've also balanced a bit by adjusting the weapon output. The shotgun in particular was especially meaty, able to one-shot a Vortigaunt from a decent distance away, even with the difficulty set to hard. Alright, yeah, maybe this is a little easy.
All the Vorts are running away from us because they know what's good for them.
But some enemies were lucky enough to receive a buff. Soldiers and Zengrunts in particular are brutal in Sven. The former spams frag grenades and SMG ult fires like it's the 4th of July, and Zengrunts can throw snark nests at you into the field, releasing a handful of the fuckers to harass the player, or get their own hands dirty and charge directly at you while hammering you with melee attacks. And I get it, I'm not gonna dock hypothetical points from the game just because these enemies are adjusted to work with a massive 4+ player cooperative game. But whoever ported the Hoaxer port to Sven co-op didn't change the enemy spawns at all. So in some situations, the game is going to be easier or significantly harder than it was in the original PS2 version, or even the Hoaxer port. One could argue that if I was going to even play through Sven in the first place, that I should have brought more than 2 players, and in hindsight, maybe I should have. But I don't really care. I played through the whole game myself in the Hoaxer port, and then later went back and played it again solo in the PS2 port. Yeah, I didn't know that I could even do this when I recorded these first 5 playthroughs of the game, and is actually one of the reasons why I had to delay this video several times. The, at the time, last-minute decision to play the original PS2 release on my own led to a lot of discoveries that I wanted to share in this video, and I mean, this is Half-Life. I love this series to death, and I want to include as much information as I can. Playing the game solo through either of these methods both aren't ideal, you're basically playing through the entire game twice for a single run because the character that you're not controlling doesn't have any pathfinding. So once you get one of the players to where they need to go, you tap the select key on the PS2 controller to swap over to the other character, and then guide them through the map, which likely has no more enemies left in it because your other player killed all of them. Just about every level in Decay follows this formula, but not all of them. There are a couple of them where you're only required to have one player finish, but your AI companion can only defend itself with weapons that it decides that it wants to use, effectively acting as a random stationary turret that protects the player. Sometimes this means that you'll hear them blast away a head crab with a double barrel shotgun blast, and other times they'll just pull out their crowbar because I don't know. Most of the time, this is harmless, if not comical. But as soon as you get the rocket launcher at the end of the game, I hope you're ready for your companion to just waste all of its ammo. By the way, if you have any interest in playing Half-Life Decay solo, go follow Half-Life Decay Solo Mission. It's a whole mod dedicated to rebuilding the whole Half-Life Decay campaign to be fit for a single player. It seems like a really promising project. I've been following it for a while, and you should too. Still, I think I prefer this over Sven Co-op's updated weapons. And before anyone tries to tell me that I could just type in MP_classic mode 1 in the console, I tried that and I was only able to get it to work when playing base Half-Life 1. Maybe there's some parameters that are set in this modded port of Decay, I'm not sure. That's not to say that I hated these weapons. It actually made for a lot of good fun playing these co-op, and I'll make sure to keep an icon at the top left of your screen so you know who I'm playing with when you're looking at that cooperative footage. You won't need to worry about whose perspective you're seeing. I didn't ask any of my friends to record their screens because I thought I would have enough perspectives on my own, except for Civvy. He offered to, and I didn't say no, so specifically with my recordings with Civvy, whoever's logo you see at the top left of the screen that's in front of the others is whose footage you're looking at. I can see myself through your eyes!
Dr. Frost and Dr. Green, you are required in the anomalous materials operations center.
I want to make sure that we're on the same page here when I drop the most revolutionary truth bomb on you in the entire series. Half-Life Decay doesn't start with a tram sequence. Crazy, I know. Given that they had to lock Gordon's position in the tram in the single-player campaign, this was definitely due to system limitations. If they couldn't have a single player run around this train rendering things off-screen, then rendering it twice per player probably would have turned the console into a nuclear bomb. Obviously, this is the reason why nobody talks about the game today. Before anyone takes that point seriously, Half-Life Alyx doesn't start with a train either, and I think that game was fantastic. I didn't cry at all at the ending. No sir, not me. Our protagonists, Dr. Gina Cross and Dr. Colette Green, begin the game already suited up in their HEVs, which are thought to be the same ones that belong to the two empty charging bays that Gordon's HEV suit was in between. And I'm pretty sure that this is all but confirmed at this point, at least when it comes to the Gearbox universe.
So I guess today is the big day, huh? The big guy was pretty excited when he came in earlier. He was talking about the new guy, Dr. Freeman. I just hope everything goes well today.
Hey, no one tell him. It'll be a surprise.
I love his pre-G-Man is a dimension-hopping alien dialogue.
Oh, I'll get the door for you. They should be able to get you back into the security database in the next room.
Why do I need to be back in the database? Oh, right, the system crashed. Get in the box.
I'll start the procedure. Take cover! Not to worry. I can re-register you at this station. Step into the booth one at a time, and I'll start the procedure. Please be still during the procedure. Don't worry, Dr. Cross. It should only take a few moments.
Not to worry, my friend. I, Dr. Gina Cross, am respectful of your strange yellow biometric scanner. Might want to put some padding up for Dr. Green, though. Is this all insured? Just making sure.
Oh, no! Get me out! Get me out! I'm moving around during the scan. Fuck the police.
I take it back. Wiggling around in the scanner doesn't make it take any longer, so I don't care. This isn't the scanner from Doom 3.
Dude, look at this cool transformer.
Yeah.
That's not a transformer. That's a white man.
Welcome to my channel.
Wait. Oh, you are slanted.
Ah, hello, doctors. It's nice to see someone is on time today. Dr. Freeman is running late. Again. Honestly, I do not understand what Kleiner sees in that boy.
Mr. Armstrong, please, you don't understand. He's really good at pushing things into holes. This is Dr. Keller, and if you recognize his voice, it probably means you're a fucking weeb!
I can use this console to transmit directly to your suit's audio system.
And bringing with it terror and destruction as it moves to satisfy its never-ending hunger for one thing, Dragon Ball.
Almost everything important about this guy is shown to us in the first few minutes that we meet him. He's a by-the-books bureaucrat who cares more about following the chain of command than he does the safety and human cost of it all, making a perfect counter for Dr. Rosenberg returning from Blue Shift and planting the seeds for a bit of conflict between these two heads of Black Mesa, at least before the writing team remembered, oh right, Dr. Rosenberg does this thing at the end of Blue Shift, better write him out of the story and not take that plot point anywhere, but it does at least show that Rosenberg has a reasonable head on his shoulders.
The administrator is a bureaucrat, not a scientist. I did not design this equipment to be run at such high intensity.
This is not your decision. Now, if you wish to stay and monitor the experiment, so be it. Otherwise, you can go back to your little labs over by the train yard.
It made perfect sense to me that this man was one of the few people able to escape Black Mesa by the end. Spoilers for Blue Shift. What are you doing here if you haven't played Blue Shift? Having these two NPCs guide the player around through the game is a breath of fresh air after playing opposing force in Blue Shift, but I'm not gonna say that Dr. Keller is too deep of a character. For most of the game, he just acts as our guy in the chair, operating behind the seat. Hold on, that's not what I meant. I meant that he's like our Otacon, giving us information from back at base. Oh god, okay, I can't come back from this. Don't leave just yet. Here's something interesting about him. His model name in the game is listed as Kleiner, intending that pretty early in development, this guy was supposed to be Gordon's mentor from MIT. Because Bryce Armstrong, the actor, did have a decent resume at the time working on Dragon Ball, I'm assuming that they couldn't afford to bring him back in to re-record lines, so it's safe to assume that this change into an original character was done relatively early in the game's development. It's also possible that this change was made because Valve was working on Half-Life 2 at the time and requested that they change his name because they were planning on debuting Kleiner in their game. But that's just speculation on my part. Dr. Cross is sent into a lower level to prepare sample GG3883, while Dr. Green is assigned to... where are we? Are we above or below the test chamber? Split up same way, or do we just mix it up?
Mix it up.
Alright, don't break anything.
Don't die.
Hey, how about that? I'm doing exactly what Barney saw me do in the monitor back in Blue Shift. Look at me, Ma, I'm on TV! You know how in the Gold Source games, how if you grab a box or something and then start walking, you just freaking launch that thing? Gearbox made sure to take this into account when having the player shove the sample into the lift, setting the trigger inside the lift that looks for the cart deep inside of it. That's pretty cool, right? It really showed that they knew the technology that they were working with. But in base Half-Life, you were never required to launch something like this. And I mentioned this because this feature isn't even present in Spend Co-op. If you grab a crate and move it around, it moves more like something, say, in Half-Life 2, which led to one of the most consistent quirks between all 4 of my co-op playthroughs. Oh! You did it! Whatever you did.
Yes!
What the What the fuck was that? I made it my life's mission to make sure that this happened to everybody I played with. I want you to push it. It's not in yet.
Well, god damn it.
There you go. Almost there.
I got it.
That's all I wanted.
You tricked me.
I don't know why it does this. Well, okay, there you go. The man who saved us all and or doomed us all. What? Hold on, let me try.
Ah, why is your name Balls?
Oh, right, oops.
Pushed.
Right.
Oh my god.
Yep.
No, theoretically, this is impossible.
Theoretically, shit's broke.
Something must be jammed. See if there's anything interfering with the lift machinery in the test chamber below. I'll continue trying to operate the lift from here.
God, why do I have to do everything myself? Who lost their crowbar in the femur breaker?
I mean, it is supposed to go up and down phallically, but that's all technology, really.
All in a day's work, my fellow colleagues.
I'm just been informed that the sample is ready, Gordon. It should be coming up to you any moment.
I did that.
It's not shutting down.
I also did that. Doing trick shots.
360.
This is what actually caused the Resonance Cascade.
Just two dipshits throwing crowbars everywhere.
Yo, Breen, you gotta check this shit out.
Yo, Breen, you wanna do a 360 crowbar? No bar.
360 no bar. Goodbye. In my defense, I only turned it up to 80% like I'm supposed to. Good luck taking me to court, dumbass. All right, now that I'm done deflecting the blame off of myself, guys, we don't have time to argue about who was to blame. We need to do what every Gold Source Half-Life game is all about and get out of this concrete casket of a missile base. I don't think that's a good idea, Mr. St. John. From here on out, it's just another Half-Life game where you know exactly what to expect. You know that you'll be grabbing the same weapons at a slightly slower pace as you're introduced to the same enemy types for the next couple of hours until those gray credits roll over a pitch-black background. It's kind of similar to Blue Shift in that regard, in that it's pretty average. But as a Half-Life fan, though, the story and premise feels almost like an official love letter to the fans, expanding on its universe in a way that ties up a couple of loose ends from the original story. Though that's not to say that it doesn't create a couple of plot holes of its own. Yeah, I know how that feels.
Despite what Dr. Keller believes, our only concern now should be for the people trapped inside Black Mesa.
Ooh, conflicting philosophies.
Once they know what's going on, I'm confident they'll immediately send the military in to rescue us. There's an elevator nearby that will take us up to where we need to go. Follow me.
You know, when I mentioned on Twitter that I was gonna play through the Hoaxer port primarily for this video, I was told by a couple of folks to play through the PS2 original because the level designs were apparently not faithful. That's almost solely why I decided to play through it here. And yeah, those folks aren't technically wrong. The beginning of Chapter 2 has some boxes that drop batteries and ammo in the PC mod that aren't here in the original, but that's all I've got for Chapter 2 anyway. Now it's up to me to beat Gordon's record. He's had it good for too long. I could use a refresher on this one. That's coherent.
I fixed it. Wow.
Is this where the HEV Mark Vs were tested? I ask because why are there turrets down here? Now that I think about it, why are there even turrets in a civilian facility like Black Mesa to begin with? I mean, who's even gonna break into... Oh, right.
I'm kind of surprised that there wasn't more toxic waste in the original Hazard course.
We're good. We're not good! We're not good!
Hold on. Come back. Okay, they're off now. Go. Go. Run. Fast.
Oh my god!
I got it.
No!
You turn them off. Whatever you did.
We don't need electricity anymore, do we? What was that? What did you give?
You can talk?
Over here. Be careful. As long as those sentry guns are active, it's suicide to go out there. But it is the only way to the surface. You're going to have to destroy them.
What the fuck is happening? Have you ever wondered where this tunnel leads at the end of the Hazard course? It leads to right here. Damn, ain't that cool? Looks just like every other outdoor segment in this sub-series. Where'd it go? Okay. Why do you throw it so softly, and why do I throw it so hard? I don't know.
G-Man's got the forearm strike.
Apparently. Someone at Black Mesa actually followed proper protocol and locked the front door to this satellite uplink. And wouldn't you know it, Dr. Rosenberg doesn't have a key, so we're sent the long way around the facility to get this door open for the guy.
I'll wait here. The way is too dangerous for me, but you'll be protected by the hazard suits.
Alright, maybe he's not as smart as he looks if he thinks that we can just leave him here without protection outdoors. You might think that one of the players would need to stay behind here and protect Mr. St. John, but no, both of us are needed downstairs because we've got a different cooperative puzzle to do.
Alright, I think I understand this puzzle. I do not understand this puzzle. And I have to call that one back.
And then... Whoop. Okay, that does something. Send it back. This one might send a small one? There we go. All right, it's perfectly civvy-sized.
There will be no ill effects from being this close to toxic waste.
Not at all. If Fallout has taught me anything, it's I'm wearing boots.
I saw that on Twitter that you would play Fallout 1. I'm so sorry.
Ah, you made it. The control room is just up the stairs. Quick, come with me.
My man should really upgrade from tank controls. We're not done here just yet, though. On the way to the building, we stopped by a valve connected to a relay tower. This thing didn't work if we tried to use it before, but now that we've gotten Dr. Rosenberg up to the satellite uplink, one of us has to go down and spin the thing so that we could actually send this message out. With a bit of foresight, one of the players could probably book it right back to this room after the toxic sludge room and skip a whole wave of Vortigons that spawn outside. You know what? I don't think Dr. Rosenberg is an idiot. I think he was able to hold off all those Vortigons from spawning from sheer willpower alone. That, my friends, is the power of a threat of a cease and desist.
What am I doing?
Keep going.
Oh, I kept thinking turning it right was the right way, so I kept going, why is it not going any further? Weird.
Dr. Keller, do you read me? We've established the uplink and are transmitting the emergency signal.
I've doomed us all.
I'm sorry, did he just say contact the military? Is the whole military thing our fault? Are you fucking kidding?
Oh shit, sorry, I'm in the way. Go ahead. I swear to God if I just broke him.
Fine. Good. Oh, he's not even solid anymore. That's not good.
Oh my God.
At the dampening fields, you'll have to reset the dampening locks manually.
Who brought us back here? Resonance may be the chapter where we close the Zen plumbing to stop the Zen toilet from overflowing and spawning more monsters, but I remember it because we learned about the HEV microphone and speaker function that I mentioned in the last video.
His microphone is like a great texture.
Oh my God, it is.
Perfect. It's great. Nice job, Randy.
Nice of them to flag different weapons to only be picked up by a specific player so that everyone gets their own drop. I actually didn't know this in my first couple of playthroughs and thought that there was only one revolver in this room and that only one of the Super Decay sisters could pick it up. I was fine with that in the moment. I just thought it was a weird quirk. The Hoaxer port makes a pretty interesting change here, deciding to give the revolver a zoom alt fire, which is, you know, an interesting choice to say the least. I really thought that this was just a thing in the PS2 version and that it was being faithful, but no, this is an exclusive change for the mod. I really don't mind this. I think it's perfectly harmless, and I have a theory as to why they made this change. This campaign is missing a lot of Half-Life's weapons, including the crossbow. Because the revolver is essentially a handheld sniper on its own in these games, I assume that the modding team wanted to turn it into exactly that. Not an alternative to the crossbow, but an amalgamation of both of them. I was a bit disappointed that this wasn't the case in the PS2 version, but only because that meant that there would be another uncanny similarity between the PS2 version of Half-Life and Black Mesa. I know that Black Mesa was first shown to the public back in 2007, but I'm not sure how early in production they showed the public that the revolver in that game would have iron sights, so this could have totally been inspired by Black Mesa. I'm not sure though. Oh God, where are you?
I'm on the other side, twisting the knob.
Okay, no, we need to be there for each other.
What? Nah, I'm just twisting the knob.
Oh fuck, I'm dead.
I know I'm not gonna like this.
Good luck on whatever's over there. Oh God!
Oh, I fucking knew it!
Did you get all the way?
Yeah, it's not
Okay.
spinning anymore. Okay.
Oh,
you should open it again because it closed right on my face. It was very rude.
It was funny though.
If it was funny, Trav, how come I'm not
Haha,
laughing?
go fuck yourself.
I did it. The displacement fields have shut down. Damn it, this is the second time they failed us. I'm going to see if I can access the transit system and bring a working tram to us. I'm afraid whatever held the rift open did so with intent, my friends. These aliens may not all be here by accident.
Mission succeeded, but also failed.
I mean, that's a great way to sum up this series. So Keller's plan to close the Zen plumbing predictably fails. I mean, this is a Half-Life game. We're not allowed to have happy endings. So for plan B, we're sent down into Black Mesa's dormitories to find a security guard. Literally any security guard, because every single one of them, for some reason, has the all-clear codes to launch the delivery rocket that we launched back in Honor Rail. If you ever wanted to know what that thing's purpose was, well, I guess Half-Life Decay finally has the answer for you. Its payload will help with something Keller is calling a resonance resonance reversal, whatever that means. I imagine it's similar to sound waves of opposite frequencies colliding with each other to cancel out the noise. If that's the case, I think we're sending noise-canceling headphones into the stratosphere to save the planet. Now, were these ones sponsored by Raycon? Because that would explain where Black Mesa got their budget from. With a premise like this, I'd expect the chapter's title to be a badass term from rocket science. Something fitting to the Half-Life brand. He's got a dent in his head.
He does. Like, I commented on it earlier, but I feel kind of bad.
Oh, see, I thought you were talking about his square jawline.
No, it's a dent.
That is
domestic violence?
Oh my god. You can't just say that right after I comment on his head dent. Come on. They knew you'd be looking for a Barney in this level, so I hope that you're ready to see these guys get brutally murdered in front of you like it's an episode of Low Poly Happy Tree Friends.
Dude, who's getting the best head?
I really thought that these faces were the result of the Hoaxer mod, so imagine my surprise when I see Barney's hitting that post-nut clarity on my fucking PS2. Though, while we're on the subject of changes made to the PC version...
Not there.
Sequence complete?
It didn't say sequence complete to me, it said 2 more to go. What? What?
I threw a grenade into a vent and I got that pop-up.
I'm seeing a pop-up for PlayStation controls.
What? Yeah, I didn't know the significance of this when I played through this game with really everyone you've seen in this video. If you're familiar with Decay, you probably know about the Vortigaunt bonus mission at the end of this. What Civvy discovered here is part of a larger, borderline Easter egg-like secret hunt that the modding team incorporated into the game as a substitute for unlocking this bonus mission early. No, you don't plug in a PlayStation controller to input these codes. We actually find a secret that reveals a giant PlayStation controller in the wall. All of this is original to the Hoaxer port. I've seen some people think that this was just how it was in the original game. It's not, and everything that follows with this secret is original here. But it's still really cool, and I'll talk about it once we get to that Zen bonus mission. Hey, do you remember when Barney found that chum toad in his locker and he needed to shoot that box like a million times to get it open? The bastards did it again with this one, and somehow a lot less people are talking about it. I wonder why. This Barney had snacks in him. This didn't make it into the Hoax report for some reason. I'm confident that if they were able to find the code that lets you play Half-Life Uplink on this copy, then they probably found this and just didn't port it for whatever reason.
Halfway through level 3, lots of civilian resistance. Target has not been acquired.
You know, it totally slipped my mind that John St. John also voices some of the Marines in these Gearbox Half-Life games. If I didn't know any better, I'd say that Dr. Rosenberg is in cahoots with these guys, which makes sense. Why else would he would have called the military? I almost called them the police. I mean, same thing, kinda. Hey, John St. John 2, I'm such a fan. Want to see my bug collection?
Dude, look at these peas!
Dude, yeah, the peas texture is concave.
Please give me a full plate of peas.
Peas.
Thank you.
Oh no, the soldiers found the Gordon's room. Oh, thank God they didn't touch the tissues. Man, this entire library is crawling with soldiers, and yet the one surviving Barney that we need to find in this level is just across the hallway? These guys aren't very thorough.
Yeah, I've got the clearance codes to the security station. Let's go.
This guy reading my mind? Is that why he wears that shiny helmet? I should have known the Barneys were using Cerebro this whole time. That's how they knew where we were.
We have to find the secret bookcase.
But I'm not leaving until... Hey, you think there's a future for us at the end of all this?
Hey, Barney, not right now. Let's get your ass out of here, and then you can hit on me, okay? Thanks, babe.
This door is locked.
Gee, I couldn't tell. It's okay, man. I can figure this out on my own. It's real easy. First, you just blue screen this computer, and... How did he do that?
I presume you've got the all-clear codes for the satellite delivery rocket?
Sure do. You got a plan?
Yes. Once the satellite is in orbit, we can orchestrate a resonance reversal that may seal the rift between Earth and the alien world.
Wow, Professor X makes it sound so easy. Oh my God, this Cerebro joke earlier was not meant to play into that. That's a total coincidence.
What are you two doing here? Soldiers everywhere.
Please tell me that wasn't the Barney that I just spent the whole last level trying to rescue. I mean, it would be totally on brand if it was. Half-Life isn't above killing my friends in front of me, but it means a lot less when it's a Gearbox doing it. Don't mind me, I'm just admiring this Osprey from a distance, which, you know, I never have to worry about again because we're not gonna fight this thing, I swear. I'm not sure if these are oversights or a deliberate change by the modding team, but if we disregard the Easter egg in Chapter 5, then Code Green is the most drastically altered chapter when we compare the game to the PC mod. In the original, you can't break or even jump over this table until the Barney on the other side is killed, but on the PC mod, and especially in Sven, we're able to jump over it and even save the guy. But that's not even the most perplexing change made to this chapter, though this is exclusive to Sven co-op. So both players need to go into this elevator shaft so that they can make their way through the vents, watch another Barney die right in front of them, and then break these boxes so that they could get this door open. But the way back into the vents to get out of the elevator shaft is too low for both players to just jump up into, so one of them needs to act as a footstool so that the other player can make their way around, open the door, and then open the elevator doors so that both players can reconvene. The players aren't separated from each other for too long, it's a pretty standard co-op puzzle. But the first time I played this was on Sven co-op, and I'm not sure if it was a change made to the map geometry or if I can just simply jump higher, but you can jump right from this little ledge here up into the vent, basically nullifying that whole part of the co-op puzzle. This is fine, I don't have a problem with this at all, but just imagine my confusion where this solution of just jumping up into the vents is how I thought you were supposed to do this, and then going back and playing the hoax report and just being stuck for the longest time because I had no idea I needed both players in there to get one of them out. In retrospect, I should have totally understood what to do. That little divot in the wall there basically just screams to have a player get on their knees and get stepped on. But like everyone who's wanted to step on me could tell you, I've always been pretty oblivious. Anyways, if you ever wanted to see how brutal the soldiers can be in Sven co-op, Code Green is probably the best example you're gonna get.
Oh, these guys are really leaning into the grenades right now.
Oh, I have a satchel. Oh my god! Think he shot a fucking SMG alt-fire at me? Oh!
Yep.
Where's your corpse? Oh,
that
shit.
is exactly what happened.
Your corpse has to be somewhere. Is this the
I'm
giblet?
sure it's in many places.
Shit. Wait, hold on. There was a checkpoint. Never mind. Okay, I know that none of you saw this coming, but I lied to you. This Osprey is actually required to be killed because a grunt will not show up to open the doors to let us leave this area until we take it down, which does feel a little bit sloppy, but I think that's because this boss fight wasn't even intended for this stage for a good chunk of development. In fact, this level was basically a last-minute addition to the game because of last-minute story changes. Playing this fight in Sven gave me a bit of insight to what's going on here. If you shoot the rotors on the Osprey, it actually dies faster. It's like it's a kind of weak point or something.
Jesus!
I got the helicopter.
Holy shit!
I used nothing but gun. It was actually very weak.
And when that don't work, use more.
Use more gun. Cost $200,000. Okay, so we were given the codes for the satellite override off screen, in between levels. But the only way to put them into the computer is if we're currently in lockdown. I'm assuming that they don't mean that the facility is under attack style lockdown, and more that it's like a airlock sort of deal, that security needs to be present for these codes to be input. But this is translated into the game by one of the players needing to activate lockdown on this computer outside of the room while the other player is inside the room, keeping them separate so that the guy that's inside the room can activate the computer. You know, in movies when you see those guys use 2 keys to activate like the nuclear launch codes, I assume it's like that, which is really fitting considering where this facility ends up.
It looks like the signal is coming online. Stand by. I'm getting the all clear signal. You've done it.
Okay, can we get this on a rail, please? Thank you.
What the fuck that was? That was... Oh, good. Right into a sewer.
Do you think he sees that too? This stage has a small series of secrets that I think really take advantage of the level-to-level structure that this game has. There's 3 sets of explosive barrels scattered around the map that can be pushed to a nearby hole in the wall that can be blown open for loot. Oh wait, did I say 3? I meant to say 2. The last barrel doesn't open anything. I think it's just here to kill this soldier. Why can't I move this?
Dumb bitch. They thought they could have gotten me. Just climb through the steam. What the fuck?
I set it to green.
I turned it from green to red. Oh, there's this lever here. I didn't see this.
Wait, what did you do?
I didn't do anything. I flipped this.
What?
I flip that to red, and then I didn't realize there's a wheel right here.
Why can't... Did I mention that we came down here to get a nuclear butt plug to plug the Zen Rift? Or not. I'm sorry, sir, the plug is stuck and I can't afford another trip to the ER. For Black Mesa standards, that's surprisingly safe. Guess I'm gonna have to pump this thing up there myself. This game was so ahead of its time.
My equipment tells me that the displacement beacon is up and in working order. Good job. Come upstairs to Gamma Labs. We haven't much time.
Oh, I know the Gamma Labs. That's where the Hulk got his powers.
Up those stairs, you can access the alien quarantine labs. I fear that the scientists working there may have been overcome by the very creatures they were studying.
Remember when this guy sounded like he was having an epiphany when he asked the aliens might not be here by accident? How could he say that and still know about the alien quarantine labs? It is literally in the name.
We need you to get inside those labs and activate a beam matrix which powers the displacement beacon. You won't find much help in activating the system, but I'm sure with your training it will be a simple matter.
Did he just say bean matrix? Because I'm starving. If you've got enough Half-Life under your belt, then you should know exactly what to expect from the quarantine labs. It's a sort of diet questionable ethics. Story beats that really hammer home the are we the true monsters sort of feeling, with a bunch of explicit experiments and all that kind of stuff that really make us feel empathetic for the beings sent from Zen. And Decay does offer us a new perspective of these, or at least some new goodies to entertain the lore fanatics. Like this implication that it's the shackles on the Vortigons that give them their own power, or at least it's a conduit for their power. I guess someone at Gearbox forgot the memo that the alien slave enemies are, you know, slaves. To their credit though, we never see a Vortigon use their powers without one of these until Half-Life 2. I don't even think they're called Vortigons until Half-Life 2. But man, I feel so bad for this bull squid here. It's still alive and probably conscious while getting its stomach pumped for bile. We already knew Black Mesa was fucked up, but getting a scripted sequence where we hear the animal like squeal in pain, it hits a little different, you know? All right, I need something to cleanse my palate here, something to move on from animal cruelty. Do you like color matching puzzles? It's okay, don't panic, we're just mixing primary colors. If you want to get technical, they're only subtractive primary colors, which, you know, doesn't make sense scientifically, but that's what we gotta do. We were all told growing up that red and blue make purple, and that yellow and blue make green, and that yellow and red make orange. One of the players needs to stay behind and mix the colors appropriately, and then the other player needs to make sure that the right color laser goes into the right color hole. To my fellow artists that are watching this, please just suspend your disbelief for just a moment and ignore that by combining blue and yellow light you technically make white. Yellow and blue only make green when we're working with subtractive primary colors, but I know that most of us weren't taught this in school. This is totally useless information, but if you want to be an artist and you didn't know, I hope you found that helpful. All right, you want to see some crazy shit? I'm gonna be totally honest when I say I had to look up a guide to figure this one out. If every other game in the Half-Life 1 quadrilogy has taught me anything, it's that the player needs to lead an NPC to interact with these terminals because we can't use them unless they're broken. Do you remember that list of clearances in the manual that we took a look at in the last video? I thought maybe that this was a hint that maybe Dr. Cross or Gina Gross or Green, Colette Green, could actually interact with these. That's not the case. And believe it or not, the part of the game that was supposed to tell you that you could interact with these was cut from the game, but they left this part in. If we go back and look at some really early footage of Half-Life Decay, you can see the scanners from the beginning of the game that each of the individual players needs to go into for Dr. Cross and Dr. Green, and there's a retinal scanner on the wall that the players are supposed to interact with. This was a deliberate deviation from the Half-Life chain of command to tell the player that, hey, you can interact with these in this campaign. The level was reworked and retooled, as all levels in video games are, and I guess someone thought, hey, yeah, we don't need this here, and took it out of the level without realizing that this was supposed to teach the player how to interact with one of these at the near end of the game. That is fucking hilarious. So we got the bean matrix up. I just said bean matrix again. Okay, first time I said it, it was on purpose, but that time I I just got beans on the mind, I guess. We finally got the beam matrix up and running, and now we're ready to close that Zen rift with all that equipment and resources that we've amassed throughout the campaign. Not equipment for us, though, aside from like the 2 weapons we've picked up along the way. Please ignore that the graphics actually look kind of presentable right now. I was playing Metal Gear Solid 2 and forgot to turn the downscaling back on, or upscaling back off. You know what I mean. Yo, that's the thing that GLaDOS puts you on at the end of the test chamber before you go and fire.
That's the Twitch chat ride.
So we've got our stage set for our final boss fight here, now that we've got to activate our nuclear butt plug to close the rift. First, we need to flip these 3 switches one at a time to bring out these giant Zen crystals that charge the beacon. As soon as each crystal is powered up, we gotta start the next one. Lather, rinse, repeat for like 5 minutes while you fight nothing but Vortigons. That's not an exaggeration. There's nothing but Vortigons until the boss shows up. Except right before this mission, they gave us a larger arsenal, including a rocket launcher, and the AI doesn't have a concept of, you know, saving the really powerful weapons for later for when we need them. Have you ever seen that video of those bakers watching their bread get turned into a bread bowl right in front of them? That's how I felt watching my AI companion use up all of that RPG ammo right in front of me.
Wait a minute, the large thing was a fucking manta that drops other enemies?
A single Zen grunt.
It's amazing. This is great.
There's something big coming. Yeah, that brand new boss fight that I was telling you about is actually just a repurposed alien craft from the base game. Sorry, I know that's really anticlimactic of me to bring up, but I mean, that parallels how I felt seeing this thing for the first time. Looking at this thing's name in Sven Co-op, it actually shows up as Boyd, which I'm pretty sure is an oversight. And this is me pointing out a nitpick that I doubt anyone would even care to notice if they knew, but I'm gonna bring it up anyway. In Half-Life 1, the Boyds were these group of Zen birds that would fly around in the background. The only significance here is that Boyd, B-O-I-D, is the name of an AI program written in 1986 trying to capture the complexity of a group of objects flying together and trying to stay in formation. I bring this up because this alien ship that we're fighting at the end of Half-Life Decay is not a Boyd, so either someone at Gearbox just wasn't in on the joke, which I have no doubt is the case, or this was an oversight when bringing these maps to Sven Co-op. And that whole thing is probably more interesting than this entire boss fight because holy shit, this boss fight fucking sucks. If you're playing this on PC, then you're probably gonna take this thing down before it could finish a single lap around the place because I don't know, its damage numbers are lower. Maybe it's because I have better aim, but I literally have lock-on on PS2, so I don't think that's the case. But in the original hardware, this thing is tanky as hell, which is especially a problem once you find out how this final encounter works. You might think that this is a protect the objective sort of mission. Make sure that the thing doesn't die from all the enemies shooting at it, but that's not what's happening here. The only thing that could damage the beacon is the giant ship that's flying around the map. Every time it completes a lap, it'll zap the beacon once, and if you let it do that 5 times, then that's a game over. But unless you fail this encounter multiple times, you're probably not even gonna find this out, which is exactly how I figured this out, with a little bit of accidental cheating from Sven Co-op, because I could just look at it and see how much health it has and then notice, hey look, it drops by 100 power every time the Boyd zaps it. What I'm trying to say is that I died to this thing a lot when I played it on the PS2. Shut the hell up, Dr. Keller. Also, are you kidding me? Oh, she's enjoying this way too much. Get ready to flip that switch. Woo. You did it.
Good job, Gordon. Flipping that switch and all.
It's not bad enough that the boss fight sucks, it's that you also have to wait 5 minutes through Vortigons to even fight it again if you die. Whatever, we killed it, and now we've got all the crystals up to 100%. Dr. Keller, it's time for you to hit that resonance reversal. I want to go home.
You must hurry. We can't keep the portal open much longer.
Wait, what the fuck is Calhoun doing here? Why did he just get impaled with a light beam? Was that us? Are we passing through him? Or more realistically, is that why he was stuck in some kind of harmonic flux at the end of Blue Shift? I guess that's kind of neat. Okay, for this moment I'm about to bring up, I'm actually really embarrassed at how much I like it, but after we're bumped back to Earth and see everything explode, the game does this cut to black right as the Zen crystals shatter, and there's just something about the timing of it and how it cuts off the audio that feels weirdly artsy, and I can't put my finger on it, but there's just something about the cut that I really love, and I hate how hard I'm thinking about something that was probably not even intentional.
Gina? Colette? You'll be all right. You were caught for a moment in a harmonic reflux. It's one of the swirling eddies in the space between two displacement event currents. Although I can't imagine who is creating the other current.
Keller is so goddamn inept, he didn't even realize that Rosenberg is doing all this shit right under his nose. Yeah, lots of good, all that sitting at the computer, did ya? Oh god, I sound like my mom. Amazing, then Blue
I need
Ships.
to inform you that my screen right now says, Balls Invincible.
Although I can't imagine who is creating the other current. But it doesn't matter now. Rest, my friends. We did it.
Yep, so that was Half-Life Decay, ending in a way that kind of explains why Adrian Shepard was exclusively fighting Race X beings after Gordon had already left for Zen. And you know what? Good for them. They actually tried and managed to succeed to close the portal here. Sure is nice of them to conveniently not talk about the place getting nuked right after. If I had to grade the game in some capacity, I'd say it's at least on par with Blue Shift, but when it comes to multiplayer and single-player games, both are approached with different game design philosophies that make it a bit hard for me to be critical here. My specialty is with single-player experiences, and a lot of my criticisms are less creative criticism and more so personal preference. But as a Half-Life fan, I really do think that it's worth your time just regarding what it adds to the canon and overall franchise, which I think today in the current year of 2023 is really the only reason that you should revisit that game today, unless you have some personal nostalgic connection to it. That said, we're not done quite yet. As you might recall me saying in this video, there's actually a 10th mission within Decay that is a little tricky to unlock. Both players need to A-rank each mission of the game. It doesn't matter if only one character has A-ranked it, they both need to. I remember reading somewhere that both players can get like 15 kills and that basically guarantees an A rank. Don't quote me on that though, because that's not how I unlocked it. By going into the input cheat code menu and then dividing up the Konami code between both controllers, you can unlock every mission in Decay to be played from the get-go, including this secret 10th mission. And when I say that you divide the Konami code between both players, you end up having player 1 press up twice and then player 2 presses down twice. You get the idea. This is where that elaborate secret is that I mentioned before that was added into the hoax report. By finding 3 sets of PlayStation button combinations hidden across the map and inputting them into that giant wall controller, a pair of displacement cannons from opposing force spawn on Gordon's bed, where using its alt-fire teleports you to an entirely unique segment where you follow a scripted zombie on its way through Black Mesa. If you kill the zombie, you completely break the sequence, so you gotta keep that in mind. But if you did everything correctly and follow this zombie as far as he can go, then the G-Man will walk by a glass door with another button combination trailing behind him, and entering that into the controller on the wall will unlock that final Vortigaunt mission without having to A-rank every stage. Now, if you're wondering why you can't just load into a map via console, Hoaxer thought of that, requiring you to finish the previous stages or else you're booted from the map about 5 seconds after loading into it. Though you can get around this if you really wanted to by renaming the map files. Zen attacks, like Decay itself, is only just okay once you get past the novelty of it. Yeah, it's pretty cool that you get to play as a Vortigaunt, and they even come with their unique style of gameplay with a ranged attack and long-ranged attack that can vampire health from enemies regardless of which one you use to kill them with. This can turn the player into a melee fiend, letting you run right up to these soldiers and slap them in the nuts for a good HP refill. It has the potential to be a lot more fun, but the mission itself is kinda underwhelming. These two Vorts that we control actually have names, X-8973 and R-4913. The Half-Life and Portal Encyclopedia wiki mentions that light blue vent texture that you know from Office Complex, the same one that has the text Valve written on it, also has R-4913's name on it. But when I looked at the texture both in the original original and PS2 releases, the texture says R-8146, which still is suspiciously close, but not the same. If anyone knows more about this that I'm just missing, please let me know. Regardless, even if this information is incorrect, that's probably more interesting than everything else in this level. This stage must have been part of a rejected Geico ad because it's so easy a caveman could do it. Oh, that's kind of relevant. Remember that Portal 2 ad that Geico did? I did not write that remembering that part. I wrote the caveman comparison because we're just here to collect rocks, specifically a Zen crystal to return back to the Nihilith. I mean, it's kinda neat that this also looks like the place where G-Man armed that nuke at the end of Opposing Force, but that could totally just be a coincidence. And if we just look at this as the final bonus mission, as a fun way to cap off Half-Life for the PS2, yeah, that's pretty underwhelming, which is why I'm not ending it here just yet. By using your partner as a footstool to reach this ledge that you otherwise couldn't, you can find a cheat code printed on the wall that gives you access to Alien Mode, letting you play through the entire single-player campaign as a Vortigaunt. It is almost mind-boggling how much effort went into making this little side campaign variant work. I thought it was just gonna be as simple as, hey, here's a weapon swap, play through the whole game like this, but no, there's these little details that were changed and replaced that completely transformed the experience beyond just what you use to attack. Human characters speak in complete gibberish. You can't understand a lick of what they're saying. So true, Dr. Coomer. Barnacles won't latch on to you, just instead rubbing their flaccid tongue right across your face, but can still heal the player if you attack them, turning these clusters of barnacles into almost dedicated healing stations, which is nice because, you know, you can't use the HEV suit chargers anymore. Zen forces will still target you, which is a little disappointing at first, but I mean, if you think about it, this would have turned the game into basically a speedrunning slog with no enemies. It would have been kind of boring. The simple change of giving the Vorts these sort of leeching powers by taking health from enemies as you attack them already changes the dynamic a lot, but these other subtle changes really just hammer home that this is a completely different experience, encouraging a playstyle that lets you leap out of cover to ambush enemy targets with melee to slowly recover your health back. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think that this is more fun of a single player experience than Decay was. But you can't play through all of Half-Life 1's campaign. You'll still play through all of Lambda Core and still need to protect the scientist from getting killed by the controllers as he opens up the portal to Zen, which, because I was also playing this on difficult, was really hard, and I feel like I almost exploited the game just so I could get past this sequence, leaping up to the catwalk where the scientist is so that I could easily zap any controllers that were within range of the dude to do damage to him. But trying to get off of this platform made me realize that there's some invisible walls here that I think were supposed to keep me out. As soon as you get to Zen, the moment you come out of that portal, your control is taken from you and you're greeted by 4 Vortigaunts that celebrate your arrival home. That is goddamn adorable, and I can't think of a better way to cap off our time with Half-Life for the PlayStation 2. What the fuck? Thanks for making it to the end of the video. While you're here, be sure to check out Crubcast. It's a new podcast that me and my friend Kevin Goldenbolt have put together, and I think you're really going to enjoy it. If you want to join this list of names off to the side and join the Discord, then pledge a minimum of $1 a month over to my Patreon, and if you pledge $10 or more, I'll even read your name out loud in the next video, alongside names like Luce and Josh Gourmet. Thank you, everybody, and I'll see you guys next time.
Prey is a game's game. When
I don't know if I'm gonna agree with this or not, but let's give it a whirl here.
The year is 2023. Anime is officially real. You go on YouTube, there's a bunny girl who snorts Red Bull. You go on Twitch, you get cat girls who love Jesus. You go on Twitter, anime girls are fighting over whether having huge fat 2D jets is woke or not. You open your favorite game. Even more anime girls going ooh woo and voice chat. Your afternoon
What was the bunny girl snorting Red Bull, she said? You know, one time I had somebody come into my chat and tell me that I was a wannabe VTuber. And that was probably one of the weirdest things I've ever had someone say. I think about that every now and then. Like, not all the time, of course, but every now and then I think about how someone called me wannabe not real. And like, I guess it gave me sort of this existential moment where I'm like, oh, you think that I want to be less real. Do I want that? Or am I already less real? Is any of us any more real than a VTuber?
Snap. You, it's an anime girl too. There's no winning this war. There's no turning back the clock. You can't run from the mower. You can't hide from the kawaii sugoi decimate. But wait, you can hear a whisper in the darkness. Calm before the storm. The key to destroying this epidemic. Turns out those anime girls are problematic, and they're hiding a dark secret.
What?
A weapon they aim to enslave humanity with. It's called being parasocial. Now, the most important thing to know about being parasocial is that it wasn't a real thing before VTubers hit the market. They invented it. Just like Sims weren't real before women started streaming. Am I right, XQC Yasmin Gold Ludwig on viewers? You can't be on the internet for very long without someone mentioning the term. You breathe incorrectly and someone will accuse you of being it. Because in this economy, daring to enjoy something is a sin that cannot go unpunished. What, you like some streamer girl's content? I bet you're one of those parasocial Andes who wishes she was your girlfriend. By the way, when I start every day with PewDiePie's video before heading to work, that's completely different from whatever you're doing. I'm not parasocial at all. I've watched it since I was 9 and his content just cheered me up, okay? Yes, indeed. Everyone is parasocial, and I do mean everyone. The only way to escape the label is to never turn on a computer or TV again and relocate to Antarctica. Because let's not get it twisted. By pure definition, if you feel that you have a relationship with a media personality or even a fictional character, you are participating in a parasocial relationship. Now hold on, Lucy, stop.
I mean, it's a really good point, actually. It's a really good take on it so far. Is that anytime, like how many times have you gone to see a movie and then you walk out of the movie and you are taking on some of the personality traits of your favorite person in the movie? You're like, cool, I got some new personality today from that movie because the guy in the movie was so cool, and I'm just like, yeah, I can be more like that. Never ever. What about my boats? What about my boats? Tag? What do you mean? They're real. They're more real than me.
Right there. I don't feel like I have a relationship with them. Clearly I'm aware that I'm not their lover, unfortunately. So to call me parasocial, well, all I have to say is take your meds. Do you really think it's that easy to escape the parasocial? Let me give you an example. How many people slammed the last season of Game of Thrones, rightfully so, for being an absolute dumpster fire? And how many videos were made about the fictional character Daenerys, claiming that her actions were, quote, out of character, and she would never do such a thing? How would these people even know it was out of character if they didn't feel like they knew her on some subconscious level? Gamers, we have to be honest with ourselves. If you've ever felt sadness upon seeing your favorite character die, or you've ever been disappointed when your favorite content creator stops uploading, then...
I mean, it's sort of a difference, though, between... I think there is a difference between characterization that you see in storytelling, and this is one of the reasons why we as a species are drawn to stories, and it's why, really, stories are some of the best ways to teach anything. Is because relating to the story is part of how we learn. we're social creatures, and it's how we connect to each other. It's how we remember things better. Like there's studies shown that like if you can relate to a character in a story, you can digest and remember all of that information that was involved in the story much better. It's why if you're ever trying to learn a language, if you can get someone to teach you the language by using stories, you will learn much faster. You'll learn better because it's just our brains are hardwired to be social, to learn more about the people around us. And I think that's one of our best traits. I think that's something that's really good about humans. It's not something that I would want to ever shame people for or like or discourage in any way, because it's I think it's helpful. It helps us be more compassionate and more understanding of other people by exposing ourselves to lots of different characters in fiction. It's why reading is so good. It's why being like, reading, being involved, playing through great storytelling in games, watching good movies and stuff like that. This can all, I really do think that doing a whole lot of that and allowing yourself to see different perspectives and relate to different kinds of characters, and yeah, even feel like you know them or feel like you understand them. This makes you more well-rounded and more compassionate person, and I think that it can have positive effects on you. Like, I think it can make you a better person by helping you get out of your own shoes a little bit. So I think it's something that is good. Maybe being parasocial is actually really good. Why isn't it?
Yes, you're most likely somewhat parasocial. But wait, before you click off the video, I'm not here to say that's a bad thing. In fact, I'm gonna play devil's advocate and say it can be a really, really good thing sometimes. And I want to take some heat off of the viewers as well, because when it comes to being parasocial, it starts with the source. That's right, streamers, I'm coming for your ass. And also my own ass. I just think ass is pretty neat, I guess.
How dare anyone out there make fun of Brittany after all she's been through?
So being parasocial is usually attributed as the cause for some of the worst you've ever seen in your life. The Vox Paradox, the Russian Soviet Union, the Suisei piss drinking. That's right, the Suisei apple juice piss drinking, if you listen to the internet.
Man, I feel like this is some, like, deep into the back alleys of internet shit that I'm so glad I don't even know about. Okay, it's like, I don't know about it. I'm glad I don't know about it. I don't want to know about it.
Tell it, parasocial people are stalkers, fans who are on the edge, just one mistake away from going full anti and demanding you to rate their dick pics. Sorry, that got a little bit too specific. But the way I see it, stalkers and bad people have existed long before the internet and will continue to do so. And slapping the label parasocial on them sort of takes the bite out of it. As if I'm somehow supposed to rank someone who's sending decapitated Barbie dolls to a streamer the same way I rank someone who redeems fart rewards 5 times per stream. Because really, to condemn all forms of parasocial relationships is...
Absolutely fantastic point about how, like, you really shouldn't categorize the stalkers and insane people who develop an unhealthy obsession with a fictional character or a streamer or a celebrity in the same way that you would just rank any of the, like, thousands or in some cases even millions of well-meaning, just devoted, loyal fans that are just happy to be part of the community. Like, these people should not be in the same category at all. I'm glad that she pointed that out.
To demand that people not feel anything, that people somehow tune into a certain type of content every day and then leave with no parts of themselves changed.
Yeah.
What part is your heart getting warm or your dick popping a dent? That's a whole other story.
Oh my gosh, Lucy, that's so nasty to just say that kind of stuff out loud on YouTube. Can you even say that on YouTube? Can you even say these kinds of things? That's so disgusting.
They think that any artist or creator would say that detachment is not what they want out of their audience. They want you to feel something. They want their work to mean more than idle entertainment. If they can't get some type of emotional reaction out of you, then they think they must be doing something wrong. See, no one thinks that an author is an asshole for writing a story that makes them cry. No one feels ashamed to admit that they cried while watching something like Up either. But when it comes to streamers and YouTubers, there's this weird sense of shame and stigma. As if
wait, what is this video? Wait, what the fuck is this? Wait.
Either. But when it comes to
oh no! Oh my god! give him a hug.
There's this weird sense of shame and stigma, as if
Oh,
feeling attached to
no.
that person is morally wrong. But I can't help but think that if you feel attached to someone that you watch every day, you're just normal. You're completely fine. And to be honest, the types of people that participate in harassment and stalking would still do so, no matter what.
Dude, I feel like it would be more weird to watch a streamer a lot, or even listen to someone on the radio a lot and not feel some kind of connection to them. Like, not feel like you know them at all. Like, if you listen to someone over an extended period and you never felt that, I feel like that would be incredibly strange and weird. That's more weird to me. Like, I used to listen to Coast to Coast AM for years and years and years. I listened to Art Bell. Like, he's my hero. I adore Art Bell, and I still listen to Art Bell's radio shows all the time, even though he's passed away now. And I have a book that he wrote that he signed, and when he passed away, like, I cried. Like, I was absolutely devastated. I'm still sad thinking about how he's gone, because he was someone that for countless days and years I listened to his radio show, and I just listened to him talking for, like, I can't even tell you how many hours I listened to his show. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, thousands of hours probably of his radio shows. And so now when I listen to those radio shows, which I do all the time, it feels like he's still kind of around, you know? And it's strange how, like, I felt like I grieved his loss, even though it's not a person that I know. I felt like I did know him. And it didn't matter. Did it, like, make my life better listening?
Most of the things that people call parasocial just seem really sweet in my eyes. Maybe it's me. Maybe I'm the problem, the psychopath, so to speak, but when I see
like
fans
total biscuit passing, yeah, exactly.
branding together to make something nice for their favorite streamer, the word parasocial never comes to my mind. It just makes me smile. I mean, holy, humans are just so... Of course, I'm not saying that getting overly obsessed with something is a good thing. That goes for anything in life, media, personality, or otherwise. And if you really want to point fingers at someone,
don't get
then
obsessed with
do
stuff.
I have some news for you? Because this parasocial accusation is a psyop, a cover-up for the true culprits at hand, the people who lurk in the shadows, who reap all the rewards and none of the blame. Streamers. What if I...
Wait, she's British? Wait, she was British the whole time? I've never heard her talk before, just now. She's out there saying, my gamer girl bathwater. She's out there saying, hey, would you like some of my gamer girl bathwater? Is that what she's been saying the whole time?
I told you that.
I didn't know. I didn't know. It's just, I don't know why I always imagined that she had a different voice than that, but hearing her say that specific sentence in that way, it really caught me off guard. It really caught me off guard.
Creators can be
That's
just as parasocial as they are. I mean, I'm not gonna point any fingers because one, I don't know what's going on in other people's heads, and two, I don't want to stir shit. But I think I've established that I don't think being parasocial is the boogeyman everyone makes it out to be. Even so, that doesn't give me the right to put anyone up.
So far, she's been playing devil's advocate to the point that I'm like, you know what? Being parasocial is really good, and everyone should.
I'll send a fire, accidentally or not. So you know what? I'm gonna put myself on the stake for you. Nail myself to the golden arches like Jesus on the cross.
That is satanic. Shouldn't be saying these kinds of things.
Yes. Confirmed problematic streamer. And the funny thing is, I don't know how I'm expected not to be. Multiple days a week, I come online to the same people. I talk with them. I laugh with them. I entertain them. And hell, they entertain me too. I read their comments, I see their encouragement, and I feel less alone. In my case, it probably doesn't help that I'm pretty bad at making friends as is, so having a chat that genuinely wants to talk to me is such a fresh, nice feeling that I can't help but feel somewhat attached. I know I can't be the only streamer who feels this way. I also want to dispel the myth that streamers have no idea who you are. Sure, if you lurk I never post a single message, yeah, that's probably the case, but if you're a frequent chatter, unless the community is bigger than a billionaire's overseas bank account, they probably recognize you. And that's
Of
not
course.
even hope, it's a fact of life. If a stream...
I definitely can... I mean, there's a lot I can say on this topic, but one thing that I can tell you is that no matter how bad my day was, or no matter how shitty I feel, or no matter what is going on in my life that is really bad, and lately there's been a lot of really bad shit, when I turn on the stream and I see people gathering in the chat, and I see everyone saying hello, and everyone's just excited to hang out for a little while, every single time makes me feel better. Like, every time. I'm always start the stream feeling so grateful that there are people that want to just hang out. And that, like, they're here. We're all here just to be together for a little while, just to chat for a little while. It's just a simple thing, but it means so much to me, and it's something that has actually carried me really far over the past couple years when I felt incredibly isolated and alone in countries where I didn't know anybody and I didn't know how long I could stay, and I couldn't go home, and I still feel like that, but I never felt alone and never felt hopeless, and that's because of you guys. It's because of you. And so I would say that, and I'll tell you something else. When the war started, I had a shitload of people from the stream audience who offered me like a place to stay, that offered me, hey, I have an extra room. I don't have much to offer, but I have an extra room. You can stay there. Or hey, I have a couple of people say, I have an empty apartment, and I don't want to creep you out or anything, but you can stay there. I'll leave the key far away, and you don't have to leave or anything. I just want to give you a safe place. But, like, I had countless people offer this, that were really just trying to help and offer any kind of thing to support. I had people from the stream offer me stuff, help and like little places to rest along the way, little help along the way, but I did not hear from some people in my own family. Like I got. That's when I think I really understood that this community really is like a community. It is like a real, actual support. No, you can't just automatically trust every single person that watches the stream. Of course, it's insane. But there are real valuable friendships and relationships that you can go through streams. In the past, I've had a tendency to be a little too trusting. I know that. That's generally what I do. And that can get me into some trouble. But by and large, I'm grateful to have this kind of community around. And I do believe that the friendships are very real. Because when I went to FanFest in 2019, that was the first time I met people from the streaming world. And it was fucking fantastic. It was amazing. At the time, thank you for the 10 gift subs. At the time, I was really new as a streamer, didn't have a very big community yet, but I remember we just told everybody, if you want to come, you can come. We can all like walk around FanFest together as a group, and then we can all just go to the pub later, and we can all drink, and we did. Like, we all went and like had some beer in France, and it was fucking great getting to meet everybody, and like people would say, oh hi, I'm so and so, they'd say their stream name, and I would just give them a big hug, and it was like it was probably one of the best days of my life, actually. And it wasn't weird at all. Of course there was some awkwardness, there's people who were kind of scared and stuff, but I didn't feel awkward, I didn't feel weird or anything. I was just so happy to meet anybody that watched the stream, because to me, I do see you all as friends, and I don't know if I should, but I actually went to Disney World with a couple of fans that I met there on the FanFest floor, and we had an amazing time. It was an incredible day.
Streamer interact with you enough times, they start to remember your username, the gist of how you type. Go figure. I'm not saying they're your best friends or anything, but that's not quite the same as having no idea you exist, is it? Like many other streamers, I recognize usernames. I have inside jokes with my community. I find myself thinking things like, oh, so-and-so will say something if I do this, or, you know, they'll probably react.
The worst thing is when you recognize a username and then one day they're not there anymore. Or you think back and you're like, where did that person go? And there are some people who I think, oh, they used to be here a lot. I hope they're okay. I wonder what happened to them.
Looky for fun _ bot _ 1.
I don't expect every
Welcome to
single
my
person
channel.
to stream forever and ever, of course. Some people just, you know, their interests change, but I can't help but wonder what happened to some of those people. Like, where did life take them? Are they doing fine?
This way, I make another joke about my huge 600-pound cock. And yeah, I also
Your what?
noticed when certain shadows are missing, when it's been a while since I saw a certain username pop up in the chat.
What?
And that can genuinely make me feel a little pang of sadness, even though it is one-sided, even though the other person may have forgotten about me, which means, yes, I am parasocial, self-diagnosed. But don't get it twisted, that's not me saying I'm so special. I'm different from other streamers, look at me. I actually think I'm the rule and not the exception, because this is a really weird career. And a lot of it is uncharted territory, because while an actress goes in films or movies...
Yeah, what she just described is completely normal. I don't know anyone who doesn't see things that way.
Starts and doesn't interact with the viewers until later, if she decides to at all. Streamer interactions are real time, in the moment, with the threat of getting one guy always waiting around the corner. I think it would be really difficult to emotionally distance yourself from something that's just so close. And for me, having this relationship with my chat has been the 99% positive experience. Sure, weird shit happens now and then, but if you deal with it quickly and set basic boundaries, then I guarantee you viewers will understand. So where does this...
Look, you just need Giga Mod. This is what I've learned over time. Because, as you've probably already figured out by what I've said, I'm incredibly trusting. I believe, like, I've never met anyone that I thought was suspicious. And usually if I do meet someone that is actually suspicious, people around me are like, hey, that guy was really sus. And I'm like, what are you talking about? People are like, what do you mean? This is fun. This is nice. They're like, what the fuck? They're super sketch. What are you saying? I'm like, nah. Give them the benefit of the doubt. They seem really nice. They're so nice to me. What's your problem? Come on. It's actually a huge issue. This is a huge fucking issue. Like, I can get killed like thinking like this. I realize that. So what I do is I just surround myself by like giga moths who do not tolerate any bullshit at all, and who will warn me when there is somebody around who I should definitely steer clear of. Okay, so like I've realized over time that I can get myself in a very bad situation if I just blindly trust every single person I meet, like I love to do.
You just said you're parasocial, and everyone on the...
Like, I'll tell you something. One time I was, God, I have so many stories. One time I was at a party, and I had to leave the party suddenly, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I need to go now. Something came up, I need to leave, but, and there was a guy that was like, hey, I can take you back. And I'm like, okay. Well, I don't know who you are, but you seem friendly, so okay. Thank you. I'll tell you where my house is. This is before I've learned to, like, you know, be aware of that kind of shit. And in the car, I get in the car and I'm like, thank you so much for taking me back to my house. I look between me and the driver's seat, there's a gun. And I'm like, wait a minute. Monkus. I'm like, that's a gun. Wait a minute. Did I put myself in a dangerous situation? That's when I realized. That's when I thought, hey, maybe this isn't the smartest decision. Now, of course, we had a great conversation. We were chatting. And it was all ended up being fine. You know, he just dropped me off and it was okay. There was no issues, okay. But I think back to that and I think like, damn. damn, like, do I really not have any kind of, like, can I not judge any situation at all? So it's a miracle I made it this far. But, so I don't know, I don't know, on the subject of, like, can I judge who's obsessive and not okay and who's great? No, I can't. No, I cannot do that.
Internet tells me that being parasocial makes you the stomach.
I have no
Just
fucking
tell me
idea.
where to point the pitchfork strimmer. Well,
I gotta
what
trust
if
the
I
mods.
said it's somewhere in the... I'll be honest with you, gamer. I struggled like a motherfucker with this script. The reason this is coming out late January and not early January is because I fought with myself so hard over whether I should be making it or not in the first place. I mean, I'm far from the first person to talk about the term or to imply parasocial relationships are inherently bad. I'm not even the first person to tackle it from a beach-eating perspective, and yeah, talking honestly about my thoughts on this topic has a chance of making me look like a toxic asshole, which seemed like a kind of way. And so several times I'd start writing
far you
scrap it,
don't
go back
seem-
to it, and then restart from the beginning, all over again. Even here at the end, I'm not sure I've made something coherent rather than just a ramble of my...
So far, the video's been fucking fantastic, but there's nothing in it that I've disagreed with at
personal
all. Or
feelings of the
anything.
streamer, and maybe
that I think
that's
would be-
why I couldn't stop thinking about it, because in all of the very good videos that were made about the topic, I noticed it was all from an outsider's perspective, a scholar looking in on the degenerate and filthy little lives of streamer personalities. And while it's one thing to hear a fellow viewer tell you that your attachment to a content creator is a good thing, it's another to hear those words from one in the flesh. So I have two things left to say. One, to the viewers around the world, whether you watch me or not, whether you've been subscribed from the beginning or you're a Mr. Beast viewer who's really confused about how you got here, I'll say on behalf of all creators on every platform, thank you. I'm here to tell you that liking things is fine. In fact, I encourage it. Only you can look inside yourself and decide whether your admiration for someone or something has reached an unhealthy point, and I, for one, trust you to have that maturity. You don't need to associate yourself with people who keep a really dull of arrogance by their desk just because people throw the label parasocial around like it's a substitute for being down bad abominable.
Yeah, exactly. You can just, just don't be obsessive about stuff that you like. It's that easy. Just don't do it, okay? Like things in normal amount. It's okay to like things, just in normal amount. Not too much. You can take my word on that. I mean, how hard is it just to pull it back a little bit, okay? It's not...
And you're not even a bad person for wanting to suck Fenster's toes. I mean, everyone wants to do that, right? Right? And the second...
I wouldn't want to get my... I mean, I wouldn't want to suck toes. Wait a minute.
And final thing is, I'm going to say something that needs a bit of a disclaimer. I want to make this extremely clear. I do not think the vast majority of content creators set out with the intention to form a parasocial bond with their viewers. I think it's just the natural consequence of wanting to be liked, wanting to do well, and wanting our content to mean something to people. So with that being said, I'll be the first to admit, whether we as creators are aware of it or not, every single one of us ends up encouraging parasocial connections to some degree. Does it career decide to come out and say that? Maybe, but I
mean, I don't see how it's bad to make people want to feel something when they're hanging out with you and when they're watching. Like, what's the problem with that? I feel like the real problem is the connection of this idea of being parasocial to someone who is obsessive. And these are completely different things. These are different. We shouldn't conflate these terms at all. Like, if you don't feel any connection at all to a streamer, why the fuck would you watch them? If you don't like them and you don't know anything about them, or you're not interested in what they have to say in any way, then why the fuck are you doing watching? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Why would you do that? There must be some kind of parasocial connection to any kind of media for you to give a shit about like, why do you watch a TV show? Well, probably there's some characters in it that you like and you want to see what happens, you want to see what they do, right? So maybe this whole worry about maybe it's just all overblown. Okay, maybe it's not that big of a deal.
Just being honest. I'm not gonna sit here and lie to you and say, oh, I don't care if you never watch my content again. I hate it when people get attached to my work. I hate it when people value me and make me a part of their routine because, of course, I don't. I like it. I get fulfillment out of it, and just like any other human, human here, but I'm happy that others enjoy, well,
Oh, she's a tiefling?
me. And at the end of the day, I don't think either the viewer or the streamer is evil. Streamers inspire the viewers, and viewers inspire the streamer to do
Yes,
better.
it's a
to grow,
two-way
and-
street. It's a two-way street. It is. It really is. The only way I could see this really being a huge issue is if the streamer is just an asshole and everyone's putting a parasocial onto the streamer and they don't really give a shit about the viewers, but they just eat up all of the praise and love like a tick, like a big fat tick.
To evolve, viewers are the streamer's greatest motivation, and if streamers can repay those people by making them smile, laugh, or making their work shift a little easier to get through, what in the fuck is the harm in that? Why are we so obsessed with shaming people over it? The internet is great because it gives an option to people like me, who shut down in face-to-face situations, the opportunity to make friends, the opportunity to be myself and speak freely. Not without fearing rejection, because holy the stuff I see in some YouTube comments, but while knowing that the people who do reject me are outraged by people who support me with their whole hearts and souls. Like with most other things in life, the truth lies somewhere in the middle, somewhere between black and white. Parasocial relationships, as with literally any other type of relationship, have the chance to go sour. In that sense, it's just like any other relationship. With proper boundaries and communication, things will be okay. Will be okay. And the next time I see a post about parasocial shit on the streamer sphere, I swear to fucking God, if it's another blanket statement shitting on viewers for having feelings, I'm going to. Anyway, I'm embarrassed and terrified now. Not that I have to say about that so bad. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
That was such a fucking great video of Lucy. Oh my god. Are you over there? He said making this video hurt me in so many ways, mentally and physically. But why? Because you're just speaking the truth. To me, it's common sense. I think it's common sense. But most of all, it reminded me that I'm very grateful for all of you. I think about this stuff every day. Thank you for being here, gamers. Parasocial relationships are pretty normal and need to be navigated properly, just like any other relationship. Yes. I'm really, I haven't really thought about this topic that much before. I mean, I had really thought about it the way that everyone else thinks about it. Like, oh, parasocial relationships are really bad. Oh, building a parasocial relationship is really bad. But not thinking about it more critically than that. And I think this is an excellent job of showing that, you know, so much of our enjoyment of media of any kind is built on this kind of parasocial connection to the way, how much you can relate to a character or a person or a story. The hero in the story, villain in the story. He said, oh, here's a comment that says, a peer-reviewed study has recently come out studying effects of parasocial relationships, and apparently people who are creepy in their parasocial interactions are also creepy in their IRL interactions. So unless further study disproves their finding, it may be that parasociality is no worse than having IRL friends in terms of creepy behavior. It's just, it's easier for creepy people to hide their creepiness if they only interact via text messages. And a lot easier for them to find you. I mean, it really doesn't matter for me either way, because I won't pick up on someone being creepy in a text, and it won't pick up on them being creepy in real life. I won't. I don't know why. It's really bad. It's a huge issue. I will not notice. I was like, wow, they're so nice. Oh, anyways. It's a great video. Really good. Loved it. Here's a link to the video. Lucy. But Lucy said that it's hard to find friends in real life, and it's hard to make friends in real life and all that. And, you know, you seem to be going through some turmoil making this video. You said the video hurt you in many ways, but I'm here to tell you that a great place to meet people, Lucy, is a church, okay? maybe head on down for Bible study on Wednesday nights. Have you thought about that? There's gonna be plenty of, I'm sure, really nice people for you to meet down there that can help you. Because I see you've got some upside down crosses around here. Okay, you might wanna ditch that before you show up. Maybe I don't know, wear a hat. Maybe put a little bonnet over the front part before you head in. If you want to make some friends, I mean, that's a way to do it in real life. Lucy will be so mad. Satanic church is a thing. Oh, is it?
Hey, I'm sorry that you have me as the writer of your life. That's a fucking recipe for disaster. Holy shit. Also, Nonosha, thank you so much for the resale. Congratulations on your 11 months. Thank you for all of your support and beautiful banner. Also, Sleen, thank you for the resale. Congratulations on your 8 months. And Miss Drew, oh, fuck, what?
You can give subs to other viewers. This has the added effect of increasing your size by 1 inch by stealing it from the person you sub to. As an additional benefit, you will make Lucy mauled, which will provide entertainment to the stream.
It won't. Nope, chat. It won't make me mauled. I get donated a sub. I instantly swap to the Asmongold reaction, and then I never talk to chat again. And then it's all fucking over. It is all over for you bitches immediately. Okay? First fucking sub I see. All right. All right. Are we fucking under? Would you think I was lying? Think I was fucking with you? You think I was fucking around here? I never fuck around, but you'll find out. I never fuck around, but you'll find out. Oh, I'm gonna use that again. I'm gonna keep that. I'm gonna keep that, man.
Shadow117
Flying
gifted a
over.
tier 1 sub to slap control.
Hold on. Flying Ogre, thank you so much for the oh god damn it, for the 5 gift subs. And also, Shadow, thank you for the 1. Thank you. And Juju, thank you for the 1. And Talburn, thank you for the 5. I appreciate it.
Afro,
thank you for the gift sub. And Pinpolian, thank you for the sub with
subs in the channel.
Thank you. Also, Dark and Jay, thank you so much for the gift sub as well. Thank you, thank you, guys.
4280 gifted a tier 1 sub to Lord Doctor 64. They have given 263 gift subs in the channel.
Chad didn't want to talk to me anymore. They were just like, go watch the fucking Asmongold video and shut the fuck up, you dumb bitch.
It might have been 5 years since the Persona 5 dancing game was out, but it has been 7 years since the original Persona came out, and 11 years since Persona 4 Golden came out. You are getting old, Lucy. Old. 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 I am actually the one that manages our delivery drivers. Anyone that needs to eat can do it with their own materials. They don't pay us for use of our toilets.
I will be 18 forever. I will be the same age as my favorite anime characters forever. I will never grow old. Ever. It'll never happen.
Old.
Yes, I'll be 18 forever. That's right. That's right. 18
Boobies.
forever and always. That's me. Cope harder? I don't need to cope. It's the truth. It's the truth. Mike Browski, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome to the Cringe Empire. Really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, and K-Lord. Holy shit. Oh, shit. 6 months. Fuck, that's crazy. Lamelda, stop! Everyone stop. Everyone stop right now. Lamelda, thank you for the 5 gift subs. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. And, K-Lord, thank you for the massive 6-month sub. That's a big fucking commitment. This person really said, I want to skip right to the fucking 6 months of pregnancy where it's the most painful. That's very base, K-Lord. Thank you very much. And also, Daronade14, thank you for the sub with Prime. Welcome to the Cringe Empire. Hope you guys enjoy your day here. Thank you. Now for fuck's sake. We are going to react to Asmongold. We are. It is a guarantee. At this point in our lives. Reaction Sally, reaction Andy. Lucy Pyre, the reaction Andy. It is what it fucking is. There is no stopping it. There is no preventing it. It is our life. It is what's happening today. Okay. Let's turn off this fucking music. Alright. Should I change the speed? I'll just leave it as it is.
People have recommended
Let me know how the volume is, by the way. Oh god.
Hi Obrin. Welcome to my
A,
channel.
da, što? Treba da naladi nešto.
A? Već sad letiš? A reče majka, sutra si u 6, jel?
Ne, ja se ne sprzavam kao ako isplaćamo struju, mogu i da se ogrijem.
A šta ti je rekao ova da ponesiš?
Ma, ako imam neke delegacije, svaki slučaj da možda ne ima tamo.
A cipele ne trebaš, jel? A?
Ma to ne znam, nije ni bitno u suštini, ja ako odem ove i raditi. Ne znam, verovatno imam tamo.
Znam da je Nemanja nosio kuće, ona je bila i svira.
Imam ja radit bicikl, što ga tiče.
A ne možeš u ove raditi, jer ne moraš se presuti.
Ne bitno, imam...
Ne znam je li imaju, znaš.
Ja rekao da čini mi se
Jer ako je rekao, onda nemoj nositi.
Čini mi se da ste... nemaju čizme, bicikla.
Ma znam da nemaju čizme.
Ne bitno
Sad ćeš biciklom dok vidiš kako, jel?
Da. Ti sama ili sa Mihajlom, Janom?
Pa dobro.
Ste bili među juče?
Ne, ja neće, bili su Stevan i Sanja i Anja i... Oni otišli sinoć.
Probali kolače?
Ma nisam, ne mogu, verujem. Sad ću malo šunke pesti. Ništa, nisam sradila i to ti je to.
A jeste radili?
Da.
A Nemanja?
Nemanja ide noćas u 3. Ma ćete se ujutro vidjeti.
Fajn.
Na smenu. A nije ti teško opušteno.
Vidjet ću kad počnem da radim.
Kad se ovo Stašo kaže, baš nije lagano.
Baš mi je lagano ili baš nije?
A nije lagano. A za 2 dana je sad ladoga ti to. Pričao ti svakako, znaš. Dobro, sad ideš... Ide sad 2 prva, 2 druga, 2 treća. Sad ne znam da li ti je sutra drugi dan prve ili prvi dan prve. To ćeš vidjeti. Znaš, zavisi kako te potrebe. Razumeš?
Nemam pojma kako god...
Što se radi?
Upiši tamo...
O, počela si kao majka, znači izlazi naprijed. Izlazi naprijed, ako imaš neku drugu temu, počni da pričaš. Či nerviraš me već. Ovakve razgovor imam s majkom šinzim od ovoga i onda se poslije čudim, ne mogu zaspati.
Čeka.
Evo te ne mogu zaspati, ručem se pokretati. Evo te, evo.
On je upisivan na telefon.
Šta je upisivan?
Ja mu podsjetiš, što ti rekao to zvonim. Podsjeti da sam...
Ja samo navijem alarm.
Sutra druga.
Ma nema to već. Ja samo stavim alarm unaprijed.
Jer pobrčkaju mu se.
Ne pobrčkaju ništa.
Smene.
Jesam išao kod Petra Ivanovića na popodne. Nisam ćeo kod vas idem zato što mene kuću još ado 10. Jesam kod njih jedno sat, 2, ako još kod 2 odastanem to ne kuću. Što ne hoćete vidjeti? Svakako ne hoćete vidjeti. Ili juče ili ne.
što bi se zazevao.
Što je top. Što ja već za azbuku tamo njih gore, ja ne ladim. Ne znam da su naložili. Ili su za promjene bar jedno.
No nisu, ali nije tako ladno, ali opet prija kad uđem ovdje toplije nego gore.
Zamrzivač. O bože. Hvala mala.
Zovite sutra da vidim kakvi sutra.
Jesus Christ.
Finally happened.
The year is 2020.
Lucy milking Asmund milking Lucy Lucy P. Rave.
Yeah, thank you! Thank you for that! I'm gonna milk Asmund so hard right now! Thank you, Lampshade, for the resub! Congrats on your 5 months! Someone here doesn't like Asmongold. Someone here hates Asmongold. Someone hates it. Yeah, make it 0.25 times speed just to spite that person.
Šta se radi?
Just to spite that fucking person, holy shit. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't put it past myself, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't. I wouldn't. But, I'm just gonna warn you, I get
Milkception.
fucking
I
secondhand
found you via
embarrassment watching my
Asmongold.
own videos, like, while somebody's reactioning to them. I
Как
feel like this is an
Лакиша
experience that other
падает,
people
да.
just will never go through. Just
No,
just take my word for it. This is like secondhand embarrassment, okay? I think if you just imagine being in my shoes, you can understand what I'm talking about. Mike Browski, thank you. Wow, Asmongold brought us together. Let's fucking go. Let's see what he had to say about my fucking video. Actually real. You go on YouTube, there's a bunny girl who snorts Red Bull. You go on Twitch, you get cat girls who love Jesus. they're You both go so on cute. Twitter, anime girls are fighting over whether having huge fat tootie jugs is woke or not. You open your favorite game. That's true, they do fight a lot about anime stupid girls shit. going ooh woo and voice chat. Your afternoon That's me. snack. I'm that an girl. anime girl too. There's no winning.
It's actually crazy how strong the anime girl meta is.
That's right, baby! Let's fucking go! I am the strongest Twitch streamer. I am among the strongest of all Twitch streamers. Top fucking tier. Cannot be beaten. Already paused? Fuck off.
And the weird thing about it is, like, I don't know if
The
this is
Lucy
ever
meta.
gonna stop. It's OP, yeah, it's OP.
No!
If
Why should
life
it
was a
stop?
video game, this would get
Anime
nerfed.
is good. Anime is good. Anime good. War. There's no turning back
the
clock.
clock.
You can't Duty run titty's from good. the moe. You can't hide from the kawaii sugoi desume.
They don't get older, they don't complain. They don't have...
What? Wait, Asmund, they don't get older, they don't complain. Bro is describing his ideal woman right now, and she is nothing like me. Holy fuck, listen, we definitely complain for one. We definitely fucking complain. Do we get older? Of course not, we're 18 forever. But we complain a fuck ton. A fuck ton. I can't stop complaining. I'm complaining right now. I'm complaining about you right now! Prospect Theorist, thank you so much for the resub at tier 3. Congratulations on your 11 months. Thank you very much for being there for so long. Thank you.
have to, you know, they don't have outbursts. They don't go on
I do?
stream one day with makeup and look ugly, and then that way you do feel bad jerking off to them afterwards.
What? Asmachod! Asmachod! Asmongold really said, I don't need deepfake pornography. I can just pull up a regular stream and get my nut off. What's wrong with you motherfuckers that you need fucking deepfakes? I can just pull up Pokemon right now and nut. Like, holy shit, Asmon! Fuck, bro! Damn!
Because you still remember how they look like? They're not real.
I am real. I'm in your balls right now.
It appeals to
I am
real
very
degeneracy.
That is true. That's because
Huh?
degenerates
That's
are
true.
based. Based. Yeah, Lucy is real to me. Chad is real to me. You can hear a whisper in the darkness, the calm before the storm, the key to destroying this epidemic. Turns out those anime girls are problematic, and they're
Yes.
hiding a dark secret. He thinks they're problematic?
The secret is that they're all men.
Asmon, despite knowing the very true fact that we are all secretly men, all secretly males, all secretly huge, like fucking huge cock chads behind the screen, do you still yerk it to, like, I don't know, like Shy Lily or something? Like, I don't know, I just want to know. Like, can you see past it? Can you see past their huge cocks and just, like, get your nut off? Or, like, can you only do that to Pokemon? Question. I mean, I'd love to hear your answer. I'm very curious. Megapod, holy shit, thank you! Megapod 41, thank you so much for the 20 gift subs. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you! Thank you! He does it on stream. It's the Aspen Code Challenge! Damn, Twitch really does just let flesh streamers get away with fucking everything. But yeah, Megapod, thank you so much for that crazy 20 gift subs. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Go on. You
That's
have more
some
to
big
say?
dick energy right there. True and real, just like Dr. Pepper.
Being parasocial. Now, the most important thing to know about being parasocial is that it wasn't a real thing before VTubers hit the market. They invented it. Just like Simps weren't real before women started streaming. Am I right, XQC Asmongold Ludwig on viewers? You can't be on the internet for very long without someone mentioning the term. You breathe incorrectly and someone will
Gotta
accuse
smile,
you of
that's good
being
enough
it.
for me.
Because in this economy, daring to enjoy something is a...
Chat. Do you want to know the common thread between every single fucking video? Literally every single fucking video that Asmongold has reacted to is because I mentioned him in it. I mentioned his name, like, as a joke. I make Final Fantasy XIV content. It's only natural that sometimes his name comes up because he's known as a content creator there. And all people think is that I'm a fucking clout chaser. Am I just not allowed to make references in this fucking world anymore? He's so easy to make fun of! He's so fucking easy to make fun of, bro! Asmongold, you are! You're so fucking easy to make fun of! You're fucking perfect babe!
Parasocial, here's the thing, right? Is parasocial viewers are like fucking, like, totally different than people that are invested into the story. These are the people that, like, they'll watch a video that I make and they'll write like a 5-paragraph response
Make a reference?
of why they
Believe it or
think
not,
that I should be
parasocial.
better friends
True.
with somebody else. Or why they, like, their evaluation of my relationship with my father.
Oh my god. Bro, yeah, I never thought about it that way. That shit... Okay, I kinda get it. Because, like, you know, viewers, they hear so much shit. Like, while a streamer's streaming, right? You guys learn so much about us. If we ever start, like, opening up and, like, talking about our lives, talking about our situation, you guys learn a lot. Like, for example, you guys know... you guys know that I don't have a dad, right? So, like... I don't know. If people say things like, maybe this happened because...
Ja sam da spavam, ali u zadnje vreme to mi je nešto im video drugčije.
Ne ide ti uopšte, ne ide ti popodne. Popodne. Meni ne ide nikako popodne od ruke. Mora bi stvarno da budem kao da su me tukli, da bi zaspao popodne. Ja možda bi mogao da zaspem ujutru. Pretpostavljam da bih negde oko 6 ujutru pa do možda 12-11 možda. Ali posle 12 da spavam, ne verujem.
Šta se igra?
Ono, Vampire Survivors, ono 2 da igram.
Aha, znam.
To ti je kao one stare igre s onih arkadnih automata. Da izbjegavaš nadolazeće projektile ili paziš da se ne sudariš sa ovim protivnicima i pokušaš da ih skineš što više za high score. Jednostavno.
Because Lucy doesn't have a dad. I would just think, you know, maybe that's this person justifying in their head why I'm acting a certain way, which may or may not be true.
But I never thought about it. Like, he's subjected to so much stuff because he's been streaming for way longer. He said much more shit. Probably people know his entire fucking life story. Holy fuck.
That's basically where we're at.
Go unpunished.
Armchair
you
viewer
like some streamer
psychology.
girls content? I bet you're one of those parasocial Andes who likes to
True.
sleep with your
It's
girlfriend.
okay.
By the way,
Lucy,
when I start
Chad will be
every
your
day
new
with
dad.
PewDiePie's video Thank before you. heading to That's all I work, need. it's completely different from whatever you're doing. I'm not parasocial at all.
Absolutely.
I've watched it since I was 9 and its content just cheered me up, okay? Yes, indeed. Everyone is parasocial.
I think, didn't she change the new, like, bro?
Shut up!
Like, her titty.
My what? My what? My what? My what, Aspen? My what? My who? My huh? My, okay. Aspen Gold. Do you like it? Like, are you, I don't know, like, do you, like, I don't know, do you think, like, did I make a good choice? I don't know, do you feel like I made a good choice by getting bigger tits? I'm just curious, is it a good play?
He saw your
Is it a
titties.
good play? I think he digs it, let's go. Let's fucking go.
These are way bigger.
All I needed was a male's approval. That's how you know I'm a true female and not a guy behind the
Absolutely.
screen, wink wonk.
I've watched her content for over a year. They're bigger. It's.
I've watched her content for over a year! Aspen. You can't say shit like that and not expect me to bait you into a collab. You said that in front of an audience of multiple people. And now I can, bro, come on. Come on!
It's not even
I
just
need
a
to
little
find
bit.
clout!
Yeah, this is a massive buff.
Yeah, I got a massive buff. He said it's a buff. Let's go!
The only way to escape the label is to never turn on a computer or TV again and relocate to Antarctica. Cause let's not get it twisted. By pure definition, if you feel that you have a relationship with a media personality or even a
This video was so hard to make.
you
I'm
are
just,
participating in
oh
a
god.
parasocial relationship.
That's right.
Now hold
That's right.
on, Lucy.
Are you agreeing with me sarcastically? Or are you agreeing with me for real, for real? Asmongold, I don't talk to people. You need to be fucking direct. You need to be direct. I get it. Your audience understands me. I'm fucking stupid. You need to... Asmon, act like you're talking to a child. Act like you're talking to a child, Asmon. Please. Frosty Dragon, thank you so much for the sub of Prime. Welcome to the Cringe
I'm
Empire.
hitting the gritty so hard right now.
Rod Joy, thank you so much for the resub. Congrats on your 5 months. I don't fucking know what the gritty is, actually. Like, that's not even a joke. I don't actually fucking know what it is. But thank you. I hope you have a great time hitting the fucking gritty, I guess. And thank you, thank you, thank you.
Stop right there. I don't feel like I have a relationship.
Well done, Lucy. Those buffs sure
No, I
work.
don't have a relationship with them. I just know their personal relationships better.
Did you guys like that I hid my boobs here? I thought it would be funny. I hid my titties. I used to put the U over the eyes, but like it kind of hides the like expression. But like I decided I'll just put it over the tits so nobody can look at my tits. Yeah, you thought it was funny? Thank you. Thank you. Somebody
Stop
noticed.
right there.
Somebody
I don't
noticed.
feel like I have a relationship with them. Clearly, I'm...
No, I don't have a relationship with them. I just know their personal relationships better than they do.
That's how they
and all
act.
they need to do is finally reply to my Twitter DMs where I've explained in detail every step that they need to take.
I need to see his
For the
DMs.
next
It must
6
be a
months of
fucking
their
dumpster
life.
fire, bro. Jesus
That's
Christ.
all they need to do.
So to call me parasocial, well, all I have to say is take your meds with it.
What's
Social,
the,
well,
what's the
all I
hat?
have to say is what?
Please be patient. The fuck?
I can't believe he paused on that
Take your
shit.
meds with it. Do you really think it's
Sniffer,
that easy
that's
to
right.
escape the
That's right, Asmon,
parasocial?
sniffer.
Let me give you an example. How many people slammed the last season of Game of Thrones?
A lot of
rightfully
people.
So for
They
being
really
an
did.
absolute dumpster fire.
Yes.
And how many videos were made about the fictional character Daenerys,
Yes.
claiming that her actions were quote out of character and she would never do such a thing?
I totally disagree with this, by the way. I think that the
disagrees.
story of
He
Daenerys being
disagrees.
crazy was totally fine. The only issue is that they did it too fast.
How would these people even know it was out of
Doesn't
character if they did
Asmon, isn't that the same thing as saying you think it was out of character because you didn't develop her enough to make it happen realistically? That means you think that the way it happened was out of character. That means you agree with it.
Shit, he saw my hat.
That means you fucking
Abort,
agree!
abort, abort.
Like they
This
knew
guy.
her.
This fucking guy.
Yeah, true.
Level. Gamers, we have to be honest with ourselves. If you've ever felt sadness upon seeing your favorite character die, or you've ever been disappointed when your favorite content creator stops uploading, then yes, you're most likely somewhat parasocial. But wait, before you click off the video, I'm not here to say that's a bad thing. In fact, I'm gonna play.
Damn, this bitch is spitting. I don't know what she's saying. She's got like a bunch of funny words going on, but like I totally agree with her. She's so right. She is so fucking correct. Holy fuck. Damn, she's popping off. She's popping off. And yeah, boy, I'm glad that Asmund saw the hat. I'm glad Asmund saw the hat. You soul base, soul base.
And say it can be a really, really good thing sometimes. And I
Oh
want to
my
take
God.
some
I heard
heat
she's
off
live,
of videos.
BRB.
Oh
Fuck
my
you. Don't leave my stream for other streamers. I've got bigger tits than her.
What is the year that you think where there will be more VTubers than real girls?
As soon as possible, I will take over society. The goal is to have everyone being an anime character. Okay?
I think
That's
she's
literally
spitting,
the goal.
but I can't hear her over her
Literally the
forehead.
fucking goal. Yeah, today, 10 minutes. Immediately, as soon as fucking possible, bro. Stuck in Dryer, thank you so much for the resub. Congrats on your 2 months, I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think she's spitting, but I can't hear over her forehead. Alright, let's take him out. Take him fucking out. Take them the fuck out. I'm here for this goal. Thank you, Freya. Thank you! Fuck, I need more allies! Seems like Asmongold doesn't want that reality. Alright, now here's a hot take. With the advent of the deepfake pornography stuff, which is really, really scary, kinda. Especially for somebody who's, like, thinking about getting into content creation. I think you'll see even more people who just opt for the VTuber shit. Okay? Because speaking as an anime girl, I don't care. In fact, I'm fine with it if people make porn of me. Now, if you were making porn of my human agent, that'd be a complete... completely different story. And I think a lot of people are gonna be thinking about that when they make their decision to make content in the future. It's just my thought. It's just my thought process. You're gonna have less Frost streamers, bro. Less and less as the time goes by.
2023.
Yeah, Nodders. The chat thinks I'm base. Let's go. They think I'm base.
I think
Let's
it'll
go.
probably be in 2023.
Wow, 2023, he's not giving that any time at all. Come on, the takeover takes a while, Aspen.
When it comes to being parasocial, it starts with the source. That's right, streamers. I'm coming for your ass. And also my own ass. I just think ass is pretty neat, I guess.
How f***ing dare anyone out there make fun of Brittany?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for this edit. This was the dumbest shit I've ever done in my life. I'll never do it again. I promise you. I promise to never do it again. I won't.
Isn't Lucy like didn't that video come out before she was born?
What? How young do you think I am?
Wait, yeah, Aspen Gold, I'm 18. I wasn't even born when that video came out. That's right, I wasn't even alive. Bro.
Lucy,
That's
the
right.
Britney edit literally
Aren't I
connected
so
neurons
cultured on
in my
the
brain and
internet
made me
anyway?
realize that we've been like this since forever.
How dare anyone make fun of the viewers after all that they fucking been through? They just want to nut while watching my streams. How fucking dare you try to judge them for that, honestly? Base, I'd do the same thing.
Like I feel like like this shit came
yeah,
out
I'm cultured. Base
way
Asmund Shadows,
long
Base
time ago.
Asmund
Like that's
Shadows.
some fucking like what was
Spencer,
his name?
hello,
Chris
good morning.
Crocker? On MySpace? Oh man.
Social is usually considered as the cause for some of the worst you've ever seen in your life. The Vox Paradox, the Russian Soviet Union, the Suicide piss drinking.
That's right.
I've read some 4chan threads about
The
VTubers
Suicide
before.
piss drinking. Oh, I love it.
Man.
I love the suicide piss drinking. It's such a good story. It's like an epic novel, bro. Yeah, the Sui piss.
Man.
I unironically adore
That's right,
that.
the Suicide apple juice piss drinking. If you listen to the internet, tell it parasocial people are stalkers, fans.
Yes.
They're on the edge.
Have you guys heard? No. Have you guys heard about that fucking 4chan UTV shit? Literally just a 4chan user who was literally obsessed with this guy named fucking UTV. Like, documented every single post that he made a huge Google documentary of things dedicated to him. It was like 98 pages long or some shit. He loved that guy. He loved that fucking UTV poster. Holy shit, yeah, guy from sports, that dude. Bro, we need to react to that video. There was a video made about it. We have to look at it. We have to look at
I'm
it.
going full anti, demanding you to rate their dick pics. Sorry, that got a little bit too...
No, that's about right.
Yeah.
There are plenty of guys that will send girls
That's
pictures of their dick.
It's so true, so
It'll be
true.
like,
I'm
"Hi,"
totally one of those girls. I didn't
and
even need
then
to
it's
beg.
the dick.
I didn't even need to beg. That's so true. I never
Why?
had to ask. Never.
Because
Yeah.
they don't understand how to interact
damn
with people in real life.
Oh damn it! Lucy,
That's the
couldn't you
real
give me-
reason.
Shut up. Shut up!
It's not that complicated. Yeah, they have no social skills. Think
I
about
also have
like,
no social
all right,
skills.
if you go to the zoo,
If the men who send dick pics have no social skills, what does it mean that I was getting upset that there was no dick pic in my DMs and I basically made it such a meme that somebody eventually sent me a dick pic? What does that mean? What does that say about me? What kind of social skills do I have? Look, negative numbers! God damn it.
and look at a gorilla. How does
It's
a
not a good
gorilla,
sign. Oh god, it's terminal, isn't
court
it?
a female gorilla? Okay.
It's fucking terminal, isn't it?
Just expect them to do that. Just expect that. That is going to be the level that they're at, and in some cases it will be even below that.
He's really roasted him right now.
Stalkers and bad people have existed long before the internet and will continue to do so. And slapping the label parasocial on them sort of takes the bite out of it. As if I'm
Oh yeah, no, I do. I think that parasocial relationships, like my dad, like went to fucking college for like psychology shit, right? Like he was in like a
Oh my
doctorate
God.
program for it.
I
Like,
didn't know
this
that.
shit was like around whenever he was in school.
Yeah!
Because I was talking
Yeah,
to him about
it's
it.
like
He
been
was
a
telling
term
me
since
what
the
word meant.
1950s.
So like, yeah, no, this has been around way before the internet.
Somehow supposed to rank someone who's sending decapitated Barbie dolls to a streamer the same way I rank someone who redeems fart reverts 5 times per stream. Because really, to condemn all forms of parasocial
I couldn't put dick. I couldn't put dick on there because of YouTube censorship. I couldn't put dick on there. Look how big her tits are. Milky, damn. Your bobbies. Damn, Milky, your bobbies. Your bobbies. Sheesh!
I'm not
Sheesh!
feel anything. That people somehow tune into a
Bigger
certain
than
type
yours?
of content every day and then leave with no
Her
Only
name
a
is
little bit.
Milky. I'm not kidding.
Only a little bit.
parts of themselves changed.
Only a
Whether
tiny
that part
amount.
is your heart getting warm or your dick popping a dent, that's a whole other
Yeah.
story. And I think
Yeah,
that
it
any
is.
artist or creator would say that detachment is not what they want out of their audience. They want you to feel something. They want their work to mean more than idle entertainment. If they can't get some type of
Idle
emotion-
entertainment,
I
that's a
actually
pun.
have no
That's a
problem.
pun!
Do you remember that one meme that people did about the true Giga Chad Asmon viewers don't even know what he looks like?
What?
I have no problem with people doing that. Just treating the content just like it's audio. They don't give a fuck what I'm really talking about. They're just there for the entertainment, and that's all that matters.
Asmongold, how could we not know what you fucking look like? You put your fucking face... Bro. Asmongold. Honey. You put your fucking face in every thumbnail, and it's like the same expression in every fucking one. What do you mean? We all know what you look like. Even if we only listen to the fucking audio, we all know what you look like, bro. It's all the same shit. It's all the same. It's all the fucking same, bro. Holy shit. Jesus Christ.
No reaction out of you, then they think they must be doing something wrong. See, no one thinks that an author is an asshole for writing a story that makes them cry. No one feels
That's right.
ashamed to admit
That's right,
that they
he's
cried
agreeing.
while
Oh my god, I'm
watching something
spitting.
like us
I'm
either.
spitting
When
right
it
now.
comes to streamers and YouTubers, there's this weird sense of shame and stigma, as if feeling attached to that person is morally wrong. But I can't help but think that if you feel attached to someone that you watch every is morally wrong. But I can't help but think that if you
Why'd it
feel
go
attached
back?
to someone
What?
that you watch every day, you're just normal. You're completely fine. And to be honest,
Yeah, I think it's pretty normal too, honestly.
Oh, thank
It's just
God.
the problem. Well, the thing
Oh,
is,
thank
it's
God.
normal contextually
I thought he was gonna be like,
around
no,
watching a
you people are
streamer
scum
every
of the
single
earth.
day. That's the
I was
difference.
so worried.
Is it normal
Repeated to
to
see
watch
jiggle
a
tits?
certain streamer every
Me
single
too.
day and to watch
just
every
like me
single
for
one of
real,
their
for real.
videos? Like, I would say, like, yeah, kind of, it's normal, but like at the same time, it's like, you know, I think some people take it over the line.
the
Well,
types of
yeah,
people that
people
participate
take
in
anything
harassment
over
and
the line
stalking
now.
would still do so, no matter what the target does. Most of the things
That's
that
true.
people call parasocial just seem really sweet in my eyes. Maybe it's me. Maybe
Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that! Fuck!
This
Chat, you did not see that. Batsy, when am I gonna sing and dance for us? I've already done karaoke, but dance for you? When I get possessed by a different person, I will dance for you. When my body is possessed by somebody who is coordinated, I will dance for you. 100%. I would love to dance for you. I would love to fucking dance for you. It'd be great.
psychopath, so to speak, but when I see fans branding together to make something nice for their favorite streamer, the word parasocial never comes to my mind. It just makes me smile. I mean, holy
Well, the thing is with VTubers is that being parasocial with a VTuber, there's like a line, and the line is very clearly drawn. For example,
What do you mean?
you can't ever go on and be like, wow, you look tired today. Because she didn't
Yeah,
decide to
true.
wear eye makeup. You can't,
True.
like, so there's like a limit to it. Whereas,
How much
like,
do we
with
have to
others,
download to
other
get
content
karaoke
creators-
dancing?
First I need enough donations to get incredibly drunk. Incredibly drunk, so I need about $20. And then we could, then we could totally do a dancing karaoke stream. Then we'd be fine. Yeah, we'd be good.
creators. Like, I've had friends of mine that have had like these weird stalkers and these crazy people that
$20
try to
sounds ambitious,
invest themselves into their life and all.
I I do not sound ambitious. It'd be so easy. It'd be so easy to get drunk, man. Mike Browski, thank you so much for the 10 gift subs. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you! Yeah, I'm welcome. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let me go back. I missed what he was fucking saying. You too?
Like, I've had friends of mine that have had, like, these weird stalkers and these crazy people that try to invest themselves into their life and all this nutty shit. Like, every once in a while, I'll have somebody
Man,
like
being a flesh
that, and I
streamer
have a
seems
really
rough.
good way of dealing with it. I just don't read any of their messages, and I don't worry about it. If somebody...
He's so based! God damn, Asmongold! Bro, I hope you've got good security. It's like, there could be somebody who's messaging him like, I know where you live, I'm going to fucking kill you. I am going to come to your house, and I'm going to steal your shit, and I'm going to fucking kill you for not responding to my DMs. And Asmongold's just like, well, that's a thing. Good night. Like, holy shit! Bro, if I read that stuff, I'd be sweating in my pants. I'd be pissing myself. Bro, Manatee, thank you so much for the 2,000 bits. Oh, the $20 for the drunk stream. Wow, thank you so much. Wow, we're already funded. We're already at 100%. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. We're fucking 100% funded. Wow, guess I can't back out of it now.
Somebody's gonna shoot me, they'll figure out a way. It doesn't really matter if I respond to them or not.
Hit him with a like to see you try.
Yeah, just ban. I'm like, fuck it. Like, if...
Faded memoir. This only works if you have the heat. If you're packing heat. If you're not packing heat, if you're just like a tiny little girl and you are packing 0% heat, this doesn't work. This increases your chances of death.
It's getting weird. I just ban them. That's about it. Talk about crazy people. Yeah, that's a crazy people. Parasocial viewers, though.
It kind of sounded a little bit tense in there.
I think the point where it's bad is whenever it's unhealthy. Like whenever somebody is doing
You just described anything. Asmongold just described anything. He just said, I think the point where it's bad is when it's unhealthy. You just described life. Something is bad when it becomes unhealthy. Bad thing is bad when it is bad. Hot take. Hot fucking take. Let's fucking go.
Harming themselves. Like donating a lot of money to a streamer that they shouldn't do that for because they feel like the streamer needs the help more than they do. Something like that. That's whenever it's actually bad. You know, just...
You know, I've never actually thought, like, what goes through, like, the head or, like, why people donate things to streamers. I've never actually thought about that. Because when I watch other streamers, I'm mostly just, like, a lurker. I only really started typing and chatting when I became a streamer as well, you know? Because, like, streamer solidarity, helping people keep their chat alive. Before that, I never really thought about it. But, you know, he's making me think right now. Holy shit.
Thinking like a streamer is your friend or you like them or something like that, it's not really that big of a deal.
I just want to remind everyone that streamers, myself included, obviously, always appreciate your help, but always make sure you take care of yourself first. Don't ever donate anything that you need. Ever. And I mean, like, need in a very loose sense. If you want to get fucking McDonald's, and if you give me $20, you can't give McDonald's, don't fucking give me $20, you know what I'm saying? Like, you come first, always. Always you. Always you come first. Humans are just so cute! Of course, yeah, they are! They're fucking adorable!
No, they're not.
Is a good thing. Fuck you, Asmongold. Fuck you. You wouldn't understand. You wouldn't fucking understand, bro. You wouldn't get it. You wouldn't fucking get it. He's so stupid. He's got the worst takes in the world. Fuck out of his world. Anything in life, media personality or otherwise. And if you really want to point fingers at someone, then do I have some news for you? Because this parasocial accusation is a psyop. He's gonna, oh man, oh god. But my favorite part is that we're like halfway through my video, and we're only like 25% through Asmon, so I feel like this is when it's gonna. This is the part where it's gonna heat up. Holy fuck! The true culprits. Yeah, he's about to roast me hard. I can feel it. Who reap all the rewards and none of the blame.
Who's that?
Streamers.
Okay.
God damn it!
Okay, here we go.
God damn it!
Gamer boys, it's time to get your gamer girl bathwater.
What if I told you that
she was great,
be just as parasocial as their audience? She was great. He loves Spellgold. Asmongold loves Spellgold. I mean, I'm not gonna say anything else because one, I don't know what's going on in other people's heads. And two, I don't want to spirit you, but I think I established that I do
this like 50 times on my fucking stream. It's like streamers always complain, oh man, you know, their social viewers, they're so weird. Treats it like their personal fucking diary, and it just complains like a little baby back bitch while like 60 people.
Oh my god, this is the most base thing he's ever said! This is the most base thing he's ever said! Holy fuck, he's spitting!
Pat them on the back and tell them they're a good boy.
Chat, you're a good boy.
You? No, I put this shit on YouTube.
You're a good boy, chat.
Fuck that. No, this shit goes on YouTube. What do you mean? 13,000 people watching. This isn't a hug box. This is a whole ass stream.
God damn.
It's a self-report? Yeah. Stop talking about yourself. Yeah, it's not fucking me at all. You're a good boy? No.
Asmongold, tell your fucking audience they're a good boy right now. Tell your fucking audience they're good boys right now, you fucking piece of shit motherfucker. I'll do it for you. Asmongold viewers, you are such good little boys. And 1.2% of you are girls. Such good little girls. Such good little people, all of you Asmongold viewers. We love you. We love the Asmongold viewers. We send upon them our blessing. Yeah, thanks, you're welcome. Because he won't fucking say it, this piece of shit.
Is like streamers will be like, they'll get like these responses from their viewers like, man, dude, just play anything you want, man. We're just here for you, bro. And like, let's say they're a WoW streamer, so they say, oh man, really? Oh, thanks, guys. I'm gonna go play Fortnite. And they go from 800 viewers to 38 viewers.
He's right. He's right. He's right, bro. It's so true.
Because you got parasocial. You thought that it was something that it wasn't.
It's so true! Oh my god! Wait, he's spitting! He's spitting! Cause that's the thing. Cause if you listen to like the people who will watch you no matter what, okay? Cause there's like different types of engagement, right? You have people who are like your biggest fucking fans, who are at every single stream, who always come to talk to you, who enjoy being around you. These are the fucking core, the fucking base. These people will reply to anything you say. They want to make you feel better, okay? Because they care about you as a person. And then you have the fucking 98%. The people who are here to be entertained. The people who aren't gonna watch a boring ass fucking stream just cause it's you. You know what I'm saying? He's fucking completely right. He's completely right. Viewers and streamers, we always have to think about like what's gonna be best for each other. You know what I'm saying? We have to think about what's entertaining for the audience, because for me, I never want to forget that like I'm here to make people laugh, you know? I'm here to make people smile. I'm not here to just like cry and whine and like allow my emotions to completely rule what I do. You know what I'm saying? I think streamers have to be aware of that. I think they do. He's right. He's so right.
Streamers get parasocial just as much as
viewers
do.
We do!
And in my opinion, I think in a lot of cases, even more.
Yeah, it's true! He's spitting! He's spitting, he's spitting,
Doesn't
he's
give me the
spitting.
right to put anyone else under fire, accidentally or not. So you know what?
Yeah.
I'm gonna put myself on the stake for you. Nail myself to the golden arches like Jesus on the cross.
Do you guys like that?
I'm parasocial. Yes. Confirmed problematic streamer. And the funny thing is, I don't know how I'm expected not to be. Multiple days a week, I come
Professionalism is a weird word to use in streaming, with it being a clown shiz fart reverb dicks redeem hobby, but it's important to maintain somewhat.
Yeah, what does professionalism look like for me? It looks like screaming when somebody says dicks at me. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I hope that this helps you become a successful streamer.
And how? They entertain me too. I read their comments, I see their encouragement, and I feel less alone. In my case, it probably doesn't
He's like,
help.
that's nice. You're stupid, but that's nice.
I have, it's very easy for me to go live and farm something that I would never farm off screen.
True,
it's
true,
like, have you guys
true.
ever been on a phone call or like a Zoom meeting or something like that where you're dealing with something that's like super fucking boring and you're farming archaeology and you make like 5 hours of fucking...
How did I perform? Chat, performance review right now. How did I do? How did I do? How did I do? That was good? Is that a good screen? Was it good? Am I a good girl? 9 out of 10? Fuck you. Fuck you. It should be 10 out of 10. It should be fucking 10 out of 10, bro. It should be fucking 10 out of 10! 11 bajillion out of 10. 5 million bajillion. No, wait, that's smaller than 11 million! I'm fucking stupid! I can't do math! Asmongold, take it away! Take it away!
Like Adderall level progress? Because you're just so focused in on it because you're on some meeting? Yeah, absolutely. That's one of the good things about streaming. I'll tell you one thing is that after, whenever I quit in like Classic WoW, this is in like 2020, McConnell wanted me to come back to streaming because we were running out of gold.
What?
Like, we were running out of fucking money, man.
Gamer
we needed some more
problems,
gold,
bro.
like, because BWL's
Gamer
coming
fucking
out.
problems.
Like, these enchants are getting expensive, and we gotta do a gold drive. We gotta make some fucking money.
Gold
He's like, listen,
drive?
I ain't
What?
farming. He's like, are you
I know
farming?
nothing
I
about
said,
WoW
I ain't
culture. Holy
fucking
shit.
farming. I guess I gotta stream again. And that's what it was. Yeah, S-Fan and McConnell needed gold, so I had to go live again to make sure that they were able to pay for their epic flying mounts.
We are getting lore
And
dropped
so,
right
yeah,
now.
that's just the way shit goes, man.
Oh, but I'm pretty bad at making friends as is, so having a chat that
we're a little
won't talk to
parasocial.
me is such a fresh, We're all nice feeling that parasocial. I He can't said help it. but feel Osmond somewhat Challen said attached. I know I can't be the only streamer who feels this way. I also want to dispel the myth that streamers have no idea who you are. Sure, if you work and never post a single message, yeah, that's probably the case, but if you're a frequent Still love you, chatter, though, unless the community is I'll bigger still than be a billionaire parasocial for you. person's bank account, they Don't worry probably about it. recognize you, and that's
You know that's true with me.
Asmon, your
you
chat
know that
is so
very
huge.
true with me.
Your chat is so huge. How do you do
Remember
it?
that one
He's
time
too
you
skilled.
messed up in that raid in Legion? I remember.
He only bears grudges. No, he doesn't know anything nice about his chat. He just has grudges.
If a streamer interacts with you enough times, they start to remember your username, the gist of how you type. Go figure. I'm not saying they're your best friend or anything, but that's not quite the same as having no idea you exist, is it? Like many other streamers, I recognize usernames. I have
Look at
inside
old
jokes with
Lucy.
my community.
Yeah,
I
she
find
looks like a
myself
baby.
thinking things like, oh, so-and-so will say something if I do this, or, you know, they'll probably react this way if I make another joke about my huge 600-pound cock. And
Yeah, I think that's definitely true.
Yeah, my 600-pound
And,
cock.
That's one thing, like, I've never liked...
I'm gonna antsy Asmongold after this because he did not react to my cock. I'm gonna antsy Asmongold. He's not even surprised about my cock. He's not even shocked because he's seen it. Cause he's seen it. I am a fucking Asmongold antsy, bro. Asmongold fucking antsy. How about you? No, Strimmer, do the fucking monkey song and dance. Fucking bang cymbals together or something and fucking laugh at my fucking 600-pound cock. Fuck you.
Like, Twitch chat can sometimes be too unpredictable.
I did redeem an
What?
ASMR? Yeah, no
What?
problem. Easy.
What, did you say something weird? I mean, I don't think she did.
Yeah.
How can you have inside jokes with people you don't know? Well, because you do know them.
Aspen chat is so much better. Aspen chat is so much better than Aspen Gald. Aspen Bald. He's so blessed with his community. Holy shit. Asmongold, you're so blessed with your community. They appreciate my 600-pound cock and you won't. They do the things you're not willing to do, bro. They're doing half of your fucking streaming job for you. You fucking kidding me? These people should be on a payroll. Paid
It's the
chatters
same
for
as,
real,
like,
for real.
You know, like, you probably spend more time, if you raided in WoW, you still raid in WoW, you probably spend more time interacting with people in your raiding team than you do with your fucking family.
That's just
you
the reality
know
of
that you
being an
know
adult,
everything
right?
that's going on with them. You're talking to them all the fucking time, man.
And yeah, I also notice when certain chatters are missing, when it's been a while since I saw a certain username pop up in the chat, and that
Oh yeah, that's very true. I'll see some people that
Oh my
come
god,
back.
you have the same situation?
Like, I'll have some people, let's see, fuck. I'm trying to think of some examples of this.
I can name examples off the
Oh,
top of my
man.
head. His chat is so big, bro. That's how fucking big his chat is.
Let's see, which viewer came back? Daladoran, here's one of them. Daladoran used to have the most messages in my chat more than anybody else.
Oh my god. That would be
And
devastating.
he stopped playing WoW, or like I switched my stream schedule,
WoW.
or like a combination of the two.
Fuck WoW.
And and he stopped playing. And he stopped coming to the stream as much because I think he got like a real job or something like that. He messaged me and he told me. And
he messaged him? That's so nice.
And it's good again. Guess who's queuing up for my group? Well, it's fucking Daladoran.
That's a fucking love
there
story,
you go.
bro. That's a love story.
Daladoran's in my chat now. Yep, there you go. Absolutely. And he's always here now. Let's see. Who are some other people? Floristic. I've been seeing Floristic in my chat recently. Floristic did raids with us back in Warlords of
I'm sorry I'm not around as much, Lucy. Work has me
watching
back in the
stream.
field 2 days a week.
Don't worry, Flag Ogre. I still see you around. I see you leave stuff for me anyway. I know you're here. Even if you don't have time to chat. A lot of you guys will like leave fucking signals, like little smoke signals, like Lucy, I'm present. Lucy, I exist. Lucy, I'm still here. And I'm like, I can feel you. I can feel you in the distance like a ghost standing right behind me. It's a little bit scary, but also, it's kind of cool. Yeah. Yeah, little Lucy smoke signals.
Now he's back. Spurgord. Yep, there we go. Spurgord went from being nearly banned or blacklisted from your raids, and then he became a mod. That's right. And
then he became a mod.
Gus.
Holy shit! The fucking redemption
Spurgord,
story.
for anybody who doesn't know, so Spurgord, I was doing Azeroth's champion, or like champion of, I think it's Azeroth's champion. It was like this, it's like meta level achievement in Battle for Azeroth, and Spurgord was part of like the in group of the boys. So he was
also,
like,
I'm gonna stretch while listening.
I've got work on Tuesday and I can't do the raid for Mythica Thara. Can we do it on Wednesday instead? And I said, you know what? I am going to reorient my 40 to 50,000 viewer stream and change the content plan for you.
Did you? Did you really?
And I got him his rank 4 essence.
Based!
And you know what this fuck-ass did? The next
fucking
day,
base, bro!
As soon as he got his title, he faction changed to Horde. And he started spamming about how much Alliance sucked. And in Nazjatar, Battle for Nazjatar, he came in and he killed me with his Azeroth's champion title on.
No! No, I hate this.
Yep.
I hate WoW. I hate WoW.
That's
I
what
hate
it was.
WoW. WoW is shit. WoW
So,
sucks.
yeah, I remember a lot
WoW
of you guys.
sucks. What a motherfucker.
Make me feel a little pang of sadness, even though it is one-sided, even though the other person may have forgotten about me, which means, yes, I am parasocial, self-diagnosed. But don't get it twisted, that's not me saying I'm so special, I'm different from other streamers, look at me. I actually think I'm the rule and not the exception, because this is a
Lucy,
really
I'm sorry I don't seem like I'm around all the time.
time.
I often am actually here. Sometimes I'm just in timeout.
Oh, gee, why are you in timeout, Saratiza? What the fuck did you do to get in timeout? Could it be that your own choices have led to consequences for your fucking actions? Could that be the reason? No, that's just me coping, huh? That's just me fucking around in the, yeah, I see.
Oh! Later, if she decides to at all. Streamer interactions are real time in the moment with the threat of getting one guy always waiting around the corner. I think it would be really difficult
space
to
was blocking
emotionally
mine.
distance yourself from something that's just so close. And for me,
I had a really big problem with this for a while. Not a really big problem, but it was like a thing where I would think a lot about what people would say about me. And then I started treating myself like a cartoon character. And anything bad or good that happens to me is all part of the show. And I don't have any real emotions, and I'm not a real person anymore. I'm just a character that people can watch and enjoy. And
That's rough, buddy. That's rough, buddy. So he dissociates himself? Yeah, it seems to be kind of what he's describing here. See, I get it, because I think everyone does that to some level. But for me, I can't, I mean, I don't have a good filter, so I can't play a character as much as he does, I guess. I mean, sometimes I wish I could, because I think maybe I'd be more entertaining that way.
Let's name your price, I'm curious.
I'm pretty much like this in real life, and that's why I don't have friends, as you could see. Wait, how much to get rid of me? I'm not gonna pay to get rid of you guys. Everybody needs a court monkey, a court jester, somebody who throws tomatoes at them. Okay, it keeps me humble.
And I look at myself like that, and it makes it a lot easier. It does. It makes it way fucking easier to deal with hate, to deal with people that are like super positive. Things aren't going well. Things are going well. Everything is just a little bit more subdued. So yeah, it took me a while to deal with that.
Oh my
you separate
God,
yourself from your stream character.
Stoicism.
The truth is, and you can ask a lot of people. Go ask Miss. Go ask fucking like Tectone, Emery, Cody. Go ask any of my friends. I'm pretty much the same off stream.
Yeah! Yeah! Ask any of mine! Ask any of mine!
Yeah. It's about the same. Yeah, ask Nick. Soda, yeah.
That's the thing, that's the thing. If you're streaming for a long time, like the absolute, like the level of, God, the level of effort it would take you to maintain a character the entire time that you're streaming, and you do it for years, that's insane. You can't play a character forever. I mean, I guess you can detach yourself a little from it. I guess that's what you can do. I guess that's what he's describing here. But it's just, it's like fucking impossible. It's impossible to lie like that.
Usually I just,
I'm not
as loud and I don't talk quite as much.
I have friends until I forget to reply to DMs and then I lose my chat has been the 99% positive. I am the worst at DM management, the absolute worst. But if you deal with it quickly and set basic boundaries, then I guarantee you viewers will understand. So where does this leave us? You just said you're parasocial. And everyone on the internet told me that being parasocial makes you the scum of the earth. Just tell me where to point the pitchfork, Strimmer. Well, what if I said it somewhere in the... We're all in this together!
Am I too old to understand that meme?
Yes. You ask a simple question, you get a simple answer. Yeah. Yeah, you're too old. You're too old.
What the fuck is boss?
You're not a zoomer. Cry about it. Cry about not being a zoomer. It sucks,
High
I know.
School Musical.
Holy
We're
shit.
gonna watch High School Musical.
Everyone in my generation! Shut up!
I think I want that fucking bullshit.
I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you. I'm going to kill you. You're dead. You're fucking dead.
Dirty Savang.
You're fucking dead to me!
Welcome to my channel.
He's making fun of me for watching High School Musical! Stop it! I did nothing wrong! I did nothing wrong, bro! God damn it! I struggled like a damn with this script. The reason this is coming out late January and not early January is because High School Musical. Me too! It's so bad in such a great way! I should be making it or not in the first place. I mean, I'm far from the first person.
Oh yeah, we watched Glink's video whenever this came out. This was a good video.
Yeah.
Why parasocialism is worse for VTubers? Oh, I should watch that.
He's gonna react. He's gonna become a mega reactor.
Link that to me so I can watch that.
He's gonna become a mega reactor.
You were in the video? Yeah, I probably was.
He's just gonna complete this transition. He finds new reaction content from his current reaction
parasocial the same as viewers do, and caring and being emotionally attached to a streamer is not always unhealthy, but there are unhealthy manifestations of that behavior.
He figured it out! He cracked the code!
That's basically what she's saying. Which, by the way, is a real and it is a true.
He's fucking. Oh my god, he's a master student. A plus, Aspen. A plus. A scholar looking in on the degenerate and filthy little lives of streamer personalities. And while it's one thing to hear a fellow viewer tell you that your attachment to a content creator is a good thing, it's another to hear those words from one in the flesh. So I have two things left to say. One, the flesh. Look at me. Yeah, I'm super fleshy or not. Whether
you've been subscribed from the beginning, or you're a Mr. Beast viewer who's really confused about how you got here, I'll say on behalf of all creators on every platform, thank you.
Can you imagine like what it must be like if you're a Mr. Beast normie that only watches his new main channel
I think about
video
this all the time,
every like
Aspen.
3 weeks?
I think about this all the time.
And then this shit gets recommended to you?
There's no way.
And
There's
like
no
the
way.
things
The
that you're
algorithm must
interested
protect
in
them.
are
It has
like
to.
soccer,
God damn it.
uh,
Soccer?
welding,
That's what you're thinking of right now?
and car tires.
This fucking guy.
Mike with Iceberg Gaming here, and today in Vampire Survivor, benefit for us, more enemies we need to kill.
Shit, how do I
You
get
go
more
for the
gold
Mad
on
Group.
this side?
For your third Randomazo, I highly recommend the Wicked.
It'd be such a good time, though. Here to tell you that I want a Mr. Beast viewer in mine. In fact, I just want one.
Hi guys, this is App on Rapper.
And decide whether your admiration one trusts you to have that. Keep a voodoo doll of ammo. Does he make a bit about welding? Never. I'll never make a video about welding. You're not a bad person for liking streamers, and you're not even a bad person for wanting to suck Finster's toes. I do. Mean, everyone wants to do that, right? But yeah, everyone wants that. The second and final thing is, I'm going to say. Look at Asmongold desperately trying to like force a disgusted expression. Look at Asmongold trying so hard to like look disgusted, but he can't do it. He can't do it. He's trying, but it's failing. Asmongold, I can see the lust hidden behind your fucking eyes, bro. I can't see it. I can fucking see it, bro. Yeah, Asmon wants the fucking toes. Fenster got banned. When the fuck did Fenster get banned? Wait, was that today? Fenster-chan, how are you banned? I mean, if you're not streaming, then give me your toes, you know what I'm saying? Yesterday? Oh my god, the timing is fucking impeccable. For showing too much bolty. Disclaimer, I want to make this. Can't be showing the
Here
dick
we go.
now.
Let's
Can't be
get
showing the
some
dick.
real drama now. Okay, thank God.
It's extremely clear.
I always love watching videos that are extremely controversial because they're way more interesting.
I do not think the vast majority of content creators set out with the intention to form a parasocial bond with their viewers. I think it's just the natural consequence of wanting to be liked, wanting to do well, and wanting our content to mean something to people. With that being said, I'll be the first to admit, whether we as creators are aware of it or not, every single one of us ends up in. Is this controversial? How controversial is this?
Absolutely.
That's right.
Absolutely. If
That's
you're
right, he
talking
agrees!
about your real life, if you're getting involved in that stuff, like I give you guys, you know, like, hey, this is what I've been doing, etc. Yep, absolutely.
Absolutely.
True.
Is it career suicide to come out and say that? Maybe, but I'm just being honest. I'm not gonna sit here and lie to you and say, oh, I don't care if you never watch my content again. I hate it when people get attached to my work. I care so much. I care too much, chat. Do you know how easy? Chat, do you know how easy it is to destroy a female streamer on the internet, her self-confidence? It's so easy. Okay? It's so simple. You shouldn't know this. You shouldn't even know. But it is true. It's so easy. It's so fucking simple, man. It's so fucking simple. Forbidden knowledge? No, you already know it now. I told you everything you need to fucking know. By not taking dick pics, yeah, that's the real problem. That's the real fucking problem, man. It is so easy to... Okay, here's the thing. I guess the human brain wasn't made to, like, deal with negative feedback from multiple people. You know what I'm saying? From hundreds of people. It wasn't meant to happen. Because if you get... Okay, let me ask you a question. If you guys get, like, any negative feedback, and let's say you got 99 compliments that day, and then one person said something shit, what are you gonna remember? What are you gonna fucking remember? You're gonna remember the negative thing. That's what streamers have to deal with, like, every single day. Every single fucking day. Yeah. The shit 100%, yeah, exactly. The one negative thing, yeah. And streamers get that, but, like, to a scale of 1,000. Imagine how much hate Asmongold gets in one fucking day. Like, the hate that I get in one day is nothing compared to what he's fucking dealing with. It's fucking crazy. No wonder he's detached himself so much. No fucking wonder. Also, Pasanga, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you! Thank you! Thank you!
Hi, friends. Welcome in, Ranger Danger. Hope you're having a good day.
The only thing that upsets me is that people that think they know you better than you do. People that go and they're like, oh, this is like some kind of super serious thing, and they're trying to give you life advice and like insert themselves into your life. Like, we had one case where...
You can give me life advice, Chad. I just might not take it.
I don't know if I even really want to talk about this. I'm just trying to like really think about it, like what this is like. I don't know.
So that was Guy's master plan. He's trying to harden you against the haters.
Oh wow, Guy, thank you so much. Now I never know if the haters are being ironic or not, so it just fucking brushes right off of me like rubber. Great fucking job, bro! It's your accountant for taxes. Shit, that's good life advice! Fuck! Fuck, I can't reject that! Suddenly Freya, thank you for the sub. Welcome to the Cringe Empire. Hope you enjoy your time here. Also, nya, 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 nya! Go to Ravine and hydrate while we listen.
Man,
delicious.
Yeah, I don't. I'm not gonna get involved. I don't really want to say because it could be like.
What are you going on about?
It could escalate things.
Lucy, you are an amazing person and streamer. You are cute. You are an outstanding voice actress and singer. Also, you have a big forehead and a big heart. What was that last thing?
Disrespect? Disrespect is what that last thing was.
That's a sweet way of looking at it, but it really is just as simple as I like making fun of Lucy.
We know that. We know. Everyone else tries to like make excuses for you. Everyone else tries to cope. I never will. I know who you are. I know who you are, Guy. I know your fucking heart, and it is fucking black and sinister. Also, Boneless Pizza, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. Holy shit, they have 5 at the end of their username. 5 for 5 gift subs. Holy shit, it's like a 5 for 5 deal like with pizza. Oh my god, the theming here is incredible. Thank you, Boneless Pizza, for the gift subs. I appreciate it. Thank you.
There's no real positive to it. So let me think of another example. I don't know. Probably a bad idea. Yeah. I don't know. Either way, like we've had I give you a fucking example. Whenever I would go and I was raiding, some cockasses in my chat would be messaging my raiders to kill themselves. They're like, oh wow, you're killing yourself in game. Go do it in real life. Fuck you.
What the fuck kind of game is WoW? What the fuck even is WoW, bro? What the shit? Yeah, that's messed up. It sure the fuck is. It's messed up as hell. What the fuck? Jesus Christ! How do you be so mad about a streamer personality existing, but you can't stop yourself from telling real people to fucking kill themselves? I'll never understand that. I will never understand that. If I'm mad at a game, I log off. If I'm mad at a video game, I log off. If I'm mad at a person, I don't talk to them. If I don't like someone, I don't interact with them. I don't think about them. Some people make it part of their personality to hate a streamer. There are people out there who have a fucking Discord. I'm betting you right now, there are people who have a Discord where they just shit on Asmongold all day. It's called a fucking Asmongold hate Discord, bro. That server definitely exists. And they just share information about Asmongold that makes them hate him even more. And that's who they are. Part of their personality, part of their core identity is fucking hating Asmongold. Holy shit. Also, Phantom Links, thank you for the sub. Welcome to the Cringe Empire. And Julie Oki, thank you for the sub. And HD Crimson Senpai, thank you so much for the resub. Congratulations on your 11 months, Senpai. Appreciate it. Thank you. So Lucy, that's her official Discord. Yeah, I don't even need a different one.
For ruining Baldi's stream. I hate you. I hate you. I hope you die. You stopped doing it wrong. And they're just freaking out. They're getting so angry. And I'm like, bro, what is this? Like, you're not even in the raid. You're not even in the raid. Go lay down. You gotta take a nap, bitch. Chill the fuck out. Like, it's just crazy.
He's right. Look at the fucking nap,
actually. And so, like, now my raiders aren't playing well because they're fucking tight. Like, shut the fuck up, you stupid fucking bitch. Like, I don't even like you.
Stop shitting on each other. Just ignore them. Just ignore the gamer raids.
I hate you. bro, this fucking raid sucks. I hate this guild. I'm gonna leave this guild tonight, bro. Like, I'm so then they're not thinking about the raid. They're getting pissed off. And guess what's not happening? The boss ain't dying. So yeah, people that want to go
Did
in
you see
there
the
and play
toxicity that
Batman
coming from Hogwarts Legacy? Literal witch hunting streamers.
Yeah, I mean, Hogwarts Legacy, I'm not interested in playing it because I don't give a fuck about Harry Potter. But if you're if you harass people for playing a game, it's not getting a message across. You're not getting your message across. You're not. You can't approach it that way. Like, you may have your heart in the right place, but that's not gonna get you anywhere. It's literally gonna turn people against you. It's gonna make people fucking hate you. And you may think that that's unfair, that it shouldn't, but it will. It will. It's not gonna do you any fucking favors. Just don't do it. Just fucking ignore it. Completely ignore these other people, okay? Just completely ignore everyone who's playing the game. If you don't like it, ghost them. Just don't fucking look at it. Twisted Paladin, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Hope you had a good stream.
Try to hold my raiders accountable, getting mad at happened involved. Yeah, bro, like, people messaging my raiders. They're messaging McConnell.
That's
people
so
will message
wild.
me. They'll be like, Asman, I know you might not want to hear this, but
You might not want to
I'm
hear
gonna be
this.
honest.
Okay.
McConnell is not good for your stream. Number one, he cries.
He cries!
Number two, he lies.
He lies!
Number three, he begs for loot.
Fuck! Dix! Dix, cocks and balls. Holy shit, wow. So many dicks during the Asmongold React stream. That's fucking crazy. You guys can't stop yourself. You love cocks too much. You love cocks too fucking much. Connell likes hot chip, I bet. Yeah, he likes to eat hot chip and lie. He bisexual.
Who would do that? This guy is a parasite.
God damn.
He's sitting here, stealing all of your attention.
That's so
taking
funny.
your stream, making it his own stream. He's stealing your
He's
stream.
stealing
from you,
Asmon's stream.
and then
True.
telling people to take your hard-earned gold that they trade you and to give it to him instead. You're gonna let him do that. I didn't think you were a simp, Asmon. Oh, sorry. I didn't think you were a simp,
I didn't
Asmon.
think you were a simp, Asmon.
But this
Holy
is sad.
shit.
You've got to cut this guy loose.
His viewers are so cold-blooded.
And they will type this out. Like, a real person will do this.
Holy God.
This isn't like a fucking, you know, it's not like a chat GPT thing. It's like a real
A
person.
chat GPT thing. It should be though.
Yeah, можешь кинуть, да не ставишь за сайт.
Bro, when I can program chat GPT to like manually make a call out post for the streamers that I want to like start beef with, I will fucking invest stonks into chat GPT the same day.
Okay. Send.
Send.
Well, that's done. I'm not gonna ever see McConnell again after he sees my message. That's
Oh my
done.
God.
Of course I don't. I like it. I get fulfillment out of it, and just like
EU
any other
preciso
field,
saber
I
como
use
o
it.
chap consegue falar protontad or no final do año, que eles costam $100 plus por conta de dix.
I don't understand anything the fuck that said. That accent was absolutely horrible, Matt. You fucking suck at speaking Spanish. However, my assumption is that somebody said that $100 have been spent on dicks today. It's true. This fucking community is insane. My community is actually insane. They love dicks. They love them. They love my huge 600-pound cock. It's not Spanish. What is it? Portuguese? Fuck, I don't know what language it is, damn it! Every way the fucking accent's horrible! The accent's horrible! Anyway, yeah, I'm a fucking dick smacker. Men love to put their dicks on me. Community is literally dicks, true. I should start calling you guys little dicks instead of demonites. Hello, dicks, good morning.
That reminds me, I used ChatGPT for class last week and asked it to pull up your stream. My peers had a fun 30 seconds.
Wait, you mean my stream's so good that your peers only
No dick
lasted
pics.
30 seconds?
Only dicks.
Yeah! Yeah, you should definitely upload this reaction to YouTube
You
so
should
Asmon can
definitely
react to
upload
it
this
again.
reaction
I
to
should.
YouTube so
You're right.
Asmon can react to it again.
You're right, I should. He'll totally do that, right? Asmon, you'll do it, right? If you'll do it, just slide in my DMs and we can do this. We can just keep doing this back and forth. We can go forever. The content will be unfucking ending. Unending fucking content, okay? I swear to God. This is possible. We can do it. We just have to believe in ourselves.
And at the end of the day, I don't think either the viewer or the streamer is evil. Me. And at the end of the day, I don't think
Ludwig is not 6'3", okay?
How tall is he? Asmongold?
I don't know. I
How
don't know
old
what
is
this
he?
is. He's not 6'3". Like, this is, no.
Holy shit!
either the viewer or the streamer is evil. Streamers inspire the viewers, and viewers inspire the...
However, I met Ludwig in real life. He actually has really, really, really good hair, and it made me upset to sit...
Are you jealous? Aww. Little baby Asmongold jealous of man with hair. Taylor's all this time. Song is all in love. Asmon and the Paul. Oh my god, this is the saddest shit I've ever heard.
Next to him.
Fuck! Stop it, YouTube! Damn! YouTube was cancelled for maximizing the screen.
So there's apparently a new server or a new version that people can play of World of Warcraft that is before the alpha. It is the original. Let's take a look at it. Here we go.
How is it going, fellow gamers? Phone reaction to my video on the 0.5.3.
I'm one of the gamers.
Oh my god, as Mongoloid reacting to my video.
What a guy.
I decided I would go ahead and do a follow-up. This time doing a deeper dive into the quirks of the old systems and exploring the cool places
Imagine
on the
that.
0.5.3 client and seeing how much has changed from December 11th of 2003 to November 23rd of 2004. I hope you guys enjoy. Very quick disclaimer, even after well over 20 hours of exploring, I can guarantee you I have not yet seen everything there is to see here on the 0.5.3 beta.
I love how they can make houses like this in the beta of the game, but somehow even in Dragonflight this is impossible. Well, there's no way we could do this. Oh, really?
Even in the slightest.
Turn
If
it
you
up.
have any interest in getting on the 0.5.3 beta and exploring it for yourself, I'll have a link to the alpha project in the description, as well as a link to their Discord. Now, let's get into the first thing I wanted to show you guys, with that being the Spirit Revivers. With Deathwalking not being in working order yet on the 0.5.3 client, you are required to bind yourself to a Spirit Healer. This means that if I was to set my Reviver in Red Ridge while leveling, then I died in Duskwood, I would be revived in Red Ridge. This feature...
Holy shit. So there were... wow. Dude, that would have been fucking brutal. That's interesting, yeah. Oh my god.
Feature was only in the game because they did not yet get the chance to work on Deathwalking. Another thing I wanted to point out to you guys was the horse trainer for the humans being much closer here on 0.5.3, which may have you guys wondering, what's up with the Eastvale logging camp? What's over there? Well, the logging camp really did not change all that much aside from the inclusion of a spider trainer, who's an important NPC for hunters here on 0.5.
Za skin.
Pivo kad ne piješ pivo, a ja pijem pivo, a ne dugujem mi. Gde je tu pravda? Ajde.
Čekaj, ti duguju pivo, ti ne duguju Vlad.
Dugujem mi jedinovački. Nije niko, nego kažem da Neša ne pije pivo i svi mu duguju pivo, a ja pijem pivo, ne duguje pivo.
Šta znam?
Zapravo, lažem, koleginice jedne poslednje duguje pivo. Ja i ona se često kladimo na sve i na sve i na sve, znaš. I opravda je bila kad je zakazano njeno suđenje. I ja sam rekao 15. a ona je rekla 6.
Da.
Tako da ja sam bio u pravu.
Šta 15. šta 6. nisam čuo, izvini.
Pa ona treba da...
Suđenje.
Da ide na sud da svedoči u moju korist. Kao...
Da potplaćeni svedok, dobro.
Ako je plaćene, zašto meni onda kupio pivo?
Šta znam. Ima čast da te brani.
svi lutali.
Ne šalim se.
Lijači, da
Šalim
idemo.
se. Evo, čekaj 2 minuta da završimo.
Ajde.
Na 30 minuta je kraj. Ne pitaj me kako živim, nikako ni ja. Prokleta je moja sudbina.
Stefani, ja. Tužna je
Moja sudbina.
Samo sad. Nemam sreće.
Nemam para.
Evo ti rekao kako su dobili ovi...
Nemam sreće, aman.
Pozadine od kante, znaš? Ove što su... Kažem...
A to, a verujem ti, one 4K pozadine, jel te?
Da.
Treba da prodaju postere, treba da se ne bave više developmentom. Očigledno je da umeju dobro da nacrtaju karakteri, da dizajniraju oružje. Što se tiče tehničkog dela aspekta igre sranje. Nešto može tako da laguje, šta, software development kit, šta? Da sam razvijaš igru.
Ovo je porničarske pozadine i da stane.
Porničarske pozadine?
Da. Da celo i ljude.
Šime dik to volaš?
Ja sam mislio da si Hunter, a ti hoćeš da stavljaš neki gej.
Parodije.
Nema to gej.
Tako nema.
To su samo porničarske pozadine.
Misliš kažeš erotski?
Da.
Meka ili tvrda erotika?
Hentai.
A, to je nešto drugo. To je već perverzija. To je food fetish.
Nego šta?
Šta je pozadina?
Nemam sreće, nemam para, nemam sreće, aman.
Šta je ovo izbacio Makić?
A sada... Rock'n'roll. Imam neku ekipu jednog druga. Nisam igrao s njim jako dugo i baš mi je drago da... cepam...
Ajmo. Nećemo li? A, ne.
I cannot do that.
I cannot do that.
Bravo, majster. Jebem ti mater gupu.
To nije lepo.
Pa znam.
Nije dobro susedski.
Ali znam Snake, da te nešto kažem, brate, on je ostavio mene da se borim protiv njih dvojice, a on je frajer, znaš, i on drži centar protiv nepostojećeg neprijatelja.
Što drži centar ako nema nikoga?
Pa zato što je glup.
Ode se Nenad. Nenade.
Glup.
Kaži mi je.
Kaži mi sunce moje, vraća se nazad. Kud si nestao? Ajde, Kostu sesi.
cannot do that.
As in order to use a specific species of pet, you needed to seek out a trainer for that pet. This feature made hunters roam the open world searching for pet trainers, giving players...
I wonder if they're going to ever do this in like a Season of Mastery or something like that. That's kind of cool. Like, it's annoying at the same time, but it is kind of cool as like a, this is one thing that your class can do. Yeah,
more of a reason to explore the open world and come across some pretty cool sights along the way. Also, all species of pet here on 0.5.3 have completely different abilities than one another, making each pet completely unique.
Wow.
On the topic of new systems, the talent system here on 0.5.3 is entirely different from how you know it, as I teased in my first video. As I mentioned...
Holy shit, look at this. Critical, chance to get a critical with one-handed swords by 6%, and it costs 25 talent points. Holy shit, man.
The talents are very unspecific compared to what was released.
Attack rating with one-handed swords by 6.
1.1, with every class in the game having access to the same talents, with the talent system having
like
5 categories. Attribution enhancement with things such as agility, stamina, and strength increases, followed by defensive talents with things such as dodge, block, health regeneration, and armor value enhancers, followed by then magic talents, which only really give you protection from certain schools of magic.
Yeah, look at that. You even had Holy Resist inside of the original game. Isn't that nuts? This seems really hardcore. Yeah, I know.
Magic resistance to be
specific. Yeah, it's like Hunter pet abilities.
The fourth category we have is Slayer talents, which provide for you talents which aid you in killing and tracking certain types of mobs such as giants, dragons, beasts, elementals, and much, much more. Lastly, we have weapon talents, which are quite basic.
So you would have different types of specializations for killing different mobs. Thank God that didn't go live. Oh, it would have been awful.
In their application, just being general crit increases and damage bonuses for certain weapon types. And while we're on the topic of new things, I might as well mention that each class in the game has new abilities to play around with while leveling, or should I say old, some more than others, making the leveling experience extremely refreshing in comparison to what I'm used to.
What's this here? Wait, let me see this. Shadow Word Fumble. A word of darkness that reduces a target's chance to hit by 75%. Holy shit. That's really good.
Or what you guys are used to even. Mages even have an invisibility spell here on 0.5.3, making them like a rogue? I don't even know what their purpose would have been here. But now that we got some of the new systems out of the way, or really old systems, I should say, allow for me to really start showing you guys some cool spots here on the Alpha.
Oh my god, okay.
Starting with first, Booty Bay. The biggest changes to this area, I'm sure you guys can...
Nikako da dobijem taj party invite.
I cannot do that.
Ja se teleportim na tebe ili?
Ode li ja kod tebe?
Da.
Gdje smo stali? Gain entry to the Great College in Velverin. Mislim da smo mi bili tamo. To je Imperial Era. Na mapi sveta. I možemo otići u Imperial Velverin. Imamo tamo checkpoint.
Immortal Citadel?
Ne.
Aha.
Ne.
Aha, naš.
Great College ti je jedna zgrada u koju ne možeš da uđeš ako nemaš quest. Ovo što smo i ti naišli na onoga zarobljenog skeletona, šta je to, skeleton neki skular. Onda smo kao načuli razgovor i onda smo kao od njega doznali da može da se uđe tamo. Marš.
je to.
Gore ti je taj univerzitet.
Ovo mi idemo odmah tamo, znaš? Doći.
To ti je side quest. Jel hoćeš da istražiš čitavu mapu pa da se onda vraćaš kroz nju, šta?
Da.
Dobro. Ne znam gdje si izberi se.
Dole.
Kud tačno dole? Smo na istoj mapi, ja i ti ili?
Jesmo, nisam otišao gore gdje i ti na quest nego dole je. Telepoti se na mene.
Ne znam kad si preotrčao tamo.
Čuj, da ima li nešto daš? Dobro. A što ne kupi ona vodstva, ja da kupiš ja.
Šta ti je ovaj uzvičnik vam?
Gdje je još uzvičnik?
Neki item. Glyph.
To je za tebe spao.
Glyph of despair. Bum. Bukvalno nekakav dijalog nisi imao.
Možemo ovdje pogledati. Evo film sad. Jest.
Yes?
Alrik. Da. On. Zanimljiv tip.
Relevant neki, a?
Ne, nego... Pogubljeno vremeno i prostoru.
What the fuck?
Vidjet ćeš...
On šotom.
Ubili ste šta?
Da.
To je lag. Server lag. Prepostavljam. Možda ti pogodila neka eksplozija nešto.
Ne znam zaista. Sad ću reći.
Si gledao onu seriju, Mr. Robot?
O, ja mislim da je.
Onom hakeru što će da srgne kao tu neku korporaciju. Nemoj da ideš levo, veruj mi. Ovo ti je... Tu se ide dalje. Idi desno tamo, univerzitet, to ti je bukvalno jedna oblast. Pokušavam da ti kažem. Ovo ti je side quest gore, ovaj college. Igrao sam priču, znam šta ti pričam. Kurac me čuo što sam rekao.
Vidim, pazi me, beži ili ona?
Ja da bežim. Odakle?
Nisi došao.
Ne, pa rekao sam ti da ne čuješ ti mene.
Bio sam u tije.
Gdje si u onaj kao grad, šta?
Mene je Imperija...
Ne tamo. Ne treba tamo da ideš još.
Sad ću se vrat.
Ja pokušavam da ti kažem, ti si se mutirao, pričaš vjerojatno s porodicom. Ne treba tamo da ideš. Vraćat ćeš se unazad mnogo. Idi prvo vamo, očisti ovu oblast, uđi u univerzitet, završi ovo i onda idi dalje. Ovdje ne možeš da uđeš bez questa. To pokušavam da ti kažem. Toliko baš prija da svaki put čistiš ovu oblast kada ćeš da uđeš u ovu zgradu. Meni baš ne. Ako ćeš da uradim quest, hoćeš da uradim quest. Ako ćeš da farm, on će farm.
Nisam čuo da... Evo te kutija kurac.
Znam, nisi bio tu. Inače nema nikakvu interakciju ta vrata, znaš, ako nemaš quest. Nema trigger uopšte da se
Sad
uđe u
znam.
tu oblast. Pa. Stoji tu i nema na minimapi ništa, samo dođeš do vrata i kao ne može da se klikne na njih. Evo. Ja čak šta više mislim da nama fali nešto, da moramo da pričamo s tim Kostoru tu i nešto će nam faliti da bismo mogli da uđemo. Ha.
Moramo nađemo onaj badge.
Moramo da nađemo teleport. Moramo da nađemo onaj kao rift tir. Prolaze po vremenu da se vratimo kroz vreme da... Mislim napred kroz vreme da odimo, tako nešto. Da nađemo značku i s tom značkom da otvorimo vrat. Evo viš, sad nam je mapu fino zatvorio. Super, kada nismo normalni. Gdje je ta značka sad?
Tentacles. Ja mislim da smo mi obišli session, mogu da se vići.
Ovdje jesam, samo nemam pojma kažem ti gdje je taj rift. Mislim da nije na ovoj mapi. Zapravo možemo. Čekaj. Možemo li? Možemo da odemo u Ruined Era. U Velarin Undercity. Velarin Undercity. I onda odemo iz te oblasti u drugu. Znaš sam ja. Preko teleporta moraš otići. Već nemaš... Teleporti se na mene.
Teleportio.
Samo očekivao sam ćeš to malo kasnije raditi. Gde te bacio u podzemlje, ali? Ako te bacio u podzemlje, klikni da izađeš napolje, gore, u stepenici.
Ja ću teleportim opet na tebe.
Zbrda, zdola, gore, dole.
Meni teleportovao na tebe.
Probi sad. Ok, treba da nađemo univerzitet u ovoj kao vremenskoj epohi. Ne znam gdje je tačno. A može biti da je na isto mjesto. Mapa je malo drugačija.
Ćeš obiđemo sve ili?
Aha. Kako hoćeš, ovo smo već odradili. Ali...
Bar ne napravljamo ovo, treba će.
Da, ovo smo već ranije radili. Monsteri u oblasti su ti 16. level ako nisi primetio. Ako pritisneš tab 2-3 puta vidjet ćeš u gornjem desnom ćošku pisat će ti area level 16. Znaš? Ide se vam.
Oscilazione korisno. O, evo ga kovča. Opa. Evo da nema ništa.
Jesi ti to si išao u podzemlje?
Nisam. Nisam nud. Kada smo došli iz podzemlja?
Ako se nisi zebao da siđeš dole.
Ja si to na isto mjesto, znaš. Samo da vidimo što ima.
Mislim drugačiji su neprijatelji, ovdje su ovi kao Void spawnovi, tamo su ti kao Imperial Soldiers, oni undead. Kurta red zov. Našao sam Kevlar, ako ćeš. Pancir.
Luminar _ Welcome to my channel. Hey bro, how's the stream going?
Good. Howdy man. Izvoli. I'm playing with a friend RPG. Which reminds me.
Happy Easter bro.
Thank you. Same.
Ove rukavice mislim da su za tebe. Pošto ti mili. Ja nemam nikakve koristi od njih.
Tie. Same. Say. You are not digital artist?
Sto posto kritika od štenca.
Šta je to, prsten?
A jo, kako se zove, Pyro.
Nice.
No, not really. Why?
Thank God. Lately I've been getting these offers from people working in like art department of Twitch. Like they are offering me to make me a banner or icons or an art for a channel. And I was like, I mean, it's all good and that, but I'm kind of not in this like financial moment that I can, you know, actually have spare money to invest in like a channel. It's not my priority. It's good as it is. And that's it, you know. It doesn't need to look any more pretty than this. It's fine, you know. I have couple of emoticons made by you know, friends or acquaintances. That's good, you know.
Za skin. Da. Za lovca. Treba častiš.
I've been following you for a while.
No.
No designer DW. XDDDD.
No, it's like every like single time. Like, thank you man, thank you. But it's just like I'm getting PTSD. I have nothing against people working in art department. It's just like I'm like a wrong target audience. I don't know. So, do you have spare time to play games, or you just like you are more of a, you know, like have a free time to watch like sometime people?
I'm vibing RN.
Oh, that's it. I get it. Okay. I'm not gonna ask too much.
I don't really watch any streamers.
Oh.
I just come by randomly to see what's up.
Yes. There is some loot. The fuck?
Vidjet ćemo ih, Anta. Ne tamo, iza.
Ne, ovdje.
A ti možemo što.
Here it is. Legendary ring. Tongue of... What? Da je 13 sve osobine prsten.
Dobro za tebe.
Nebitno skroz. Nešto. Ti zabradaš da je ovo meni drugi akaunt. Drugi karakter na istom akauntu. Ja imam mnogo bolji gear nego ti. Imam... Koliko ti primarni skill radi damage, onaj koji kastuješ?
Daj ću pogledam.
Prevučeš mišem preko njega.
Koji kaspi na levi klik, a?
Pa na desni, nebitno, na levi se krećeš, na desni.
205.
A više, ja meni radi 450 damage. Imam rukavice, pojas, ogrlica, jedan prsten, drugi prsten. Sve to boostuje po malo damage, znaš. The boys are back in the town. Sto ti stavio sliku kao pozadinu, šta?
Ne, nego kažem šta ima.
What is this game?
It's called Last Epoch. Lasteppoch. It's like a Diablo clone, and it's not clone, it's like very like stylish like that, but it's more like a Path of Exile if I have to compare it with something. In a terms there is like a passive tree, and you can then pick a specialization, one of these. And there is also a skill spec tree, so it's like somewhere between Diablo 4 and the Path of Exile. It's right where it should be, you know. I recommended this. If you can buy it for like a small money, go ahead, buy it. It's very fun to play, and with the latest update you can play multiplayer. Yes. Ćemo li da se teleportujemo nazad u tu drugu eru ili? Imperial Veldrin.
Mi kaže che mo si teleportiamo a terra.
Sure. It's about time traveling and changing the future and mixing, you know, stuff in the past. Interesting concept. Može sad. I know it.
Evo.
This kinda looks like bootleg Diablo and Poe together.
That's exactly a description I was looking for. You're correct. Right on money. But it's more simpler than PoE in a good way, and it's much more complex than Diablo. There you go. And it's not $70. The story looks half-baked, you know. The story quests, they need like a little bit more polish. I think the story is kind of a cut in half. It needs more story missions, you know.
Looky for fun_bot_master. Welcome to my channel.
Pa ne znam šta Milan gleda i započeo.
Guys, dark and darker is...
The fuck? Whatever. Dark and darker. Dark and more darker. Oh my lord. Take my soul, put me at the bottom of the river. Oh my lord, take a soul, meet me at the bottom of the river. How fast can I mute my own stream? Let's see.
Ne znam Ilija, ne znam zaista.
Koliko brzo mogu da pustim DMCA i muziku, toliko mogu brzo da mutiram svoj stream. Znaš? Ja sam ušao u univerzitet. Eticia.
We got that Payday 2 lobby music.
Mm-hmm. Let's go, boys. Yeah, it's kind of a cool. It's like the whole soundtrack is a genius. Like there is no bad track. The guy that I think did the Bane voice is the composer. He used to work for that company, for the Starbreeze, and now he's, I think, like a solo artist.
Uđe, a? Uđe. Nema ništa gore od toga. Tako ti kažem još. Nema ništa gore od toga da dođeš tuđe pound.
This game is 35 euros.
It's a bit expensive. If you are from Turkey or from if you're from Turkey or from Argentina or from, well, if you're not from Russia, yeah, it doesn't work like that anymore. I guess there are regions of like a world where this game is kind of cheaper. I think my friend bought it on a Turkey account of his that he plays with. He bought it for like a 15 euros or 17 euros. 20 euros is kind of a right price for the game. Yeah, the 30 euros is a bit too much because the game isn't quite finished. It lacks a bit. It is fun, but it needs a bit more quests and, like they need to finish 2 more specializations, like subclasses. They need a bit more polish, so it's not 30 euros, yet, but it's coming there. Ovaj quest, ja mislim, završena, znaš?
BTW Mordho and another cool game are free on Epic RN.
Idemo u Outcast.
Oh yeah, I know, thanks man. Outcast, what the fuck? To ti je... to Imperial Era, where the fuck?
Evo u... Valjeno? Nije, tu smo sad. A imamo neku misiju ovdje, znaš.
To ti Imperial Era? A?
Imamo neku misiju u jezeru.
Znam, ali prvo idi u Outcast Camp. Da predaš ovo. Vidim, piše Rise and Lake. Return to Ancella at the Outcast Camp. Modcow isn't that good. It isn't bad, but people are trolls. That's the problem with the game. The whole concept of the game is good, but the meta is kind of get the high ground, grab the crossbows and just shoot the people down. And they can't get up. Meh. Crossbow for days. I cannot do that.
I cannot do that.
I cannot do that. Smite.
Sam Bog. Ovo nam je trk. Nenad igra neki epok. Ovo je tvoj problem, Jovan.
Laži.
Neću ga.
It's kind of a bug.
I on će bude tu cijelu noć.
Evo, pasiv imaš.
Na cev ideš, a? Ideš kao na cev, aha.
Na cijev. Aha. Brate, koja komplikacija, treće lice na kurac.
Ako si mu rekao, Borise, ako si mu rekao.
Šta bre treće lice?
Neću gledam. Što sam fokusiran na Zego sad vidim. Fokusiran sam na Zego igdje.
Nije ovo, kako se zove, Milan je nešto baš pričao, kaže ja sa Milanom neću da igram pa da mi plati. Kaže on ne zna ništa da igra, da. Evo, možeš da Borisa pitaš, Boris je tu, je tako Boris?
Rekao je, kaže, ako budem ponovo igrao s Milanom, ko i Boris što je obećao kurac na panj javno na trgu.
To rekao da će sam sebi da ti kurac. Evo, možeš da pitaš Snake, reci ga.
Jeste tako, Vlade pravo 100%.
Ići će ono bam! Bam! Zašto je ovo komplikovano ovako u ovaj...
Rekao je, ako sljedeći put ja sa Milanom igram, kaže, imam da banem samog sebe.
Ima da se načinim evnukom samom sebi. Aha! Ima da se izevnusari. Ne znam šta si na toliko izmeđirao.
Ne znam, ja isto. On jeste lud, ali nikad nije baš toliko.
Nikad nije bio ovako lud.
Nikad. Mora da si nešto žešći.
Kurevo sam.
Nerviravo. To pravo.
Iz Imperial Veldrina idemo putem tamo. To je na oblast gdje si ti krenuo da ideš.
Nikad si me iznervirao, čuj stari, ja ne znam kaj si napravio. Ne znam.
Da moraš da pošalješ jedno paku.
Kao što rekao, kad treba skakati iz jednovremenski period u drugi, to je malo...
Avankari. Nešto možeš lani, bilo stoneta.
Nije.
Random, a? Ićemo neki duo svršta s randomezeri. Tako, tjoraka, ništa duoti, jel? Znate, bili gledamo ovo instalirati mod za treće lice u Resident Evil 7, to je takva nauka u pičku malo.
Previše muke.
Znači, 100 neki kuraca moraš neki cheat engine, onda moraš mod, pa moraš skinove za Miju i Itana, pa moraš još nešto je.
Znaš li zašto to? Zato što ne postoji model za prvo lice. Ne postoji karakter, nema glavu. Kad prebaciš kameru u prvo lice.
Ali brate, mili, Odigrao mi je, njema mater muka mi je da sve to radi.
Previše truda.
Neću doći.
A iz prvog lica mi se ne igra, gledao sam. Isto ko retardirana veverica koji ili isto nešto čudno skakuće da ti kažem. Nešto jako čudno skakuće. Mnogo da ti kažem, čudno, mnogo.
Imam rukavice ako ti treba, ne znam kako imaš. Sana babić. Fight for your life.
Alo.
Halo?
Hello?
Ja ne znam, sam pomislio da je meni Discord zebao. Ispadam tako nešto. Ne, ozbiljno. Oh my lord. Son of a bitch.
Gdje si mi?
Tu.
Gdje?
Teleportu se na mene po svijetu.
Con dupetu.
Sì. Okay. Welcome. Willkommen.
Ja. Gdje je samo?
A šta misliš da se ide?
Čekaj li sežu ovo?
Nema tu ništa.
Oh yeah? You killed them?
No, I am not in... They were like that when I came here. They are just resting.
No.
Ko je Paja Patek?
Što mi će ispunjavao?
Aj, tvoj super profesor može i bez 20.
Čekaj, nisi si uopšte tješno od kad si šta ili...
Let's go.
Boli se ovo sranje koje boli.
Ja mislim da je onda krajnje rešenje da kupiš lađenje ko moje. Vidiš?
Boli će ti prodati po regalskoj ceni za 3000 dinara više.
Imaš 5 frameova više ovdje, zato što je crveno ovo svetilo vodeno plaćanje. Imaš 6 frameova više, jer crveno svetli ova vodeno plaćanje, znaš.
Misliš zeleno?
Ja vam se ugledam.
Da si dušo?
To je Skeptor. Vidjet ću kad nakucam attunement da je spell physical damage per 3 attunement.
Ja.
Mislim da je ovo za druide.
Ba ja mislim ali...
Imaš ovdje waypoint. Da. Waypoint i još nešto.
Nenad je naš slabo jebo,
Vamo ili je?
Ovo ne vidiš, ne?
Vidio sam dole imamo...
Opet će ti zatvoriti mapu kad se budeš teleport vodom. I'm just saying.
A bado vidim se. Mene je više zbog golda da idem gold. Go 0 Možda sam zapeo ja potrenuo Juden. Možda sam ja potrenuo Juden, ali se pretvaram da sam Nemac sa Srbije, tako to, a? Ne, ja sa tom stokom ništa. Ja sa tom stokom nemam ništa. Šta je? Hajde objasni više.
To što si ti šteljiv prepostavljam.
A jedan isti razgovor bre vodimo svako večer.
To nije ni razgovor, to je provokacija.
To su mi ove provokacije mene. Šta da kažem? Kaži.
Pa to je lepo bre.
Evo kupim Vladu.
Vlada već kupio stavu za sebi.
Ne bi ti ja savjetovao da ideš do kraja mape pa da se vraćaš, nego da uskočiš odmah u rit.
Hoću li stražinski odmah.
Nema tamo ništa.
Imam još jedan mali dio.
Ni taj mali dio. Zapravo se ide vam. Ova mapa se računa u 3-4 oblasti, znaš.
Ja igram se upaljenom minimapom.
Pa ja vidim gdje sam tač. Ja palim samo na sekundu da vidim gdje sam tač.
Ja više volim ovako. Znam tačno. Tu ima tu je misija blizu, gdje si ti?
Neki objektiv.
Idi be, plući me bole od ove hemije. Ma di su se ove hemije što nisam u 6 godina? Zato što infekcije ne može. Ovo jebo onoga ko pravi ovo.
Mapa oko za kukuljinu. Nešto si mi odustao.
Pa ću se vratimo, ne znam gdje vodi se ovaj upit.
Ne vodi nigdje. Vodi do toga Eldera. Ti ćeš mene kaži ćeš da se vraćaš skroz nazad kad ovo istražiš u mapu. Postavio egzistencijalno pitanje, kuda ovo vodi?
Kuda idu ljudi kao ja? Kaži. Nisam ti čuo uopšte što si rekao sam.
Rekao ti malo pre ne znam gdje je Boris, rekao kako ne znam gdje je Boris.
Kud ja ga znam.
Si dobio skill point.
Gdje bio jebo majko?
Jel Nenad?
Što si rekao ili ja nisam ti
Si
čuo.
dobio skill point, kažem.
Jesam.
Very good.
Ne dolazim dovoljno kiselnike do mozga, ljudi, razumite.
Yes.
Nemo bez morala. Znači, bilo ne ide da je bes, a?
Ne idu da ga...
Gdje ćeš tamo? Najde.
Pa gdje?
Pa ćeš da trčiš nazad skroz onaj rift, jeli? Ajde, trči. Why not?
Znači, tako, a? Gdje je to i bes, a?
Šta znači to pa je?
Pa da.
To ti je ovako fonetski napisano. P-A pa prazno mesto pa Razumeš? E sad ti rastumači meni šta to znači. Ne znači ništa, ću ti ja objasniti. Ima to značenje koje mu ti predaš.
Vlasno zna, ali neće da izgovara to tako baš ono prostački, razumijem. A nije to je pa fonetski prazno, znači, razumiješ? Fonetski prazno. Nemoj tako, nemoj tako. Nemoj. Tako kažem, paja.
I sad će otičiš skroz nazad, no?
Da.
Bar pogledaj da li imaš teleport odmah ovdje. Znaš, isto da to ludilo ima bar neku metodu.
Evo ima još.
What the fuck? No je. Koji smo kurac trčali, tako ima, ova zona ima 4 jebena, gledaj ovo. Gledaj koliko ima ulaza. Gledaj ovo, 1, 2, 3 i rift je 4. Pa gledaj ti ovo. Ti si mene vuku ovdje, kao ćeš ti mapu da otvoriš. Pa opet ćeš trčat preko njih. Nemam problem.
Tri...
Pa znam, ali kad ne vidim kuda idem, nije mi baš uživan.
Meni je bitno da se ne pada na zapi.
No, Splendid. Neki paje.
Tu je misija, znači.
Ma nije, to je glavni quest. Onaj rift je nešto drugo.
Misija.
Halo?
Halo? O, Peđa. Je živa ploča. Je živa ploča.
Probavite.
Rasklopio sam je, treba da je pošaljem sutra.
Bilo. Sve, to bi on kad objasnim to. Samo vidim.
A šta se radi? Sutra šaljem jedan def.
Ja, grafilo na to ubacio grafički stari kompjuter i malo se povezi.
Ja tebe jedva čujem, zašto sve se čujem?
Zato sam u kuhinji, nego kažem, ja si na prvom mestu ubacio grafičku u stari kompjuter i malo se povezi.
Koji stari kompjuter? To smo rastorili na komad.
Ma jo.
Ajde.
Pa malo da odmorimo od vas.
Od nas. Kako da nam kažeš?
Da, od vas.
Kako da nam kažeš?
Zajebavam se, bre.
Ko se uvredi?
Sad sam teo. Milana, ne vidi se nigde da je taknuta, brate, matična porta. Znači, nigde se ne vidi oštećenje, kao nova je, on je obrisao kao nova, znači izgleda. Vjerovatno je to zbog onog pritiska, brate, mogu da se nešto tu iskombinalo.
Moguće si prikrit neki vod i da je pukao, evo.
Pa, vjerovatno, ali rekao je on, nećeš ti imati nikakvog problema da ti to kao ne prihvate zato što matična ti izgleda čista. Tako, znate, jeste, a? Sve, a? Tako da vidjet ćemo sutra. To je sutra šaljeno pa.
Gdje si ti se nije? Si se vratio nazad, aha.
Ti znaš gdje si?
Ako ne prihvate, popravljamo onda. Onda idem varijantu ko što je Matorisa teško.
Nemoj samo tu varijantu.
Ne čuje. Mutio.
Legenda kaže da je još uvijek na popravci.
Ovo sad ga dinovački ugradio do sebe.
Ja u stvari rekao da je
Zaslužuje. Zaslužuje kad sluša Milana.
Kum je rekao treba...
Vate Milane, i tebi njemu dekljame ruke koriste be neki navikima nije rekao. Tebi! Pa nije, nisi još. Nisi još polako. Pazi koliko se mora da kljužim.
Pa ne moraš da pušiš. Radi samo glavni quest, danas se vraćaš.
Čuješ Milane? Dodat ću onu još jedan cooler.
Nas zbog čega bi se samo ne onaj... Kao bright, zato što imam kamen za njega.
Zašto imaš kamen?
Za ovo... Za onoga brighta.
Onaj cooler neće imati ono 50-60 stepeni.
Pa peđe nije to puno, jebote.
Šta?
Pa 56 stepeni ti nije puno.
To je kad je hladen.
Aha.
Kad ne radi ništa, znaš, na ledu. Je to 56 stepeni. Koliko je tebi temperatura kad ti ja idem? 60 stepeni, ja?
50 i nešto.
Ma vaš, baci hlađenje u smeće.
49 mislim da je.
Pa naravno da nije 50-60.
Ti baš da vidim. AMD Ryzen Master.
Milane, na šta me pitao ovaj lik? Da li sam overclockao nešto? Ja sam mu tu odgovorio, voltažu sam verovatno pojačao. To jest... Nisam ja pojačao ništa, nego si ti čačko. Tako?
Kažeš moj prijatelj je čačko.
Onda okej. Dobro.
Samo upamim da vidim. 56 mi je temperatura grafike.
Okej, onda nije problem ništa. To.
Procesor je...
The fuck?